I'm used to that though. When I use my voice.
Oh. So, have you got any evidence of the spinning ball that you apparently live on, or are you going to bring your friend in to tell us about it?
To bring my severely autistic friend, yeah, I do. Are you guys
Oh,
so
you
aggressive?
heretic!
Are you like flat earthers always this aggro?
Hey, AJ, actually, I'll have to do something in a second. So if you want to take over with him, that's totally cool with me.
That's all right, man. How you been anyway?
Um, that's a long story. Let's talk about it in back chats.
Yeah, we're flat out as well.
Yeah. Oh, the guy left. All right. Yeah. Insane times, but I better save it for, yeah, like I said, a back chat.
Yeah, I've been driving across Australia trying to find a new city to live in. So I've done 7,000 k's now in 2 weeks. But I found where I'm going to live, so that's good.
That's good. That's a start. Gotta have the home base.
Yeah.
Hey guys, hey Crit. I have an update for space mysticism for you, if you're interested.
You have an update on what?
Space mysticism.
Space mysticism. Please explain
Yeah.
further.
If you ever listen to Crit, that's all he talks about. Space mysticism. And he inflicted me with that condition, I guess.
So space mysticism.
Yeah.
So you would be talking about like space mysteries, such as things like maybe dark energy or Big Bang explosions or that type of stuff.
No, it's more like Crit's always focusing on like the human condition. Nothing ever changes. We're in a closed system. Nothing ever evolves. It's just one big disappointment. He's like a space nihilist, fatalist, I guess. More like that. And I wanted to discuss with him some things I've been thinking about. But he's probably sleeping.
Hmm. Hi, your car. Haven't seen you for a while. Around. Might not be around either. Well, we're going to be out of here soon. I'm just about to go and try and catch a tiger shark. I'm going shark fishing.
That's cool. Watch out for that curvature.
Yep, going to fly the drone out and drop the bait. Got a new fishing drone.
A
Look at this
fishing
bad boy.
drone. Is that a thing?
Yeah, so it can carry 7 kilos of bait, and then it's got like a automatic hook release, and you
Oh,
fly it
wait.
out. You can the camera, yeah, you can spot it all. Hang on, I'll give you a look. There it is. Look, the Swell Pro. It's quite big. Still got to put the blades on it, but
And what happens then? You just bring
yeah.
the
So
fish
it's you got a
home?
pretty big. Yeah, you got a pretty big rig. Like you got to strap yourself into the rod and all that sort of stuff because you'll get, 14-foot sharks, and then yeah, you drop your bait right out with the drone and hopefully reel one back in.
So the drone only drops the bait, but it doesn't
Correct.
catch the
Yes. So
fish, does it?
no. You just put your line on the drone and you fly it out. You use the camera to spot what's in the water, and then you drop your bait off the drone. It's got a little hook, and you got a release button. It releases your bait, drops it in the water, and then you're all strapped into your rod and off you go, and hopefully bring something in.
That's cool. So how is that better than just dumping the bait in the water from the boat?
Well, if you're fishing off the beach and you don't have the access to a boat,
Oh, yeah.
you can use the drone and just fly the drone straight off the beach and pull them up on the beach.
That's the part I was missing in this description.
Well, I think too, even if you're in the boat, it'd be handy, yeah, because you've got the camera, so you can sort of fly it over the water and you can find the schools of fish. You can see what's going on in the water and then choose a good spot to dump your bait. But if you got good marks with your boat, you can go out and sit on a good mark, then you don't really need it. No, if you've got spots you can. Okay.
Is it like pest control?
Oh, what? Sorry?
Is it like pest control? You know.
No.
Oh, okay.
Eating.
But you need
Yeah.
tickets for it, yeah?
No.
Okay.
No. So we can catch tiger sharks here in Australia and certain species of hammerhead that you can keep, but you don't want to keep the really big ones. The smaller ones are
Yeah.
probably better to eat. You just put the big ones back in, get the hook out, and float them back out.
Nice.
Are they any good to eat?
Yeah, they are
Sharks?
actually tiger sharks. Yeah, tiger sharks are really good. Yeah. So if I get a good one today, I'll drop a video for you all.
Nice.
Bit off topic, but
It's all good. You don't have
I have
to
a
be
trivia
always on
question.
topic.
I have a trivia question. How many bones does a shark have?
no idea.
Same. I don't
I've,
know.
I've never actually filleted a tiger shark. I've sharks and put them back, but if I get a little one, I'm going to fillet it up this time. And
It is a tricky question, though, so think about it. The answer is 0.
Why? Why is it 0?
Because it doesn't have any bones.
Oh,
It's
so it's all
it
muscle.
only has cartilage. Yeah.
yeah, that's right. Just about to say I think it's only cartilage. But like I said, I've never filleted one. I've never dealt with that. I know that my mate's caught a few, and I've taken a few fillets off him, but definitely never done it myself or looked into it. Well, that'll make it easy, won't it?
Mhm.
Sharks are very old creatures. They're built on a very old architecture
Yes.
without bones.
Interesting.
Do you catch any crocodiles yet?
Um, once a long time ago in a net, but that
Nice.
was about it
Nice.
when I was a bit younger.
It's good meat.
Yeah, you can't take them though here. They're all protected. And there's issues with all that.
Oh yeah.
The Earth is a globe. If you don't respond in 5 seconds, I win.
Really? You got any evidence of that?
Yeah, I do. I do have evidence of that.
Oh, what do you got?
I got all kinds of shit, bro. And my question to you is, what is evidence?
I don't know. You gotta have to present something, can't you? Can't read
No,
your
I'm
mind.
asking. Okay, here's the thing. What is evidence?
First, we'd need some evidence of curvature, yeah? Some type of direct measurement.
Yeah,
Got some
of
sort of
course.
drop
Well,
over distance.
so I mean, I can ask you, what is evidence? What is curvature? What is a measurement? What are all these things? Because maybe me and you don't agree. And you can say, oh, well, Google it. Who's to say we agree on what Google says?
Google Gaga. Google Gaga.
Absolutely.
So you don't know what a direct measurement is. The
I mean,
surface of the Earth.
I have an opinion of what it is. Does it correlate to yours? Well, no. Does it?
Like I said, you're going to have to present something, and we can have a discussion.
Okay. Can you tell me what you think a measurement is, or what you think curvature is, so that I can just know whether or not this conversation is worth having?
Well, the curvature would be a line or measurement that deviates from horizontal or zero.
That actually isn't necessarily curvature.
You have a horizontal line that doesn't deviate from zero. A curved line would, yeah?
Oh, this actually isn't true. It depends on the geometry you're using. If you think that the universe works on Euclidean geometry, you need to like actually prove that. You can't just assume it.
Did I say that, did I?
You are.
I said that I'm assuming, so I've told you that a horizontal line does not deviate from zero. It does, and we need to take a direct measurement. Right? And now you've run off into Euclidean geometry universe.
No. I've run off into the definitions of geometry because here's the thing: you said it deviates from zero, but what you didn't succeed in doing was explaining how it deviates from zero. Like, what do you mean by deviating from zero? Because in different geometries, deviating from zero means different things. I mean, you have
So you would
maximal
disagree.
geometry, minimal
You would
geometry.
disagree. So you're disagreeing that horizontal line
No, I'm not. I'm not
does not
agreeing or
deviate from
disagreeing with
zero.
anything. I'm asking for definitions. I want to know what you mean.
Asking for your evidence that we're on a curved ball. So do you have any direct measurement
Yeah, I know you asked
curvature
for evidence.
or a
You
drop
asked
or
for
a drop?
evidence. And
Cool. No worries. I want to see drop over distance away from horizontal. Very
here's the thing.
simple.
Here's the thing. You asked for evidence. I asked for clarification.
I just clarified it for you. I'm after a curved direct measurement of drop over distance from horizontal.
In what geometry? Using what metric?
Don't care really. I just want to
No,
see.
here's the thing.
I
You
would
really
like you to
should care.
present.
You
I'd just
really
like you to
should care
present
because
any
we can
type
have
of direct
very different
measurement.
metrics to measure distance.
I'm just asking for any type of direct measurement that shows a drop over distance.
Okay. Well, I can give you one metric that will show a drop and another metric that won't. So you need to be more specific with what you're
Okay.
saying.
So, what are the metrics? Please explain.
You could use a unitary metric. You could use an integer expressive metric. You could use a minimal metric. You could use a Euclidean metric. You could use a phasal metric. Like, there are several different kinds of metrics you could use. Now, the ones that me and you think of usually are simply just the unitary metric and the Euclidean metric. The unitary metric can also be described as the taxi cab metric or the block metric, right? These produce very different results. It turns out that when you are older than 12 years old, math teaches you way more than simply just, a squared plus b squared equals c squared. It teaches you that, for example, x sub 1 squared plus x sub 2 squared plus so on, so on, so on, so on, plus x sub n squared equals. It's gonna sound crazy. Y squared. So if you want to find y, if you want to find the actual distance, you square root all that, the sum of that, right? And we have wonderful, beautiful, notations for how to do that, right? This doesn't apply to the whole world. For example, a really, really simple way to prove that the way you, flat earthers in general don't appreciate geometry is, let's imagine you're in a desert. But not one of the sand deserts. I mean a desert where it's just hills of just rock. Just flat rock. Right? And you have bumps here and there. And I give you a point A and a point B, 100 kilometers apart. And I say find the shortest distance between them, and it's gonna have to cross a bunch of different hills of rock. You cannot use Euclidean geometry to work out the shortest distance from A to B. You can't do it. It's impossible. It's factually impossible. Just so you know. So the idea that the universe can only be described using Euclidean geometry is incredibly juvenile.
Well, if we're talking about the curvature of the Earth, we're measuring over water. Yeah, we'd be using spherical geometry, and we would be looking for a drop from horizontal.
I find it very. I don't want to use. I don't want to be rude, but very ignorant of you guys to not use one of the rules of geometry, which is translatability. You can't treat water as always being flat and then assume that maybe there's a curve on the surface of the Earth that isn't water. You have one or the other. Either they can all be curved to some extent, or they cannot be curved entirely. Make up your mind. Is everything flat? Make up your mind. Is everything able to be flat, or can there be curvature? You have one or the other.
Well, of course, we're going to have topography upon the Earth, like you were just speaking about, if we're a desert, with sand dunes, etc. However, we do know that water, due to pressure, will always, at rest, will always seek and find level or horizontal unless it's acted upon by another force. So, yes, if we're looking at, so again, if we're looking out over water, yeah, then we should be able to see whether there's a deviation from horizontal.
You know what's
the
crazy?
fact is that water does not do this. At rest, water seeks level.
How do you know that the water that you consider as at rest is actually at rest? You just assume it.
Well,
how do you know
like
that
I said,
water...
unless there is another force, such as wind, that would be acting upon that water.
Wind isn't a force.
Wind is,
Wind isn't
May
a
the
force.
force be with you.
Wind itself isn't a force. Just so you know.
no, wind imparts a force upon something.
Okay, there we go. We need to be specific with these things. All right. What kind of force does wind impart?
What kind of force does wind impart?
Yep. This is important to distinguish for our future conversation.
No idea off the top of my head.
Kinematic force.
Kinematic force, yeah?
Yep. I'm not assuming you're like, dumb or anything. We need to point this out that like there can be different forces.
So it's a pressure gradient as well. Imparts a pressure gradient force.
No, pressure gradient isn't a force.
Pressure gradient isn't a force.
No, pressure gradient isn't a force. Pressure gradient is simply an observation to be made about sections of a continuum. Well, it doesn't have to be continuum. It can be something that can be treated like a continuum, like for example, a gas or a liquid, right? So, for example, at any given point within, let's say, a volume of liquid or
So you
gas.
disagree that there's a pressure gradient force
No, I
that is
never agreed
created
that.
by wind?
Pressure gradient isn't a
You're
force.
disagreeing. So
Yeah, we are.
so there's
disagreeing.
no such thing.
A pressure gradient
so
is
there's
formed by a force. Pressure gradient itself is not a force.
so there's no terminology that actually states that there is a pressure gradient, and it's not a primary force of wind.
Pressure
But
gradient
regardless,
is not a force.
this is getting off track here. I would disagree.
Yeah, I mean,
However,
you obviously don't understand how
I'm-
wind works properly, I guess. My bad.
well, that's your claim, yeah.
Wind,
That's what you
wind
claim.
is clearly a force, bro.
Did bro say
Wind creates a
pressure
force.
gradient is a force?
No, just wind is a force, bro.
Wind is not a force. Wind is resultant from a force.
Wind is a force, bro.
Okay, you have to understand, air is a collection of particles, and force is transferred between particles that produces areas of high pressure and areas of low pressure. That's what produces what we call wind, right? Forces
Right.
are being transferred
Wind is a force, bro.
between particles, but wind itself is not a force. In the same way that lightning isn't
Bro,
actually
are you serious?
it's the result
So-
of electromagnetism.
Bro,
So wind is just
smelling your farts.
wind
Right,
is created
I
by
get
pressure
it.
gradient force.
I get it. Okay, you didn't pay attention when you were in science class. I understand. Okay,
Hang
move
on,
on.
dude.
Oh, bro,
Wind,
stop,
wind,
stop smelling your farts. I mean, come on.
wind is created by a pressure gradient force because we have
Well, okay,
entropy.
so
Hang on, we have
wind being created.
hang on, dude.
Is a very weird
Hang on,
phrase.
dude. Let me finish,
Wind,
yeah?
wind is clearly a
Yeah,
force. Let me explain it to you. Let me
Dude,
explain it to you, okay? So
you're gonna
the
let me
object
finish
is
or
not
what?
moving, then wind. The object doesn't move unless there's a force. Wind moves. Wind's a force, bro.
So wind is created by a pressure gradient force due to entropy of high pressure moving to low pressure. So regardless,
Wind
we're off topic here.
created
You guys left the
by
smell of your
pressure
farts.
gradient. Wind is part of the pressure gradient changing over time.
Wind's a force, bro.
It's not. Stop lying. Like, please, like, Google it. Cool.
No, but look, an object doesn't move unless a force is applied to it. The object is not moving, and
That's
then
actually not
wind.
true.
The
That's
object is
literally
not
not
moving, so
true. I
wind's
don't
a
know if you
force.
study physics, you would know that's literally not true.
Yeah, exactly. So wind's a force, bro.
Okay, so
Well-
here's the thing. What you're saying is I don't agree with the science that is accepted. I'm just gonna make shit up, and if anybody denies what I say,
No,
I'm just
you're
gonna.
right, Sandita. Hang on.
That's
Just let me.
exactly
You're
what
right.
they're doing.
Wind, Sandita. I'll agree with you that wind itself is not a force that creates a force, and wind is created pressure gradient. Wind is created by a pressure gradient
Wind isn't created.
due to well
Wind's a
entropy
force, bro.
causes entropy causes the wind, the pressure gradient force.
No.
Yeah.
So here's the
Yes.
thing. That's not entropy. Entropy doesn't cause wind to exist. Pressure gradients cause
Entropy.
wind to exist.
Correct.
Make the
Listening.
things move.
Wind. Listen, man. Wind is not a force. It's cause it is just the movement of the air. Yeah. From
Mhm.
forces acting on that air, which would be high pressure moving to low pressure, which causes the air to move. Yeah. So I'm agreeing with you. I'm right. So I would
Yeah, so
say that
everybody's
Rice
agreeing.
Ray
Yeah.
stating, but I'd say Rice Ray just stating that wind itself is the force
Yeah, wind's
is
a force,
would
bro.
be incorrect.
We're all agreeing. Yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah. So here's the thing. AJ is probably the second smartest person in this school.
That would
You
make
must be the
sense.
smartest, Sandita.
Yeah, because this guy loved the smells of his
That's
farts.
racist.
So smelling the farts.
You know what? Actually, honestly, I take that back. Honestly, I don't know enough about AJ. He's the joint smartest person in the call.
Yeah. You have a very high IQ.
All right, guys, let's watch some YouTube.
Let's go,
Anyway,
bro.
wait,
So
is AJ still there?
listen, yeah, I'm still here. I'm just getting talked over a bit, but I'm just I'm going to be out of here in a minute. I'm going shark fishing in about 2 minutes.
Sharks
that's
aren't
fine.
real.
Wait, hold on
bro.
a second. Are you trying to hunt for
Fucking
sharks?
badass. I want to eat some sharks, bro.
I am, man. I'm going to get a tiger shark. I'm going to fillet him up, throw him on the barbie.
Why would you
Oh,
do
the
that?
body,
That's
mate.
fucking
Yeah, I
yummy
know
as
what you
fuck.
mean there, man. Oh, yeah, there, buddy.
I wanna eat fucking sharks.
I want to eat
To
a
be
fucking
honest-
bat, dude.
I missed all of that because everyone was talking over each other. Sorry, guys.
Like, why can't you just leave the sharks alone? I know this is like a very
You're gay,
controversial
bro.
idea, but
It's good
why can't
food.
you just leave them alone?
It's good cooking.
Oh,
man.
because
Why can't you just leave the fish alone? Why can't you just leave this? Why can't you just leave the sea
Are you
alone?
gonna cry? You're gonna cry. You're gonna cry.
I'm just about to go out. Just about to go out to the. Just about to go out to the horizontal ocean to catch some fish and
Fucking
nice little
flat
shark.
water.
So I mean, I don't know why people always equate like animal advocacy with like being a pussy. Because I'm like taller
gonna
and muscular
cry
than
now?
most people I ever
You sound
meet.
like you're
So
about to
just,
cry,
you know,
bro.
guys, I beat you in a fight. Anyway, but like it
Are you
takes
Well,
it takes
Sandita, I can either go to the shops and I can purchase fish that commercial fishermen
Yeah,
have gone
you're
out
right.
and put in nets, or I can go out
You're
and I
right.
can catch one or two for myself.
It's
You're
free.
absolutely right, AJ. AJ, you're absolutely right. But there's also the option to do neither.
Well, I like to eat fish. Yeah, something I enjoy
Me
to
too.
eat.
Me too. But doesn't mean you should. Here's the thing. I like to fuck pretty women. Should I just go fuck every pretty woman I want?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Whoever
If
said
they'll
that,
take it, yeah.
please.
They might not like you, but I got a wife and she's a pretty woman.
No, what I'm saying is, if I ever come across a pretty woman, should I just go fuck her because I want to? In the same way that if you see a big fish in a pond, you would just be like, "I'm gonna catch that real quick."
Let's catch
Yeah.
that one. Yeah.
Yeah. Or like, for example,
Well-
for example, you have like a rifle set up. You know, you have like an encampment. You've been like sitting there for a couple of hours. A deer crosses by, and you're like, you know what? This deer would be good for dinner? Well,
I also kill my own lambs, and I also kill my own beef.
Nice.
So what you actually mean is you kill your own children.
No, not my children.
Oh, good God.
They are children.
Vegan in the house. Is that a vegan in the house? A vegan in the house, eh?
I mean,
We are
yeah.
way off topic, so I think let's get back to the flat Earth stuff
Well,
before
no,
I get out of
so
here.
here's
And
the fact that you even brought up fishing, which I didn't bring up, shows that obviously we're allowed to
that's all right.
speak off topic.
Well, look, I got off topic. I was just telling you that I'm leaving in about 2 minutes because I'm going fishing and I'm going out with my son. And let's get it back on topic.
What you've admitted is it's actually okay to speak off topic as long as you're in the in group.
No, what I said was I'm leaving in a minute. I'm not going to be in the room anymore. I have to go because I'm leaving and I'm going out to go fishing and do something that I want to do. That's all.
So you're
get
okay
to
to break
fish.
the rules as long as you're going to be gone soon.
Well, I could be polite and just say, "Hey, listen, dudes, I have to leave. I got things I go and hang out with."
Hope
Fishing.
you get
Okay,
to fish.
so,
Or I could
so
just,
what you're saying is
or
you
I
decided
could
to do
just hang
something
up
that's
on the,
against the chat
or
rules.
I could just hang up on the call, or I could just hang up on the call and claim that everyone could claim that I ran away from wind being a force.
Honestly, AJ, if you want to treat yourself in the same way that you're treating me right now, you should just leave.
Oh, should I? Maybe you should just leave. Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, if I'm not allowed to be off topic,
How am I treating you? How am I treating you?
Be off topic when
Sensitive vegan, bro. Gotta careful how you talk.
I was just trying to be polite and say, "Hey, listen, dude, I'm out of here and I'm going fishing. Gonna go hang out with my son."
You heard his fifis.
Yeah, he's upset now.
Yeah, I hope you get some fish.
Oh, so do I.
Yeah, man. Free food.
Well, I'll take him off mute. You can have a chat with him, but I'm out of here, guys, and
ciao.
Good luck. He likes some semantics, this guy.
A vegan guy.
Hang on, I'm trying to unmute. There we go.
I almost have to respect
Catch you later, guys.
To unmute me.
A vegan guy. You there, vegan guy?
I think I'm a vegan guy. I'm just a guy who respects animals. Like, here's the thing, guys. I'm not a pussy. I've been in probably more fights than most of you. And here's the thing. I'm not saying like I'm bad. Like, I've taken beatings. Like, the idea that vegans are all pussies is ridiculous.
So you're a vegan, like I originally stated. Vegan guy. Okay. How about this? How about this one for you? You know.
The Earth were a big ball spinning around a bigger sun, spinning around a bigger galaxy, shooting off from the biggest bang, as NASA claims, it is impossible that the constellations would remain so fixed. Based on their model, we should, in fact, have an entirely different night sky every single night and never repeat exactly the same star pattern twice. 150. If Earth were a spinning ball, it would be impossible to photograph star trail time-lapses turning perfect circles around Polaris anywhere but the North Pole. At all other vantage points, the stars would be seen to travel more or less horizontally across the observer's horizon due to the alleged 1,000-mile-per-hour motion beneath their feet. In reality, however, Polaris's surrounding stars can always be photographed turning perfect circles around the central star all the way down to the Tropic of Capricorn. 151. If Earth were a spinning ball revolving around the Sun, it would actually be impossible for star trail photos to show perfect circles even at the North Pole. Since the Earth is also allegedly moving 67,000 miles per hour around the Sun moving 500,000 miles per hour around the Milky Way, and the entire galaxy going 67 million miles per hour, these four contradictory motions would make star trail time-lapses all show irregular curved lines. 152. In 2003, 3 university geography professors collaborated in an experiment to prove that the state of Kansas is indeed actually flatter than a pancake. Using topographical geodetic surveys covering over 80,000 square miles, it was determined that Kansas has a flatness ratio of 0.9997 over the entire state, while the average pancake, precisely measured using a confocal laser microscope, comes in at 0.957, making Kansas thereby literally flatter than a pancake. 153. Quoting Reverend Thomas Milner's Atlas of Physical Geography, we find that vast areas exhibit a perfectly dead level, scarcely a rise existing through 1,500 miles from the Carpathians to the Urals. South of the Baltic, the country is so flat that a prevailing north wind will drive the waters of the Stettiner Half into the mouth of the Oder and give the river a backwards flow 30 or 40 miles. The plains of Venezuela and New Granada in South America, chiefly on the left of the Orinoco, are termed llanos, or level fields. Often, in the space of 270 square miles, the surface does not vary a single foot. The Amazon only falls 12 feet in the last 700 miles of its course. The La Plata has only a descent of 1/33rd of an inch per mile. 154. The Felix Baumgartner Red Bull Dive outside camera shows the same amount of curvature of Earth from surface level to jump height, proving it to be a deceiving fish-eyed wide-angle lens, while the inside regular camera shows a perfectly flat horizon eye level at 128,000 feet, which is only consistent with a flat plane. 155. Some people claim to have seen the curvature of the Earth out their airplane windows. The glass used in all commercial airplanes, however, is curved to remain flush with the fuselage. This creates a slight effect mixed with the confirmation bias people mistake for being the alleged curvature of the Earth. In actuality, the fact that you see the horizon at eye level at 35,000 feet out both port and starboard windows proves the Earth is flat. If the Earth were a ball, no matter how big, the horizon would stay exactly where it was, and you would have to look down further and further to see the horizon at all. Looking straight out the window at 35,000 feet, you should see nothing but outer space from the port and starboard windows, as the Earth and horizon are supposed to be below you. If they are visible at eye level outside both windows, it's because the Earth is flat. 156. People also claim to see curvature in GoPro or other high-altitude camera footage of the horizon. While it is true that the horizon often appears convex in such footage, it just as often appears concave or flat depending on the tilt and movement of the camera. The effect is simply a distortion due to wide-angle lenses. In lens-corrected and footage taken without wide-angle technology, all amateur high-altitude horizon shots appear perfectly flat. 157. If gravity magically dragged the atmosphere along with the spinning ball Earth, that would mean the atmosphere near the equator would be spinning at over 1,000 miles per hour. The atmosphere over the mid-latitudes would be spinning around 500 miles per hour, and gradually slower to the poles, where the atmosphere would be unaffected at 0 miles per hour. In reality, however, the atmosphere at every point on Earth is equally unaffected by this alleged force, as it has never been measured or calculated and proven non-existent by the ability of airplanes to fly unabated in any direction without experiencing any such atmospheric changes. 158. If gravity magically dragged the atmosphere along with the spinning ball Earth, that would mean the higher the altitude, the faster the spinning atmosphere would have to be turning around the center of rotation. In reality, however, if this were happening, then rain and fireworks would behave entirely differently as they fell down through progressively slower and slower spinning atmosphere. Hot air balloons would also be forced steadily faster eastwards as they ascended through the ever-increasing atmospheric speeds. 159. If there were progressively faster and faster spinning atmosphere the higher the altitude, that would mean it would have to abruptly end at some key altitude where the fastest layer of gravitized spinning atmosphere meets the supposed non-gravitized, non-spinning non-atmosphere of infinite vacuum space. NASA has never even mentioned what altitude this impossible feat allegedly happens, but it is easily philosophically refuted by the simple fact that vacuums cannot exist connected to non-vacuums while maintaining the properties of a vacuum. Not to mention the effect such a transition would have on a rocket spaceship would be disastrous. 160. It is impossible for rockets or any type of jet propulsion engines to work in the alleged non-atmosphere of vacuum space, because without air or atmosphere to push against, there is nothing to propel the vehicle forwards. Instead, the rockets and shuttles would be sent spinning around their own axis uncontrollably in all directions like a gyroscope. it would be impossible to fly to the moon or go in any direction whatsoever, especially if gravity were real and constantly sucking you towards the closest, densest body. 161. If Earth were really a ball, there would be no reason to use rockets for flying into outer space anyway, because simply flying an airplane straight at any altitude for long enough should and would send you off into outer space. To prevent their airplanes from flying tangent to the ball Earth, pilots would have to constantly course-correct downwards, or else within just a few hours, the average commercial airliner traveling 500 miles per hour would find themselves lost in outer space. The fact that this never happens, artificial horizons remain level at pilots' desired altitudes and do not require constant downward adjustments, proves the Earth is not a ball. 162. All NASA and other space agencies' rocket launches never go straight up. Every rocket forms a parabolic curve, peaks out, and inevitably starts falling back to Earth. The rockets which are declared successful are those few which don't explode or start falling too soon, but make it out of range of spectator view before crashing down into restricted waters and recovered. There is no magic altitude where rockets or anything else can simply go up, 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 and then suddenly just start free-floating in space. This is all a science fiction illusion created by wires, green screens, dark pools, some permed hair, and zero-G planes. 163. NASA and other space agencies have been caught time and again with air bubbles forming and floating off in their official outer space footage. Astronauts have also been caught using scuba space gear, kicking their legs to move, and astronaut Luca Parmitano even almost drowned when water started filling up his helmet while allegedly on a spacewalk. It is admitted that astronauts train for their spacewalks in underwater training facilities like NASA's Neutral Buoyancy Lab, but what is obvious from their space bubbles and other blunders is that all official spacewalk footage is also fake and filmed underwater. 164. Analysis of many interior videos from the International Space Station have shown the use of camera tricks such as green screens, harnesses, and even wildly permed hair to achieve a zero-gravity type effect. Footage of the astronauts seemingly floating in the zero gravity of their space station is indistinguishable from Vomit Comet zero-G airplane footage. By flying parabolic maneuvers, this zero-G floating effect can be achieved over and over again, then edited together. For longer uncut shots, NASA has been caught using simple wires and green screen technology. 165. NASA claims one can observe the International Space Station pass by overhead, proving its existence. Yet analysis of the ISS seen through zoom cameras proves it to be some type of hologram or drone, not a physical floating space base. As you can see in my documentary ISS Hoax, when zooming in and out, the ISS dramatically and impossibly changes shape and color, displaying a prismatic rainbow effect until coming into focus, much like an old television turning on and off. 166. The geostationary communications satellite was first created by Freemason science fiction writer Arthur C. Clarke and supposedly became science fact just a decade later. Before this, radio, television, and navigation systems like LORAN and Decca were already well established and worked fine using only ground-based technologies. Nowadays, huge fiber-optic cables connect the internet across oceans, gigantic cell towers triangulate GPS signals, and ionospheric propagation allows radio waves to be bounced all without the aid of the science fiction bestseller known as satellites. 167. Satellites are allegedly floating around in the thermosphere, where temperatures are claimed to be upwards of 4,530 degrees Fahrenheit. The metals used in satellites, however, such as aluminum, gold, and titanium, have melting points of 1,221, 1,948, and 3,034 degrees respectively, all far lower than they could possibly handle. 168. So-called satellite phones have been found to have reception problems in countries like Kazakhstan with very few cell phone towers. If the Earth were a ball with 20,000 plus satellites surrounding, such blackouts should not regularly occur in any rural countryside areas. 169. So-called satellite TV dishes are almost always positioned at a 45-degree angle towards the nearest ground-based repeater tower. If TV antenna were actually picking up signals from satellites 100 plus miles away in space, most TV dishes should be pointing more or less straight up to the sky. The fact that satellite dishes are never pointing straight up and almost always positioned at a 45-degree angle proves they are picking up ground-based tower signals and not outer space satellites. 170. People even claim to see satellites with their naked eyes, but this is ridiculous considering they are smaller than a bus and allegedly 100+ miles away. It is impossible to see anything so small that far away. Even using telescopes, no one claims to discern the shape of satellites, but rather describes seeing passing moving lights, which could easily be any number of things, from airplanes to drones to shooting stars or other unidentified flying objects. 171. NASA claims there are upwards of 20,000 satellites floating around Earth's upper atmosphere, sending us radio, television, GPS, and taking pictures of the planet. All these supposed satellite pictures, however, are admittedly composite images edited in Photoshop. They claim to receive ribbons of imagery from satellites, which must then be spliced together to create composite images of the Earth, all of which are clearly CGI and not photographs. If Earth were truly a ball, with 20,000 satellites orbiting, it would be a simple matter to mount a camera and take some real photographs. The fact that no real satellite photographs of the supposed ball Earth exist in favor of NASA's ribbons of composite CG imagery is further proof that we are not being told the truth. 172. If you pick any cloud in the sky and watch for several minutes, two things will happen. The clouds will move and they will morph, gradually changing shape. In official NASA footage of the spinning ball Earth, such as the Galileo time-lapse video, however, clouds are constantly shown for 24+ hours at a time and not moving or morphing whatsoever. This is completely impossible, further proof that NASA produces fake CGI videos and further evidence that Earth is not a spinning ball. 173. NASA has several alleged photographs of the ball Earth which show several exact duplicate cloud patterns. The likelihood of having 2 or 3 clouds of the exact same shape in the same picture is as likely as finding 2 or 3 people with the exact same fingerprints. In fact, it is a solid proof that the clouds were copied and pasted in a computer program and that such pictures showing a ball-shaped Earth are fakes. 174. NASA graphics artists have placed things like faces, dragons, and even the word sex into cloud patterns over their various ball Earth pictures. Their recent 2015 Pluto pictures even clearly have a picture of Disney's Pluto the dog layered into the background. Such blatant fraud goes unnoticed by the hypnotized masses, but provides further proof of the illegitimacy of NASA and their spinning ball planet mythos. 175. Professional photo analysts have dissected several NASA images of the ball Earth and found undeniable proof of computer editing. For example, images of the Earth allegedly taken from the Moon have proven to be copied and pasted in, as evidenced by rectangular cuts found in the black background around the Earth by adjusting brightness and contrast levels. If they were truly on the Moon and Earth was truly a ball, there would be no need to fake such pictures. 176. When NASA's images of the ball Earth are compared with one another, the coloration of the land and oceans and relative size of the continents are consistently so drastically different from one another as to prove beyond any reasonable doubt that the pictures are all fake. 177. In the documentary A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon, we can watch official leaked NASA footage showing Apollo 11 astronauts Buzz Aldrin, Neil Armstrong, and Michael Collins for almost an hour using transparencies and camera tricks to fake shots of a round Earth. They communicate over audio with control in Houston about how to accurately stage the shot, and someone keeps prompting them on how to effectively manipulate the camera to achieve the desired effect. First, they blacked out all the windows except for a downward-facing circular one, which they aimed the camera towards from several feet away. This created the illusion of a ball-shaped Earth surrounded by the blackness of space, when in fact it was simply a round window in their dark cabin. Neil Armstrong claimed at this point to be 130,000 miles from the Earth, halfway to the Moon. But when camera tricks were finished, the viewer could see for themselves the astronauts were not more than a couple dozen miles above the Earth's surface, likely flying in a high-altitude plane.
Can I get the number 2 meal,
People claim
please?
Google Earth somehow proves the ball model without realizing that Google Earth is simply a composite program of images taken from high-altitude planes and street-level car
and then
cameras, superimposed onto a
and a
CGI
burrito,
model of a
bean and
ball
cheese
Earth.
burrito with
The same
red
could just
sauce.
as easily be molded onto a
That's
square
it.
Earth or any other
79.
shape, and therefore cannot be used as proof of Earth's rotundity. 179. If the Earth were constantly spinning eastward 1,000 miles per hour, then airplane flight durations going eastward versus westwards should be significantly different. If the
drive-through? Drop me some tacos while you're there.
average commercial airliner travels 500 miles per hour, it follows that westbound equatorial flights should reach their destination at approximately thrice the speed as their eastbound return flights. In reality, however, the differences in east and westbound flight durations usually amount to a matter of minutes, and nothing near what would occur on a 1,000-mile-per-hour spinning ball Earth. 180. The spinning ball model dictates that the Earth and atmosphere would be moving together at approximately 500 miles per hour at the mid-latitudes where LA to New York City flights take place. The average commercial airliner traveling 500 miles per hour takes 5.5 hours traveling east with the alleged rotation of the Earth, so the return flight west should take only 2.75 hours. But in fact, we find that the average New York to LA flight takes 6 hours, a flight time totally inconsistent with the spinning ball model. 181. Flights eastwards with the alleged spin of the ball Earth from Tokyo to LA take an average of 10.5 hours. Therefore, the return flights westwards against the alleged spin should take an average of 5.25 hours, but in actual fact take an average of 11.5 hours, another flight time totally inconsistent with the spinning ball model. 182. Flights eastward with the alleged spin of the ball Earth from New York to London take an average of 7 hours. Therefore, the return flights westwards against the alleged spin should take an average of 3.5 hours, but in actual fact take an average of 7.5 hours, a flight time totally inconsistent with the spinning ball model. 183. Flights eastward from Chicago to Boston with the alleged spin of the ball Earth take an average of 2.25 hours. Therefore, the return flights westwards against the alleged spin should take an average of just over an hour, but in actual fact take an average of 2.75 hours. Once again, completely inconsistent with the spinning ball model. 184. Flights eastward from Paris to Rome with the alleged spin of the ball Earth take an average of 2 hours. Therefore, the return flights westward against the alleged spin should take an average of 1 hour, but in actual fact have an average flight duration of 2 hours and 10 minutes, a flight time totally inconsistent with the spinning ball model. 185. We are told that the Earth and atmosphere spin together at such a perfect uniform velocity that no one in history has ever seen, heard, felt, or measured the supposed 1,000-mile-per-hour movement. This is then often compared to traveling in a car at uniform velocity, where we only feel the movement during acceleration or deceleration. In reality, however, even with eyes closed, windows up, over smooth tar in a luxury car at a mere uniform 50 miles per hour, the movement absolutely can be felt. At 20 times this speed, Earth's imaginary 1,000-mile-per-hour spin would most certainly be noticeable, felt, seen, and heard by all. 186. People sensitive to motion sickness feel distinct unease and physical discomfort from motion as slight as an elevator or train ride. This means that the 1,000-mile-per-hour alleged uniform spin of the Earth has no effect on such people, but add an extra 50 miles per hour uniform velocity of a car and their stomach starts turning knots. The idea that motion sickness is nowhere apparent in anyone at 1,000 miles per hour, but suddenly comes about at 1,050 miles per hour, is ridiculous and proves the Earth is not in motion whatsoever. 187. The second law of thermodynamics, otherwise known as the law of entropy, along with the fundamental principles of friction and resistance, determine the impossibility of Earth being a uniformly spinning ball. Over time, the spinning ball Earth would experience measurable amounts of drag, constantly slowing the spin and lengthening the amount of hours per day. As not the slightest such change has ever been observed in all of recorded history, it is absurd to assume the Earth has ever moved an inch. 188. Over the years, NASA has twice changed their story regarding the shape of the Earth. At first, they maintained Earth was a
chat with you again. There is a liar softly creeping, told us lies while we were sleeping, and the model that was planted in our brains still remains within the pseudoscience. In fantasy we walked alone, spinning water on a globe, until I measured that it wasn't that. I turned my camera to the long and flat, when my eyes were stabbed by the path of a line of sight. It split the flag and touched the suicide. And in the infrared I saw 200 miles and maybe more, the horizon without curving, walking level without spinning, people breathing air that dinos never share. No one cared to serve the suicide. Fool, said I, you do not know. Science like a cancer grows. Hear these facts that I might teach you. Take these words that I might reach you. But no curve is where all of this will fail. They couldn't tell, but echo the pseudoscience. And the people bowed and prayed to the model they had made, and the numbers gave their warning of the plane that it was forming. And the sign said the words of the prophets are written on the Discord wall, an encrypted call to destroy the pseudoscience.
10 people, so
No, I can't scroll down to hit the button.
yeah,
That's
APOC
crazy.
has like a
No, I can't scroll down.
happens today.
True.
See, it's a good way. It's a good reason why to have many other speaking platforms.
Right.
Do we have any globe believers in here?
Let's see. I think Ruham is one.
Yeah, he just dropped out. Hopefully he's resetting though.
Yeah. I think that might be Baltimore, but he'll come in here and churn up some content.
He sent a request, but when I accepted it, it just said error accepting request, and then it just dropped him the listener. Like didn't even keep him on the request list.
So the thing about X, what you got to do is like you got to kind of boost the algorithm by like hitting the little heart button underneath and I'll put it in the nest. Let's see real quick. Just throw a little heart underneath that specific space, and once you do that, share it with everybody. Go to like all places and wherever Discord or Facebook or wherever it is, just drop that everywhere so that we can get some more people to come on in.
Right.
Yeah, so just repost it everywhere.
Great. I clicked on your thing, and now I'm not in that chat anymore.
You will be though.
All right, let me.
Oh, I see it. There it is.
All right, I think I'll drop you co-host Radwan. See if you receive it. Let me know if you got it.
Hold on.
Mr. Xavier in the building. What's going on, brother? I sent you a
What's up?
mic too.
We got we got a few people coming in.
I figured I would use my spaceman picture that make it user friendly for these guys.
They're gonna think that they got one on their team. They're gonna be like, "Oh man, that guy's on our side."
Oh man. Everybody, I sent Mike. If you couldn't get it or something happened, I don't know, something's going wrong. But you just request, and I'll do it that way. I'll try that way too. Except get vaccinated.
We got James Gipso in the house too.
Mm-hmm.
A few people up in here. Subdued, and I think maybe you can, Subdued. I think you can change your name, like just the one that everybody sees. I think your @ name will probably stay the same, but the name that everybody sees, you can change it. In case you wanted to do that. Either way, welcome. 24/7 Flat Earth on X. We do it big, we do it live, and whatever happens today stays into space. We're being recorded too, so it gets recorded so that other listeners can come back and listen to any interactions that we have here. So appreciate everybody reposting the space and everywhere that we can. And yeah, we'll just have the interactions as we do on Discord over here. So
It's like ADD or something that Get Vaccinated has, for somebody to click on the button and just keep hitting thumbs down. mental issues.
all right, I shot you co-host Radwin, so you might see a thing pop up where it says you want to be a co-host. So I don't know if you see it. And the thing about co-host too, if I have to mute the space, if it gets kind of spicy in here, then the co-hosts don't get muted, except for only just the listeners and the speakers. So everybody else. We got Chabi in the house. What's up, Chabi?
Request is accepted. Add a speaker. Feel free to speak when you can. You have the floor. Yeah, go ahead, bro. Oh. Can Chabi not hear me? Or
Yeah, Chabi, did you hear APOC? Yeah, go ahead and speak, man.
Says he's a listener.
No, it says speaker on mine.
Well,
there you go.
Oh God, guys, I made it.
Welcome.
There's more than 3 people here.
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah, right now we have 14. We'll get there.
dude, I'm tired of spaces with only 2 people.
No, we don't do that here. But anyway, so how did you come about this topic, or were you coming from another space?
Looking at my
Shabby?
face. Let me see. I was dude, I can't even formulate an idea right now.
Sounds a bit troublesome.
Wow.
I'm just communicating with you.
It sounds like a rough time.
We'll be all right,
So,
dude.
so Chabby, we're asking new people that come into here. I mean, do you think the Earth's a globe, bro? Is that what you?
Dude.
Did you say it's a globe?
Oh, fuck! It's beautiful.
It's beautiful. Yeah, no doubt, man. The globe or the Earth? Because
this rock.
This rock. All right, so I mean, yeah. All right. So if you think the Earth's a globe, man, has there any way the Earth been demonstrated to you being a globe? Like if somebody asked you, can you tell me how the Earth is a globe? Like, what would you tell them on the street?
I would ask them, "Is it good?"
Is it good? That's a quick response, but still, it wouldn't lead them to understand that you have any knowledge that it is a globe. You know what I mean? You have to get a little bit more deeper than that. Like, how could you tell them that it is a globe? That everybody thinks it is?
Merkaba.
Okay.
All right.
I see X kicking out the best intellects on the internet. You know, they
They're just crushing it.
All right.
Well, it's just one jump up above Discord, isn't it?
No, it's a jump down. It's not a jump up. It's a jump down. It's like a fireman's pole down.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Have a sideboard.
There's some weirdos up in Discord, man. There's a couple of people who want to talk about everything but flat Earth. EGI, freaking Mandela effect.
Yeah. But check it out, Xavier. I know Chabby's gonna not let us down. You know, it sounded like he was at the beginning, but I think he's gonna get his second win, and he's gonna come in there with some globe evidence.
Shabby might be high. We'll see.
Is he high?
Radio.
Oh shit!
The best of the best right here, man. Cream of the crop.
So I can't hear Jedi when he comes off mute. I wonder, do you know Jedi that I can't hear you, or are you
No,
talking?
no, I wasn't talking at all.
Never mind, you're good. I'm just making sure.
Yo, who is in their space pod?
Space pod.
This is awesome. Are you in a space bar?
Nah, I'm on Earth today.
All right, cool.
Just
chilling.
daily in the Earth.
Do you believe in space?
I think it's hard to get him to string a couple sentences along. APOC.
Right now, yeah, it's a little.
Yeah. But you know the title of the space is "Laugh Out Loud." You think the Earth is a globe? I mean, it's there, right? The title's there. Ah, right. Exactly. We've been throwing out this challenge for everybody that comes in here to see what they actually think. So, if you do think the Earth is a globe, then come up here and let us know how it is.
Feed us that evidence we've been looking for.
Or at least try to convince Jedi if you think it's a globe. Or Flatsy. Try to convince Flatsy. No, you know what? Convince Flatsy.
Time.
Damn. That's deep.
Well, I'm gonna Glober in here, apparently. You can tell by my profile picture.
Yeah, don't mind Rad when he's a Glober.
He's the Glober warden.
Yeah, he's the warden of the Globers.
I've
got
thrown a
Fool-
couple mics to James, Grisp, Fool. Feel free if you guys want to come up and talk Jazz and Into the Break I sent you earlier. If you guys want to join the chat, please feel free. If it doesn't work for whatever reason, if it's glitching, just request and I'll bring you up that way. We had to do it earlier that way with Shabby.
Dude, I'm sorry. This distillate vape has got me so.
All right.
He needs to lay off the fucking ketamine.
What'd you say?
He needs to lay off the ketamine. This guy.
What's ketamine, mate?
It's a horse tranquilizer. It makes people sound stupid.
Am I?
Yeah.
I don't think you could pull off the accent if you tried, brother.
Just follow us around at this point.
My fucking alien, kid.
So I was going to ask you, if you guys have you guys done any consider doing formal debates like on Modern Day Debate or Jeranism show from 24/7?
Nah, well, I don't like those forums for certain reasons. I can outline them, but I don't know if anybody else wants to chime in. I don't want to take up too much of our time.
We have enough debating going on across 3 servers right now.
Just as far as another platform, they usually have a lot of numbers. So if you're ever looking for a
Modern
numbers
Day
game,
Debate, that dude, whatever his name is, he's not a very good moderator when it comes to flat Earth moderating.
oh yeah, he sucks. But I figured we're used to that, being talked over. Like we got somebody drunk or high right now, but we're used to being talked over and having unfair moderation. Even with that, the flatters usually do better than the Globers. But as a form of getting your name out there, just to say, hey, join us 24/7 on Discord and Twitter, that would be worth it in itself to go through that shitty moderation.
Yeah, somebody could consider it, but I think we have a kind of a different plan moving forward.
Alpha, I could debate you on Modern Day Debate, and you could smoke me, and then really make Globers look bad.
Yeah, we'll do one of those debates that they do, right? We'll set it up.
One Piece, bro.
And they bring
Damn,
yeah.
Luffy. Where's Luffy, bro?
All right. He's going to have to sit down. Just
Yeah, we
listen
have to
for
sit
a bit.
him down for a little bit.
Yeah, do that.
We can do that because they've done that this whole time. They'll get some unknown flat earther, and they'll say we're gonna have a debate with flat Earth, and then of course the flat earther, can't really know. He doesn't know really much, but they want to have this mock debate, and then they smoke that guy because they're not even talking about anything that's about the surface of the Earth having any curvature. They just go off of like, do rockets really go up into the atmosphere, come back down again, and like. When Red's rhetoric was in here the other day, that's what they do. Exactly what Reds was doing. Or Soundly, or any of the other guys. McToon, those guys. They don't ever answer the questions.
It's funny, if you do decide to do that, like being a pretend Glober, you probably would steel man their argument better than they can. So it'll probably make the Glober look better than he otherwise would be.
That's true.
I'll be honest, man. I think we would probably do better for Globe Earth than they could because we know their arguments and what they appeal to. It's about just being biased, begging the question. There's a few fallacies that they implore that just like they do it ad infinitum. So they want to say things like, well, the Earth is spinning on its axis because of Foucault's pendulum. So we see Foucault's pendulum, precessing. Therefore, the Earth is spinning on its axis. And so that's good enough for them. And we're like, dude, you obviously that's not true. But all right, Andy, go ahead if you want to speak.
Oh man, it's it might be get vaccinated sock account, bro.
You think so? Yeah.
Might be. He might have went and created it just for that.
Let me see.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
look
it
into
is 0 followers, 1 following. Yeah, it's him.
He joined
Yeah.
September. Oh, bro.
Andy Bullocks. That's him.
Oh man. he, he literally had to go get us a soccer account. No worries. Now we got okay. Well, now we know.
Oh yeah, I was muted there for a second.
Yeah, we
'cause
mute that.
you're not on the co-host.
Yeah, you didn't. I drop you co-host Redwin, but I don't know if you.
Popped up on my screen.
I'll do it again. See what happens.
Andy. You had your chance, man. You blew it. Just want to do an alarm.
That time.
There you go. Yeah, now when he mutes it, like only we could talk.
Yeah, plus you can give someone else the ability to speak as well, Redwin.
Yeah, or mute their mic or remove them from speakers. M2M.
M2M. My buddy's here.
Ah, is that your buddy? Look, you guys have matching avatars. Maybe
man.
we got some globe evidence coming in from 2 astronauts, no doubt.
Sadie Hawkins dance over here.
Globers in here now.
Yeah, you're coming in full force.
M2M, I sent you a mic if you'd like to talk. Maybe we could talk a little about the spacewalk today for you. Maybe you can use that as proof that the shape of the Earth. We'll talk about it.
Yeah, the Earth's a geometric shape because of a spacewalk. I mean, evidence is right there, staring you in the face.
Oh, by the way, I know we can see stars from trillions of miles away, but apparently we can't see planes and boats that are only like 250,000 miles or whatever it is. or 50 miles. How high is the ISS?
Good Lord, 250,000 miles?
Yeah, well, I'm sorry. How high is this? Was the
ISS 255 miles above the
That's
Earth's
how high.
surface.
Yeah, I said 1,000.
I was gonna say 250,000, man. That's the moon. They're on the moon right there.
Yeah, that was too far.
Well, their excuse is space has no atmosphere, so the light is free to travel light years without any issues, just like anywhere else in the cosmos, except our atmosphere can have light travel infinitely. I know it's BS, but that's their excuse that they
Yeah,
speak to me.
so you know how when they show the ISS at night going over the dark side of the planet in their paradigm, you always see all the city lights, right? They light up. But interestingly enough, on this spacewalk, when they were going over New Zealand, I guess they had a major power outage. There was no boats from the city. There's no lights from the city, no lights from any boats, no lights from any planes or helicopters or drones. It was just black. Now, you can be like, oh, well, they're over the ocean. Yeah, but New Zealand was the first part that was of the darkness. When they cut to the camera, they're like, oh, he's just over New Zealand. And then you look at the screen and like, well, nothing below him, that's for sure. And yeah, no boats in the middle of the ocean. Okay, got it. Such a gimmick. I don't know how they buy it. I don't know what they miss. Why they can't see it. It's very interesting though.
Hey, welcome.
I was hoping M2M could explain why there's no lights during the spacewalk.
All right, we got M2M in the house. Is he a part of 24/7? I'm pretty sure I've seen M2M before. A shout out to the new listeners. Welcome, guys. 24/7 Flat Earth. The title is Laugh Out Loud. Do you think the Earth is a globe? So if you do, open up your mic and let's have a conversation about it. But I think you won't be able to provide any evidence, so that's what I'm saying. If you have any evidence, come on up.
Any glober that needs help, I'm here for you. I'm also a glober, so I can. You get stuck, I'll get you out of it. Don't worry.
He's the resident, counselor. So he'll be here in case you need a helping hand. So
You can tell by my profile picture, I'm a glow believer. So that's just how it is.
any good arguments lately, guys? Let's see who else we've had a discussion with today.
You'd have to redefine good argument for anybody to speak now, man. They're never good arguments.
We had the guys earlier. Rick 2.0 said that there's evidence that the Earth is a globe. We are just denying it. We're just denying it. We don't like. And then, of course, he says, "Well, you're saying that the Earth is flat, so the whole entire Earth is flat. Is that what you're saying?" They're putting words in our mouths. So there's a lot of things that they do. These like tactics, these gimmicks, if you will.
I got dropped and I started talking about that. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't talk about it.
No, go ahead. I just gave you co-host again.
Well, I don't know what the last thing you guys heard me say. It just
Go ahead, because I didn't hear you say much. You got dropped out.
X just kicked me out, bro.
It's like that,
No,
huh?
so what I was saying was, did anybody see how when he was going over New Zealand there was no lights, right? You guys heard all that, right?
I wasn't even paying
Oh,
attention to that.
Yeah, I heard
oh,
you say that.
okay. And then
But
I went on to say
the last
how,
thing the last thing we heard is that we don't see the same lights going over New Zealand during the spacewalks.
yeah, yeah, you don't see any lights and over in the cities, or the towns, or in boats, or in planes. No helicopters, no drones, no lights. Like all of a sudden, you can't see light, and that's kind of weird because back in the day when they showed the ISS, you could always see lights down below them. Of course, that's when they're showing that beautiful green little, sphere, whatever layer, and you see lightning strikes and stuff. Really good graphics, if you ask me. But it's just interesting that this spacewalk there was no lights, and I did a video. I don't know if anybody saw that on my page. I posted it, and it's in regards to that because if you look at old NASA walks, like the old ones, like they showed stars in the back, and I have the video to prove it. And then if you fast forward, and then all of a sudden they stopped using stars, and then but there's also like high altitude balloons that go up, and then this is why they go, oh, because you can't see the stars from space because the cameras, they have that deep field and all this bullshit. But you have high altitude balloons that go up and record at night, and you can see the stars. So I'm just saying, bro, like they're lying. Like clearly they're lying. They're covering it up. But I did a cool little fun video. Check
Hey,
it out.
Pac, do me a favor. Can you drop that video in the nest?
Yeah, sure.
Jumbotron, so people can see what you're talking about. Because they were
Yeah.
showing something, a video on Discord. Somebody was putting a small snippet of. It looked like some type of like rocket engine that was like bursting flames or something. I don't know. It was something weird.
Were you able to get familiar land masses, any shapes of land masses, so you can show it's definitely over land?
Did it drop in there?
Nah. Well, hold on. Yeah, go ahead, Apop.
No, I was saying, did it drop in the nest? Oh yeah, there. No wait. Yeah, there it is. So if you click on there, and it'll open up the TikTok, and and just watch the video. Like it shows video evidence, man. All their spacewalks, all their
Hello. Hold on. Just raise your hand if you want to speak, and I'll drop you a mic. You do that. I got my co-host.
That's like having, you know, like
that Earth was like a
Really?
closed system. The Earth is a container or a closed system that nothing can get. What is that? Oh,
So, yeah, if you
nothing.
look at
Nothing can get in or out. Excuse me. That
right,
we're in a closed environmental realm of some nature. They don't know what, and that there's other
Hmm.
land outside of here. That the Earth is way bigger than we thought. And he also said something weird. He said the Earth was both flat and hollow. He said a lot of flat earthers miss that.
Well, there's caves all over the place. They run all the way. There's probably caves and tunnels that they've been using forever that go to Europe from the United States,
Yeah.
all
What's
that.
that? What's that cave over there in South America? Do you guys know that one? The famous one where
I know the one you're meaning. I don't know what it's called.
um
It's
yeah,
in
it's big
Brazil.
enough to fit like the Empire State Building, like in it, like the height.
what
Well,
country?
like
Dude.
I think Brazil. I don't remember.
Yeah. That's where, but not exact. I mean, Brazil, but
Sao Paulo? No, I'm
Oh,
guessing.
oh,
no.
is it like a big habitat for bats, right?
Fuck, dude. I wish I knew. I would tell you. But yeah, I think it's massive.
But
So
I don't know. I mean, I
people
don't
base
know.
jump off of that thing.
I don't know anything really. But it's just like the questions always rise up when I say that by everybody. Like, what about volcanoes and earthquakes? And what about lava? And what about magma? And what about this? And I'm like, I don't know. It's just big, like way big, like larger than we could think.
Want to hear a crazy conspiracy regarding those cave systems? I think uh, I think it's quite possible that those cave systems they came about because basically they were possibly giants, and like those caves are really the blood vessels that got drained.
Possibly blood vessels. No, I mean the possibility of that about giants, not about the blood. I don't know about that.
I mean, the whole world is littered with giants. If you just look all over, it's astounding. Like humongous. Like just look at Morocco, man. That's a fucking huge giant dragon.
What about the giant alligator between what is it, Antarctica and Brazil? Right in the water, you can see it.
Oh, okay, yeah, in the water. Now you just reminded me. Yeah, that's another one.
It's got the 5 islands on the snout where they breathe, where it's sticking its
Yeah.
nose up, breathing.
I'm gonna follow you guys. You guys know what's up.
Yeah, we got a shark in the room though. His name's Jedi.
Oh,
He's waiting for the globe chum to come in here.
well, at least he's practicing the force. That's cool.
Yeah. And Flatsy Klein wants to feed her wolf pups some food. So if we get a glober in here, there'll be some kibble for wolf pups.
Yes, thanks.
Yeah, I still I have this friend. I have a couple friends that are, you know, they know that I became a flirt years ago, and they're still space nerds. You know, they still aren't convinced.
Ask your space nerds about that spacewalk today and how motorcycle costumes protect you from the vacuum of space.
Well, like that quote from Albert Pike, I think if you check on Fact Republic, I don't know if it's an exact quote or a factual quote, but I think Albert Pike said that when the people require a hero, we shall provide one for them. That's basically what I see as Elon Musk or Trump or any of these others. like these heroes that they provide to set the stage for us. Like he keeps saying, my friend was saying, "Oh, like he's all we got. He's all we got right now. He's the best we got. He's all the help we have."
That dude is as broke as a joke. He's just funded by somebody else.
But they can't see, you know. It's like they're blind. They got blinders. They can't see. You try to point stuff out to them, and they just like willfully ignorant. I don't know, cognitive dissonance or what else to call it. You know.
And he's full on supporting the Jewish community. Like he's like, we don't want you in our country if you
Oh, you mean he's
you're
with the?
anti-Semitic.
Yeah, he's with the cabal.
Oh, of course he is.
Who's that? Whispers. What was that?
APOC and Radwin, don't forget, Andu Bulo is trying to change his name so he can come back up here to speak so he can play his little sound clip that he does.
I'm paying attention.
Just be careful. Read the @name. You'll know it's him.
You know how I am about modding chat rooms.
Yeah.
I want to talk some more, but my battery's dying, and it's like 1:14 a.m. in the morning right now.
For sure, man.
I gotta dip out, but I just jumped on and saw this, and then I had to do some stuff, and it's like every time I want to chat or jump on with somebody, something happens. I get interrupted or something happens.
Hey, Thomas, before you leave, man, retweet the space so we can see if we can get some more people in here, man. You do us a solid.
Retweet. Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah, repost. Appreciate you, sir.
Okay.
Also, add Elon in that retweet.
Yeah, add him to it.
Every time anybody retweets, please add Elon Musk.
Okay. Vodka, take care and see you guys all. Have a good morning or night or wherever you're at.
See you, bro.
Thanks for the good talk. Catch you later.
Peace out, brother. Yeah, when you guys were talking about the firmament, it reminded me of the 1960s encyclopedia talking about how there was a 13,000 foot wall or barrier in Antarctica.
It was around, let's see, 80 some degrees where they measured that.
Right. Yeah. I mean, you're right on that. Mm-hmm.
So that means whatever they sent up stopped at that many feet. So they probably sent a balloon up, took the reading. That's what they got. Probably sent it up with rope, something, helium, so they could pull it back down. And they just had a little gauge that said, what was there, like an altimeter with a needle that would stay. So when it reaches that point and comes down, it'll show you the mark where it was the highest. It's the only way they could do it.
It gets really interesting when you go high up there. How oxygen turns into like water, sort of. And how it gains electrical properties. Oh man, there's a video describing what I'm saying. See if I can find it. So how long have you guys been doing this? These 24-hour space?
Well, we're mainly just 24/7 flat Earth from Discord. So the Discord chat has it's got 2 bots in there for Rumble and YouTube, and that's going like live 24/7. So people that jump in and out of our Discord, like it doesn't matter like what time frame you come in, it's always being recorded. So it's being saved to YouTube, and it's being archived, and it's also being streamed on Rumble. So we got the name as a brand and brought it over here to X. So we're just bringing the brand over here.
Sounds good, man. Yeah, just spread awareness.
We're the biggest channel on on Discord politics server, the largest politics server there is. We're the #1 room on that server.
Wow, congrats.
Yep. We've been holding that position for some time. I think we got knocked back one because we have less activity there. We're just like trying to funnel some more of that traffic over to our main server, which is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Well, also you got to realize there's an election coming up, so now people are searching the internet for Discord politics or whatever, and they're coming to there. So that room itself is going to get more traffic right now. But when they see the Flat Earth room and they pop in, that's when you see the actual spirals begin, especially when we catch new ones.
Yeah, we've been actually having debates and arguments for quite some time. I've been doing this for like close to 10 years. I'm always telling people that. So I think it's interesting because I've had thousands of conversations with like so many people, guys, you wouldn't even know. Just so many. And we've had the Flat Earth Arena, which is a different debate style, moderated. So we've did a lot of things in our time. We've debated all the guys who are anti-Flat Earth types, the main ones that you guys hear about, like McToon and Fight the Flat Earth. Some of those guys, we've already, like 24/7 has dispatched them. We've already handled them. So Dogs Are Gods is another one. Like there's quite a few of those guys.
Ruhif, got
yeah.
them all.
The ones that would actually have a debate with us, we've already dispatched them. And some of the guys that you might know have already come from 24/7, like way back in the day. We were all like in the same group together. Like Witsit was a part of our group. He still is, but he's like not active in that server.
Putting out TikTok videos and shit.
Yeah, Wizard just had an interview with Stu Peters, which was pretty awesome. Stu Peters is away on a lot of conspiracies, including the JQ.
That's I didn't know that. That sounds interesting. I'll check it out.
Yeah, he's making moves, man. I remember he wasn't active at least 2 years ago. He had less than 10K followers. He's up to like 20K right now in 1 year of being active. Not even, because he's on and off. He's busy traveling and stuff. I think he might do the Antarctic test, the observation, if I'm not mistaken.
There ain't nobody going there.
You think he might pull out the last minute on some scan playing chicken? It might be a possibility.
That pastor who, let's see, I even commented on this video, came up in one of my feeds. I said, "Oh, aren't you the guy who has 4 indictments and against you for fraud?" And I'm gonna guess that you're gonna cancel and just keep the money, and you're gonna come up with a reason for it. So I didn't even get a reply from that.
I thought he was coughing up the money. Wasn't he paying the bills, or is he getting funded from somebody? I know Flat Earthers aren't paying.
He ain't paying for people to go anywhere. It's just a scam.
What was that guy's name again? The one that's attempting to fund that?
I can't remember. He actually came
Duffy,
up in my feed,
William
though.
Duffy.
Is it William Duffy?
Sounds right.
Isn't he making content against Flat Earth currently? Or that's not him? No, I'm thinking of the other guy, the camera guy. Is that William Duffy? That's not him. Who's that new?
Nah, this guy seemed to pop out of nowhere. He just, out of nowhere. Like you said, he was a fraud in the financial industries, and now he's a flat earther. I wonder if Dave made a good point. He has an interesting theory. He says perhaps his way of not getting in jail and staying out of jail was to do some co-ops for the government. And what would be a better funder than the government, who would pay 3 flat earthers to go, and I don't know how many globe earthers. So we know it's big bucks. backing him. Might not be the government. Why not?
So the pastor that died and left him to inherit the church that he pastors, that guy ran the Christian forum that QE used to be in and got kicked out because he started mentioning flat Earth.
What was the name of that guy?
Interesting.
Lati.
I can't remember. AI put it. AI he put it in there in the chat one day when I was talking about it because I knew that there was some sort of tie between QE and Will Duffy, but from another angle, it's pretty weird.
Yeah, he does dislike flat Earth. That guy.
Someone got the slippery finger and hit mute
Yeah,
everybody.
it was probably APOC.
I am muted everybody.
Was that you, APOC? Got the slippery finger, man?
You know what? I might have accidentally done it. Didn't even realize it. My bad, guys. Yeah, can you guys hear me? I'm glitching out, it seems.
Yeah. I will hear you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, my bad. He keeps sending the request, so then I might have hit mute everyone instead of clicking on the request to see who it was. So my bad.
I could get rid of him just like altogether, but he likes to be in here.
Yeah,
all his laugh,
He's always laughing.
All his smiles with the tears. That's all going in the positive for this channel.
Right.
Is,
algorithm.
Is that person for real though? Is he like a troll, like a fake troll?
No, he's certified. Like he's for real. He dislikes flat Earth. So if you click on his channel, you'll see all about him, like what he's all about.
Man, that person's gonna die in a couple months. Like for real. Like how many boosters you got, bro?
I mean, if this is not a troll, I mean, this is special needs because, I mean, I don't even see the punchline anymore. If you go into space and you're just blaring off the soundboard, maybe the first or two times, but you do that every time. Who's the punchline for at this point? It's just, I don't know, man.
And then he even brought in a sock account and did it.
But I think that's all they have, though. There's nothing really more than just, blaring sounds, and because we on Discord we get sound attack, so that's all we get. Because they don't have rebuttals to any of the questions that we're asking them, so they're just all in their feelings, and that's the only way to let us know they don't like us asking them questions, I guess.
Well, hopefully we'll get King Glober in here, Elon Musk himself, and he'll be able to answer all the questions for
Dude,
us.
if he comes in here, like, I'll get like 1 million followers overnight. People that come in here and just be like, what is going on in here?
Every person speaking will get 1 million followers.
Yep, exactly.
Who's this King Glober guy? Who's that?
Elon Musk.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Elon, yeah, if he ever pops in
You
there.
tell it's real. Nah, he never goes in any. He'll do ones or the main like normie conversations like politics. Obviously, him with Trump. Just he's a weirdo.
Do you know why?
I'm sure you know.
Do you guys know why? What happened with what the reason why he's got like this angst against the media and all them? Like why he took over space? Like he's got an agenda, bro.
Well, he claims his kid is transgender, but aren't you part of that Faustian deal? Once you're up there, don't you? I don't know.
The child passed away.
Wow.
Oh,
No
did
way.
Yeah, no, I'm not kidding. Like that's what this was like he vowed against the woke media. He's like, I'm gonna end them some way.
Damn. So when did that happen?
Yes, I don't.
Well, the kid is still alive. I think he said my son is basically gone. I don't know if he transferred from girl to boy or boy to girl, but I think it was a son.
Yeah,
but I think he says he's basically gone. He mean it metaphorically. I don't think he literally passed away.
That could be because like what I heard was that he was on the medicine to do the transition, and I think the medicine kind of it did him in. Like that's what I heard. That's why the reason why he was like, because they tricked him into believing that the medication was gonna assist in that transition, but then like it ended, like he passed away from all that. So he was like, they made him believe that that was something to do. So I mean, he's just like, he's not even. I don't know what you want to like. He's just gonna like do whatever he could in his own power to like transition everybody to the right, like end the woke media basically. So he bought Twitter and like all this other stuff. Like so it's personal with him. It sounds like. I was thinking, I was like, well, if you really wanted to give him a death blow, let us loose. You know, you know what I mean? Like, give us a platform, dude. Like, all the woke people would be just like overnight, bro. There wouldn't be any fucking.
Be throwing their dresses right in the garbage.
We'd be having the people that like at the the Trump's inauguration, the first one. No, they'd be telling us because they do that anyways. Look at Andy Buyol, whatever his name is. Like that's what he's doing in here, man. Like he's so upset about it. So just saying, bro. Like if you really wanted to, get him with that 1-2, you let us run around.
No, it would destroy his narrative. Like it's what he's built his empire on,
Yeah.
space travel, right? So
Yeah, he's got I don't know how many companies, but I think space is a part of like one of the companies that he's.
No, that SpaceX doesn't make money. That's not what you build your. That's not how he makes money.
but I mean that's the big front though. Like it's the big public um endeavor that he's like trying to
Yeah.
well,
Yeah, NASA didn't want the heat anymore, so they had to find somebody else, and he said, "I'll do
Yeah.
it," and they set him up.
Yeah, I
That's
think
all.
that's what they did, Redwin. I think he's set up. He doesn't know right now that it's all.
He doesn't even have security access in his own
I think he's
company,
played into
so
their hands, to be honest, man, with this whole narrative.
he doesn't have top secret clearance for anything that you would expect, and that's because he smoked pot, and you blow your top security clearance, top secret clearance when you do that. It's in the documents. Amish posted it for us. We can clearly see you cannot have top secret clearance.
That's sad for him.
Hey, Andy, I noticed you have a rainbow shirt on. That's what happens when you get vaccinated more than 100 times. You start thinking you're somebody else.
It didn't what's his face? Biden get like 6 of them or something. There was a video that I seen that they were showing that like after he would get them, like there was just a downgrade every single time. Like he's now, I don't know if it's like directly because of that or just old age, but it didn't help. You know what I mean? Like it didn't help him.
No, he's just old, just Alzheimer's.
That oldness
Those
to him.
guys, none of those guys took any jabs. They knew what was going on. Watching the hand signals on stage from Fauci, putting one hand in his coat. I know what those symbols are.
Yeah. Looking for that globe evidence. Try to put a snazzy title, man, a little clickbaity title, but nobody's in there coming. They don't want to. They see the title maybe, but they're just like, I don't think I can do it, guys. They can't do
I
it.
put a video in the
Why
nest
don't you
for
put
you.
why don't you put in there? We finally busted the flat earthers. We have the globe proof. Watch how many people join.
You get all the Globers, and then of course they see you up here as a co-host. They're like, we got him, ladies and gentlemen, we got him. This,
We got him.
I made a video. I made a video just now earlier, and I posted in the nest, and I tagged you to it. That's why I got dropped out, I guess, because I went to do that video. But it reminded me of that what you said right now.
Yeah, Steven just joined us. What's up, Steven Strange? How's it doing, man? Just chatting it up.
Send him a mic.
Chatting it up, man.
All right, I got to get off now.
All right, man.
See
See
ya.
ya.
All right. We'll see you.
Peace, bro.
At TJ's Revolution. What's
Anybody
up,
like to
brothers?
join the conversation with us up here? Anybody want to bring up something? Please feel free to talk. I've thrown mics to everybody, I'm sure. You want to talk? Besides, get vaccinated. And Andy, sorry. Blew your chances before. We're looking for that globe proof. Have it. Unless we're all just flat earthers here. So let's talk about something.
Yeah, I was popping in and out of the Discord server earlier today. And I think there was yesterday, the day before, we had Eggshells talking about how gyroscopes provide evidence that the Earth is in motion, spinning on its axis. What do you guys think about that argument?
Yeah, I gave him the video from Bob, the one that where he rebuts them the way they misrepresented him in the documentary, and he talks about, you know, the way they deceivingly explained what was going on, but then he explained it correctly. I like that video.
Yeah.
I like to show that one to the. I mean, and you know what's crazy, bro? Here's the funny thing. Eggshells has seen that video before. He knows the answer, but he just does it just to stir the pot.
He does, doesn't he?
You mind
Yeah.
posting that video?
I don't have premium, so I can't. But let me see if I could find the link on YouTube, and then I'll just do the link. But I have it on my phone saved, but it's too long, and they don't. I can't do it.
Yeah, if there's anybody that you know in academia that would like to have a conversation with a flat earther, you can tag them or tell them to come in here. Would love to talk to somebody in academia. Definitely love it. There was a astrophysicist that would come into 24/7. You guys remember him? ITR? And yeah, he was stationed out in Hawaii, one of the observatories, and he would definitely have a conversation with us. But pretty cool guy, pretty chill. I debated him. Must have been some time before that time he would be coming in. He doesn't come in anymore, but he didn't have the answers to the 3 questions that I always give him, which is the 3 questions that I ask every person who thinks the Earth's a globe. The evidence for curvature, axial rotation, and the vacuum of space. So all those questions were not answered by him as an astrophysicist. People rely on these guys to have the answers. You know, some guys say, "I'm not a scientist." You know, so they rely on these guys who, in academia, would be their appeal to these guys. So they don't have the answers that people think that they do. I think that's where a lot of people can maybe misunderstand that those guys are advocating for the position that the Earth is a globe because it's solid evidence that it is. They don't ever say that. They say that this is our best guess. So that's how they say it. They talk that way. Don't take it from me. I mean, just listen to them.
I'm still searching for that video. You know the algorithm. Give me a second.
Yeah, I roasted that dude on his pixel ponderings.
Oh, did he tell you that the Earth is an oblate spheroid by 1 pixel from the blue marble image?
No,
Oh.
he researches exoplanets. That's what he was doing at the observatory.
You know what? I
And
think it was the first time that I had a debate with him. You were there.
yes,
If I could recall, you were there when I was debating him.
yeah, you destroyed him, and then I'd just like to drive that nail in the coffin a little bit more, and it's like I just roasted him. over how many pixels. Like it's like 6 to 9 pixels that they even look at to determine this really intricate exoplanet. You know, millions of light years away. It's
What did he
hilarious.
say? How does he determine it's a planet, like an exoplanet? And do you remember what he said?
Um, I
Uh,
mean, it's just using
Well, he said it's a dimming of the light. So as the light
right.
dims and then it gets bright again, that they know that something passes in front of that. So they understand that something like that is a planet. So according to him, that's how they know. Was kind of silly, actually, if you think about it.
Yeah, it was a while ago. I can't remember exactly what he said,
With
but
pixels, no doubt. I mean, you got that's a stretch of an imagination. Like, my goodness, pixels? Really? Is that all we're doing now?
and the pictures that they show you of exoplanets, when what they actually see is about 9 pixels of nothing.
It's funny. We have Jedi returning back. What's up, Jedi? Welcome back. We
Yeah,
got Luke as a listener. What up, dudes?
I just had to go and get some food from the store, man. That was all.
Nice. Think about doing that too. There's some watermelon in the fridge that's got my name on it. Shout out to those who like cold watermelon. It's absolute fave over here. But if you think that the Earth is a globe, come on up. Because I put laugh out loud. You think the Earth is a globe? I've made an all call before to anybody in academia to come forth, and because we're always broadcasting on 24/7 Discord. So anybody that's listening or maybe want to come in, then we have like Danny Faulkner come in and Matthew Learns and all them guys. But still, they always admit that it's just a belief. Imagine that, guys. From academia, people who you think that you'd lean on for information to solidify the point that the Earth is a globe, they just believe. They just believe the Earth's a globe. That should be kind of alarming to those guys who feel like they're just laymen. Like, I'm not a scientist. I'm not a mathematician. Well, yeah, those guys are. They're not claiming they know that the Earth is a globe, which is really interesting. Know what to tell you. But if you think it is, come on up. Yeah, go ahead, Vodka.
I was just gonna say that cognitive dissonance is strong with a lot of people. They don't even know it.
Yeah, no doubt, man. What I like to do too is like on platforms like this, and we have speakers that can come up. I want you to hear what they have to say if people think that the Earth is a globe, because really they say, well, describe what belief is. They say, well, belief is, if you're gonna say that you can justify it, it'd be justified true belief. To say we know that the Earth is a globe, or we believe that it's a globe, it's justified. And I don't think it is. Unless you can come up here and tell me you're going to justify the Earth as a globe, I'd love to hear it. What do you guys have to say if you think it's a globe? Can you
Hey,
attempt to justify it? That'd be interesting.
just real quick, who asked for that video? My bad, I totally forgot. Was that you, Vodka?
Yeah.
I put it in the nest for you and anybody else that wants to check it out in regards to the gyroscope nonsense claim.
Yeah, appreciate it. I remember learning about that a long time ago, but
It's
it's a long
hard to
time.
find that video, dude.
Yeah.
You can literally like you would think that typing in his name, because that's like, only one person has that name, right? Sort of, maybe. I don't know, on YouTube at least. And then you could tag gyroscope to it. And like you can't find his video. So you have to go through this link right here. This YouTube. Thank you, Bob. Re-upload.
Thank you, Bob. Hey, so I'm asking 3 questions. So if you're in here thinking that the Earth is a globe, the first question I would ask you is, who's ever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history? As in the drop over distance. So from point A to point B on any part of the surface of the Earth, there should be an amount of curvature be able to be determined, whether you're going to be traveling over it, or you're going to be able to observe it in some way, that ships disappear behind this curvature off onto, like if you're standing at the seashore and you're seeing a ship move away from you, and then you'll see it disappear from the bottom up. So that drop over distance, at what distance would that be where you start to see that disappearance? And then be able to determine whether or not it is Earth curvature that conforms to the size of the radius value, 3959, or not. So that's the question. Number one, right? Who's ever measured that curvature of the Earth as in the drop over distance? Second question is, who's ever measured the axial rotation of the Earth? That the Earth spins on its axis. According to the claim, the Earth is spinning at about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, right? So, if that's true, who's ever measured that? And how can we know and determine whether or not it has been measured to be that? So, that would be the second question, axial rotation. The third question is, and I usually preface it this way because it's, if I can get an answer from the preface question, then I'll go into the other question, which is the actual one. But do you know if we're in a cosmic vacuum, or do you just believe we're in a cosmic vacuum? So know and believe. So if you can tell me which one of those it is, I then go into the second question, which be the actual one. If you know that we're in a cosmic vacuum, how is it possible that we have a gas pressure adjacent to the vacuum of space, which would be an open system, where there's three types of systems. I don't know if you guys are aware, right? We have an isolated, a closed, and an open system. So for the first one I mentioned, isolated, doesn't exist in nature. So we can say it's either a closed or an open system. So being as that we have the idea that matter and energy can transfer back and forward through the system being open, according to the Earth being a globe, then gas, of course, would be matter, and matter would be able to escape the Earth, being that what is holding that gas to the Earth that we're breathing? Why doesn't it just rush off into space? And as gas would, if it had an available volume, would then continue to move unimpeded. Because according to kinetic molecular theory, gas would have perfect elastic collisions, meaning that there is nothing to prevent the gas to keep expounding into the available space. It would just keep going. So, if that is true, what is containing the gases? The necessary antecedent for gas pressure is a container. So, if it's possible that we have gas pressure here on Earth, what is causing for that gas pressure to be sustained and contained? And if you say it's gravity, we're going to look into that. But then again, I don't know what your answer would be. So those are the three questions. Well, kind of like 3.5 if you think about it. So the first one would be curvature of the Earth. Second is axial rotation, and the third is a vacuum of space, being a pressure air against the vacuum of space where it's uncontained, or no container rather. Three questions. I usually go through that with everyone, so you can think about them any way you want, but there they are. There for you, the listener, to take upon and maybe think about how you would respond. But those questions have never been answered by anyone, whether the layman or the academic. No one has answered those questions sufficiently and supported by demonstration. So take that upon your mind, if you will, and try to ponder them and see if you can come up with a rebuttal to that. I would invite you to come up to the panel and maybe let me know. We can talk about it. Definitely. So
Well,
go ahead, Vodka.
well, the standard response I usually hear for the first question is normally refraction. But then my question to that is, why does it coincidentally align with the exact curvature of the Earth, so it's looks like it's flat? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Refraction is an answer that they give as a knee-jerk response. The problem with that is that without divulging too much to them, they do not know themselves what it is. And I can guarantee, having that conversation with them, I can most definitely expose the fact that they don't know what they're talking about. So the most important thing that 24/7 does is expose the audience to the fact that the people who we're speaking to do not know anything about their claim. They know some of the buzzwords that are within the context of their claim, but they do not know any of the context within the claim as to articulate their point. And so for us to expose you guys to that demonstrates that they don't know what they're saying. They're saying words, but then when we get down to semantics, they don't know the meaning behind the words. And I think that's important, right? Because if you're starting to talk about what things mean and why they mean what they mean, then we're going to start divulging whether or not the person actually has sufficient capacity to divulge the information about the context. And if they don't do that, then we can assuredly tell you they don't know what they're talking about. But we do that because we know that the burning questions they're very simple, right? They could easily be answered. But the thing is, the knee-jerk response vodka from the Glober side is to say refraction. But like I said before, they don't know what it means. It's so. We've been doing this we've been doing this a minute. So we invite everybody to the panels. It's kind of like, let's talk through it, you know? Maybe you think it's a globe, but you don't really know, you're unsure. We can talk about it. We can definitely see where you're at with it. But most of all, I think it's just because you hear these buzzwords and you want to say them, and then say that because you're saying these buzzwords like gravity or refraction, you think they mean something. But upon further investigation, when we ask you, you're going to be like, well, I don't know. I'm not a scientist. It's usually what happens. Go ahead, Apoc. Do you want to say something?
Yeah, I was just gonna say maybe get a feel for the crowd here. I don't know. Maybe we're just preaching to the choir at this point, and we're all waiting for a Glober to dive in, or are the Globers just avoiding the room for
Yeah,
right now? I don't
we
know.
we could be
Interesting.
APOC. We could be preaching to the choir, but the most important thing is that we're being recorded. So when
True.
somebody wants to play back this information, they'll be able to hear it. So it's not
Right.
so much that we're just talking amongst ourselves to each other, but rather we're broadcasting information to expose
The
those minds who
audience.
want to listen in. And the
Oh
most
yeah, for sure.
important thing is that those minds can come in and maybe think about the questions for themselves, and then maybe ask or come in at a later time that we're on again. But that's what
Later
we're doing this
space.
for. It's for the people.
No, yeah, for doubt.
So
We always have to remember that there's someone else listening, and sometimes we talk to Globers. We're not even talking to them. It's for the people that actually want to learn something, not those idiots. So that's another thing too.
yeah,
Sometimes we get in these conversations, it's not even about them.
another thing I've noticed is that some of the flat earthers have been kind of in the debate realm. They have some questions too. They're like, "Hey, I've come across this kind of thing that the Glober has told me. This one claim. How do I deal with that?" I think we've always been kind of like open to have a conversation with those guys because there's a lot of stuff, right? Like it seems easy to kind of talk about truth, but then when somebody's throwing you these like curveball questions and you don't know how to deal with them, it's like, we could talk about that too because it's
Yeah,
important.
true.
There might be some that you guys have out there, and I think I want to invite you up here. If you are a flat earther and you're just like, hey, there's this question that I've been asked, but how do you guys deal with it? We'll give you a straight answer. We'll tell you how to do it.
Or maybe even, that your tactic on how you answer something, and
Yeah.
there's whether it was successful or not. Down there, because there's a lot of conversations that. Go ahead, Steve.
Hey guys, thanks for the space.
Sure, bud.
What's up, Vodka? That's my boy Vodka over there. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, I'm glad that y'all are making another conversation available, putting it out there. I think we generate a few more quote unquote flat earthers every day.
Mhm.
I chimed in on a conversation one time about somebody had put out a poll, and it was about the name, whether trying to remember it, whether we go with flat earther or true earther, and that really stuck with me. I was resonating with that, and I chimed in on the conversation saying, I really favor that term true earther, because I feel like flat earther has a bit of a stigma to it and can be a little misleading considering the geographical topographical layout of really what our land consists of. So, of course, anyone not privy to the actual dynamics of what our realm consists of, when we say flat earther, the only thing they can really defer to is something like a table or, of course, the frisbee. But I usually tend to lean towards the term true earther, because for me, it has a better ring to it, and I feel like it would it would say a lot more. But that, I'm just saying, that's just me and the
Sure.
terminology that I like to use.
Yeah, we've actually had conversations of this type for quite some time. We've dealt with it on a very kind of like a hard stance because of the fact that this got into kind of almost a debate within itself. Not that it was supposed to be, but a lot of people were kind of shying away from the fact that we're talking about flat Earth in that way. And if somebody says, "Hey, are you a flat earther?" and people were like, "Well, not really. I'm a true earther." But this, in the sense of where we're coming from in our position, let me just kind of articulate from our stance, right? And you can make up your mind whichever way you want, but I would say the reason why people in the 24/7 are comfortable with flat Earth is because it is provocative. It gets the conversation going. True Earther is something kind of away from the point that makes people think. See, flat Earth has always made people stop and think, "Hey, wait a minute, what did you just say?" But true earther would be like, "Dude, I don't even know what you're talking about." I mean, yeah, we can talk about it, but it would be like, "So, true earthers, are you true into like the earth being a globe?" Or so we differentiate from the fact because we know that there is a stigma. We know that some people say, "Well, it's weaponized." Well, it's also provocative. It's a conversation starter. It breaks into that space where people have held, they're clutching their pearls, right? They don't want to be disrupted. And so what we do is we disrupt the space. We want to bring that energy where it's like, okay, flat earth, go ahead and tell me how the earth is flat. And I'm going to lay it to you this way, right? The reason why we say we're flat earthers is simply this. So when we say flat earth, what we mean is when we're taking mean sea level, being the rise and fall of tides, right? The median from rise and fall, we're going to get a vertical point there and establish from that specific point off into any place on land. We're going to get an elevation profile. Now, from that elevation profile on land, you can say directly underneath that, if you were to drill a hole all the way down to where mean sea level is, where you meet mean sea level, that would be a point where it meets the horizontal plane. So from mean sea level to that place where you're at standing on land, right? Let's say you're at, whatever, 200 feet above sea level, whatever it is. Then that place that you're standing above sea level, down to the bottom where it meets that mean sea level, that horizontal plane, that would be a 90-degree, right? Right from that position to the vertical point, which you're standing at an elevation profile. So flat Earth is the reference of the horizontal plane that you're standing on. So what flat Earth is essentially is the horizontal plane that we reference. Now, that being said, we could say that the horizontal plane that we reference is flat Earth. That is definitely flat. And by all intents and purposes, there isn't anything flatter than that. So flat Earth is definitely what we want to say that we are adhering to because nature adheres to it. So let me give you one example. If I had a mound of dirt on a table and a bowl of water right next to it, and you were to get that table and you were to shake it violently, right? What's going to happen to that mound of dirt is going to level out. It's going to flatten. That water is going to ripple, right? It's going to like shake and ripple, and it's going to have a bunch of ripples. But once you leave that table alone after you shook it, you're going to have two things: flat horizontal water, flat dirt. And that's because that's what nature is tending towards. Nature always tends towards that. So it's tending towards that flat horizontal, but what is it referencing? And I want to submit to you that it's referencing that horizontal plane, that flat earth that we are talking about, we reference. So when you get a spirit level or anything that holds rigidity in space, like a glass of water, you can manipulate the container in any direction. That surface on that water that you're holding the glass, that surface of the water will always remain flat and level with the horizontal plane that we're referencing. So everything that references the horizontal plane is referencing flat Earth. Now that, sir, is flat Earth, not the actual Earth itself in that we have, elevation profile on land, but we're talking about what we're referencing. What does all of nature reference? That is flat Earth, which is from mean sea level often to any place on land or any place on Earth. So we're actually standing on a horizontal plane that we're referencing. That's flat Earth. So anyway, I just want to submit that to you. That was an example, and also the reason why we call ourselves flat earthers. So,
Bro, yeah, that was right on. I mean, I think I only caught one other episode of y'all guys since I've come over here to Twitter X, and the argument that you were making with whoever you were talking to, I mean, was fantastic. Like the points of view that you bring, to the table, to the flat top surface, pun intended.
Yeah.
What was just like fantastic, bro. Like the level of detail and the perspective that you bring in your testimony, in your debate, in your whole spiel. I mean, it's I can tell you've been doing this for quite a while, and
For a
it's
minute,
like
bro. I've been doing it for, yeah, I could say I've been
yeah,
doing it for a minute.
it's
But
very good. And to be honest, that's actually, what's funny is everyone who has, come to the realization of the realm that we live within, they all have their unique aspect or detail on what it was that convinced them. And for me, it was water. I mean, it doesn't get more obvious than that. Yeah,
exactly,
it's
exactly.
so like laid out, leveled, even when I
Flat.
was when I was finding out. Yeah, exactly. And when I was finding out when I was trying to come to terms with what I was dealing with here, I was looking all around me and looking for a container that had fluid in it, liquid in it, and I grabbed it and I was just rotating it every other direction,
Mm-hmm.
and inside it was just, I mean,
Flat.
even though it was a small amount of volume of water, whatever it was the same in every way. And I was,
Mm-hmm.
and I had to kind of like pan out a little bit. Okay, let me take this into a more expansive approach, and then there was no way to get around it.
Right.
But I mean, yeah, that was such a definitive crux for me. But what's interesting too is everyone else is like just fine detail on what convinced them. A friend of mine, what did it for him was Polaris. From the
Mm-hmm.
stars' motion in the sky for him. And I was thinking, everybody has something different, and that's kind of the fun part about this. It's just everyone's unique perspective. But yeah, I appreciate that so much. That was really good.
Yeah, I always, I'm humbled by the people that come in here. I for my I say it this way, my brothers and sisters that are in truth right now, like I do whatever I can. You know what I'm saying? Like, but for those who oppose truth, then they're gonna reap the whirlwind. Because they are against the things that nature is explaining on its own. I don't need to tell people that the Earth is flat. They can see it for themselves. The Globers call it locally flat. So observationally, they know that it's not a globe. They don't see a globe. Most of the people that I've had arguments with, they are convinced that the Earth cannot be seen as a globe from a perspective from our vantage point. So, I understand how to articulate my points, and I'm very surgical with what I'm saying. I know exactly why they say what they say. If you get to know me by my debate styles or argument, you'll see that I talk to these guys in a way that I never, well, sometimes if I'm feeling kind of nice, I'll give them some quarter, but I never give them any quarter in a conversation. It's never about us going into a debate. And I've said this before, it's an interrogation. View it as that, because when you're interrogating people, when you want to know information, you're going to ask them specific questions and you want specific answers to those questions. And if they are getting away from those questions, then they're not answering honestly. So what we want to know are the burning questions. Is the Earth a globe? Is there any curvature? Is the Earth spinning on its axis? Is the vacuum of space, next to the pressure air that we breathe? Those are the questions we want answered. So we want to ask them these questions. And it's great that we can talk to them how we know the Earth is flat and stationary. That's fine. But if we ask them the questions of how they know, that's the most important thing, because then at least we'll know if they know if the Earth is a globe or not, or if they just believe it. Which is, I'm pretty sure if you've been around, they pretty much say that they just believe the Earth is a globe. They don't know it. And so most of us are are happy to hear them say that. So I want to hear, like, the people that come in here. I want you guys to hear the concession from these guys, from them. I want them to admit it. So, and people that know me know that I always get down to the points where it's going to be them either saying they know that the Earth is a globe, or them saying I don't know if it's a globe or not. But there's a lot of confidence and bravado that comes into these conversations, that people come in here and say, "Oh, I know the Earth's a globe." I'm like, "Really? Okay, let's talk about it," and then we'll get into it, and you'll see for yourself. They don't have any information to substantiate the claim.
I I feel
So,
like nowadays, especially since there's been a huge it's measured flat push, if you will. It seems like whether they just went back and huddled and gathered or whatever, but now they're coming back and saying it's measured curve as like a
mhm.
rebuttal to that. And but when you really dive into that, and then you realize, well, first of all, obviously they've never dived into it. They're just repeating what they have heard. But you find out, okay, you are using a system that has the curvature baked into the formula of the very set thing you're trying to prove to be that, you know, a particular shape or measurement. So I think a lot of them, they end up putting their foot in their own mouth at the end of the day, because so I actually like when they say that. I encourage that, that to be said from their position, so because you're going to give them enough rope to hang themselves at the end of it, and they're going to bring GPS. Ah, I'm glad you brought that in, and then you tell them all about that, and how that too also is a baked in and also taken from a planar, coordinates, longitude, latitude, yada yada yada. It goes on and on and on, and the discussion just at the end of the day, you're just, yep. So you didn't bring that globe evidence. That's what we end up always at the end of the day. So
Go ahead, Steve. You have something to add?
I mean, yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, I've heard a lot of different points of view coming from Globers, and it blows me away. But at the same time, I have to be humbled because yes, I was there too, and I only came to terms with this like 4 or 5 years ago. So, I mean, I've been awake, or as I used to say, I took the red pill like in 2012, where I thought I was, aware and awakened to a lot of things. But just when you think you have it, there's always something else. And so when little bits of information started to come out, and I started to see a lot of it on Telegram because when the pandemic was beginning its momentum, a lot of information was getting shut down. So that's why I ended up on Telegram, where that information was flowing much more freely. And then in doing so, I began to see a lot of the different arguments and debates, and the very rudimentary um, comprehension that Globers have, and the confidence that comes from them it can be overwhelming because we're
Mhm.
well past that, but it's just a matter of, and it happens. It's like an impact on both sides, like it's we're hitting them with this what would be just outrageous information, but for us it's also a learning experience on our interaction and engagement with someone who's completely programmed, with someone who has really never had this critical thought within themselves that you're trying to help them apply for themselves, because this stands for a much bigger meaning and a much bigger picture for them, but at the same time it's also helpful for us. So it's an all around learning experience, and it's very unique.
Appreciate you, brother. Vodka, did you have something to add?
Yeah, yeah, man. Fuck, I just lost it. Sorry, but what I wanted to say earlier was that uh, Alpha, appreciate the way you host your space, because it's first of all, it's welcoming, it's not hostile, it's calm, and yeah, like yeah, I can tell that you obviously know what you're talking about. So yeah, I mean, because there are spaces that it gets heated, and it's like results
Mhm.
to insults and blah blah blah, and it's just there's no need for all that nonsense.
Vodka, we've hung out a few
Definitely.
times, in a few spaces. Can I ask you, you know, like what it was for you? You know, when did you realize about the Earth?
Yeah, it was actually around the same time, like around 2012, like around when Obama was talking about like we don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society. And it's like, okay, so why is he talking about that? And then I looked into that, like, okay, this is stupid because obviously Flat Earth Society is a front, right? And then you look more into it, and it's like, okay, and back then in YouTube, you could find Flat Earth stuff like super easy. It was like it was blowing up, you know. And then at some point, like things they started deleting everything and blocking everything and burying it, and yeah, but it was around that time. Um, I've always been obsessed with finding out the truth of reality and Earth and what's really going on. Like I already knew about the Illuminati and like 2012. I was a little bit worried like about 2012 because like all the conspiracies. But anyways, they came and went, and I just looked more into it, and man, I've probably seen like thousands and thousands of videos on YouTube, and it's just accumulative knowledge, I guess. And it was just that's kind of how it started for me. Yeah.
Nice. Well, yeah. I mean, you guys are most welcome to come back in here because when I do my spaces, I'm gonna probably be doing on my days off of work because I work 4 days. I'm off 3 days, so this is my first day off. I might be doing one tomorrow and the following day too. So, I want you guys to kind of like hop in here, and I want to show you like who I am in this space, like in this space in Discord, who I've been. I have my homies APOC and Flatsy. They can testify like to what I do and how I do it. Um, I don't let up. I want to like give the opponent a chance to actually bring forward the information, and I'm to the point here with it. So at least you'll see if they're able to articulate their side. One of the things that I do really well is I listen to what they're saying. If they use any suggestive language, I'll know right away that they don't know what they're talking about. Because if somebody says something like, "Well, I think the guy's name was like Era something, I'm not really sure," and we already know, that means that there's a gap of knowledge that they don't have for this particular information. So with that, I hone in on that. You have to also, as one who has engagements with these guys, be very attentive to what they're saying. Not so much always consider your points and what you're going to say about your point, but listen to what they're saying. And when you hear what they're saying, the words that are coming out of their mouth, then you are able to understand, okay, wait a minute, this guy doesn't even know if he knows what he thinks he knows. So then you can come at it at a different angle. It doesn't have to be so much as trying to disprove him with your exact points, but it could be that the person you're speaking to is just believes that the earth is a globe. And I think most often that's what you're going to hear. It's not that they know any of the information that could substantiate. It's the fact that they just really believe it, like with all their mind. So
Right. They don't understand that this information is what do you call it? Compartmentalized, right? So like they assume and like is thousands of people in on the line. They're like, no, that's impossible. You're stupid. But it's not how it works, right? Like it's only the top people, and then everyone. It's like the Freemasons, right? Like only the top Freemasons know that they're lying the entire group, right?
yeah, so a lot of the facade for the guys who think that the earth is a globe will use things like, well, what do you mean all of NASA's in on it? Like, come on. Like they can't all be like, and so they do a couple of things. They'll try to make flat earth look silly. They'll try to use things where they're making non-points or straw man arguments, or like, what are you saying, the whole entire earth is flat? Like, so you know what I mean? They bring points that we don't say. Some of those things you got to be aware of in a conversation with them when you're engaging them. to understand that sometimes they're trying to bring non sequitur points in, things that are not relative to any discussion that you've said. So be aware. It's almost like you have to be vigilant when you have your engagements with someone, because you don't know what they're going to bring. So I think that gives you a better understanding when you just listen to them. You could hear, you could point out something instead of being quick to respond. You were like, wait a minute, I never said that. What you just said, you're just making a straw man argument about something I'm not even talking about. So it's um it's not just knowing truth, it's how to administer it, right? That's the important thing. Because it's a whole different ball game when you're in this arena, because people are that you engage about the earth being a globe, when they don't have an answer, they're not going to be forthcoming with that information. They're going to hide behind obfuscation tactics, or if you're in a group, let's say, what they'll do is they'll throw a buzzword out like, well, you don't know anything about gravity. And there'll be another flat earther in the room that will take the bait, and then they'll start talking about gravity. Well, wait a minute, I know about gravity. And then the conversation that you had with that person will be lost. So they used a lot of obfuscation tactics. They'll use buzzwords, and they'll try to hide behind the fact that you didn't get to like pin them down to the question that you were asking them. And so they try to hide behind other questions, like they'll spitfire questions called gish gallop. They'll gish gallop to other questions, and then once they get other ones like being thrown out there, they'll never get an answer to like they'll never answer any one of those, because they'll they're not held accountable to anything. So they just keep moving the conversation. So it's something to be aware of. I guess I'm trying to get you guys to like when you're engaging them, it's you gotta know. It's not just like not it's not just knowing the Earth's flat and stationary. It's knowing how to engage people in like this arena of like debate and such. So very
Yeah, we
tricky,
got
man.
like a really yeah, we got a great community here though, with the flat Earth community. I was surprised, and very appreciative of the support. I see we got Xavier in here, and I mean, like I really try to avoid engaging, just because it's really not my flair. But we certainly have the troops in line, in our community that can really take these guys on. That have this stern conviction about their delusion. Um, but yeah, and I think you've met some of them. Last episode I saw there were some of the community in here, and I mean that's you know very like I said, I'm very grateful, for uh, the guys that are in here, the guys and gals, man. They're very strong and in their stance position on trying to maintain the integrity of our environment, the realm we live within. For me, it means a lot. It's very important that we know just what our environment is. And usually, if I engage, I usually take it back to a more spiritual sense, because they're equally true. It's not just physical, and that's what I think bothers me the most is that has become such a secular world that is honed in so much on materialism that that's all that people have been inclined to lean towards and think about, just completely forgetting about their more higher selves, and that's where I like to come in and try and remind them, like, we are much more than this, physical vessel. There's a lot more to us, just like Earth. There's a lot more to Earth that, um, that resonates and exists and we can see. And I think that's one of my favorite parts as well about learning about Earth.
Yeah, it's interesting because I don't know, maybe Tesla brought that quote up. The secret, if you want to know the secrets of the universe, it's energy, frequency, and vibration. I mean, that is like astounding information, because a lot of people they only see things in a very you know narrow view. So they'll only see it just like a very secular, humanistic kind of like everything's materialism, so they don't know that it's much deeper than that. Like we exist as not only physical but spiritual beings, because there's things that go beyond the realm of understanding, right? Like, how do you quantify love? In what way can you describe that quantification? There's no words you can put to it. How can you know how much you love something? There's no way to know. That's just something that we can describe in a kind of a conventional way. And it's funny because we can talk about the earth being giving off frequencies, healing frequencies, vibrations, and also there's the opposite, right? How we can be destructive and give off bad vibrations. So there's a lot to understand. Like if we knew, right, if we went back to like the way it would be if we understood the earth for what it actually is, and all of us actually got together instead of having like conversations about what the earth is, like we would have a better understanding by now about how to navigate this earth and harness its power, because we were meant to be on this place. This place is like when you if you were to take your shoes off and step on grass, like you always hear about that, right? Why don't you go outside and touch grass? Like they always get people to realize like all you got to do is plug in to the earth, and then like your place in the universe. It's like here. So it's not like you're not gonna think about your head in the clouds, or you're gonna be living off in some Elon Musk fantasy like on Mars or something. This is the place you were meant to be. And not only that, but you were meant to not just exist, but thrive in this place and to be at peace with yourself. And a lot of it gets lost because of the world we're at and the current state of affairs. Look at how, like, I mean, it's all about like destruction nowadays. You look in the social media groups, everybody's just angry, dude, angry. You see, like, what's happening now in American politics, and you see the UK's like in turmoil, and just like everywhere you go, man, there's a bunch of bad negativity. We don't even have conversations about like what you're trying to bring up, Steve. Like, dude, when is it going to be like we're actually talking about how to heal each other? Like, where's the sense in that? So it's like, man, we're supposed to figure out like why we're being falling so far behind with all this information, and we'll probably advance forward with spirituality. I don't know. I want Mr. Xavier, I guess, if you had something to say, sir.
No, Mr. Vodka was first.
Go ahead.
Oh, thanks. I just wanted to share what was the moment that kind of made everything click for me when basically when I found out about how like the dome is a closed circuit, and it's like the sun and the moon is like a battery. It's like the positive and negative circling the North Pole, and that was just holy shit, and the salt water acts like it's just like a battery, right? It's crazy. Yeah, that's it. I just wanted to share that. Go ahead, Mr. Xavier.
Yeah, you said something interesting that reminded me of something today. What that is the what constitutes truth and empirical truth, evidence, etc. And I find out not only normies but truthers have an issue, and I think a lot of the disagreements, sometimes infighting, happen because there's not a hard line drawn in that sand. We have a subjective perceptions of what constitutes evidence, and that can't be. It's evidence is evidence, right? Regardless of what you think of it. At least that's what I thought that meant. But you said something about love. Before I want to bring up what you said, I think of three main things, right? Isolating cause and effect, like we talk about in the scientific method, make sure there's no other variables that we don't account for. Uh, Direct measurements, right? Just directly measuring something, and indirect measurements in the form of antecedents, right? We know gas pressure necessitates a gradient, it needs something pressed upon, and hence containment. I know you had a great 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 grandmother, regardless she's dead and buried. You're here, which means you had to have one that's indirect because there's a necessary antecedent. So I think about those three, where it's necessarily true, regardless of what you think or how you feel about it. But then somebody says, "Well, I know my husband loves me." A wife could say that, right? And I think about couple one and couple two, who both say that. I know my wife loves me. I know my husband loves me. And then couple one, they live to the old and gray. They're madly in love. Couple two, she finds out before her deathbed that he had a whole other family, that he was just sitting with her because she had a lot of money and it was financial reasons. He went and go saw his other family when he was out on business, and she paid all the bills. He didn't care. He never really had a job either. He was with the one he loved, but he loved the extra money. So I say that to say this: both of the women had conviction. Couple one and couple two. Couple one had a conviction that was correct. Couple two had a conviction that was not right. So, how do you tell someone you're wrong about being in love, right? Or maybe they are in love and their version of love is different. Who do you say? Is love a subjective term? Empirically, we know abuse doesn't seem like love. He beats me because he loves me. We've heard that bullshit before. If you had to pull somebody out of a domestic relationship. But my point is, how do you quantify the unquantifiable, right? That love is such a good point of it. And I think in these discussions, if we're going to be rigorous, we got to stick to stuff that's non-subjective, right? Do you have a conviction that happens to be correct, like that couple one who was in love and happened to be correct about being in love? Or do you have a conviction that you could be false on, that you can be falsified? I think in the truth community, the stuff that I mentioned before about direct measurements, indirect measurements, cause and effect, cause and effect isolations, those are the most reliable things because nobody can really question that. You're just wrong if you don't believe isolating the cause and effect is an effective way to gain empirical knowledge. So just some feedback of what I thought when you said that.
Yeah, some good points. It just reminds me though, you have the usual suspects that they will use pseudoscience um, to prove their pseudoscience and say this is how we measure them indirectly using this system, and this system works, and this we can predict the system, not reality, the system and this formula, and it works to the globe model, heliocentric model. Well, of course, because that's what it was created for. You're using the model to prove the model. So that's where I think they can easily convince the listeners in an argument, because they'll go, "Well, I'm right in my model, though," and they kind of leave that part off out of the conversation, though. How they were using these formulas based upon the model. Okay, well then, if you're here to prove the model, then how are you using the model to prove itself? And I think that gets overlooked a lot, and especially in these arenas. That's why you have the usual suspects that are having all these Glovers go to their page to be like, "How do I argue a flat earther?" And then, oh yeah, you just say this, this, that, and that. But they themselves don't know, like they've been set up, for a trap. Because then they're gonna come where we're at in our space, in our Discord, in our arena, and get smacked, because we will let them, remind them if they haven't looked into it and they don't know themselves already. We will remind them, hey, you're using the model to prove the model, and of course it's going to line up, because they're like, well, you can't argue the facts. Well, of course it's going to line up because that's the model using the model. But go ahead, Vodka.
Man, I just want to say that you guys express yourselves or articulate yourselves so well. Uh, but I gotta wake up in a few hours, so I gotta say goodbye. But it's been a great space. You guys are solid,
Appreciate
and
it.
I'll see you guys soon, probably.
Yeah, thank you. You could check out
Yep.
the recording when you wake up. And just skip to the part where you left, so you can catch what you missed.
Yeah. Also, don't forget, man. We'll be on probably tomorrow and the day after. So we'd love for you to be a part of the space again. Appreciate you, bro.
Hey, likewise. Sounds good. Take care. Take care, guys. Peace.
You too, and thank you for the compliment. Yeah, but if anybody, I saw that Oblate Spheroid was here, but I threw my mic. I don't
Yo,
know.
shout out to freaking Helio in the chat, bro. Like, what up, Helio, man? I haven't heard you in a freaking blue moon. It's been a minute, brother. Oh, he done took off. He's like, oh, they're talking about me now. I gotta go.
Yeah, he left. I threw a mic earlier. No, nothing.
Well, sometimes
Nothing.
when they try to speak it, they drop out too. I don't know, maybe. But Yeah, we haven't heard about Helio. It's been a minute.
He's on to me. He left.
Yeah, and I like Xavier. I like your explanation there. It's pretty solid. It's similar to like the whole good cop bad cop thing. It like psychologically, you know, we we have to get down to the point of the matter. Just to get to the bare bones of the case and just to make it a very uh, like sticking with the empirical evidence. There's no wiggle room. It could get messy, uh, trying to venture outside those lines. But at the same time, that's why it takes two. Whereas someone will just completely stay true to that empirical evidence, that undeniable fact. You know, to make to establish that foundation and that grounding. But at the same time, you know, there will come a time where someone will come to this realization once the information is absorbed, and then more questions will start to be asked about themselves. And then that's where that I think once a person asks about their own spirituality or how they're aligned or what their purpose may be, that's when that more subjective material will start to kind of come into fruition. And yeah, it does. That's where we kind of, it'll lose a little bit of grounding, and it can go in many different spaces. But because people, are so hardcore indoctrinated with all the religions, with all the superstitions, and that's what they're going to be coming from. So even then, they're going to be subjecting themselves to more false paradigms. And so, yeah, that's where it can get really messy. But at the same time, that's where I like to really hone in on my strength about speaking about the spiritual nature of ourselves. So more reason can enter that part of the conversation when that time comes. But you are right. I mean, from my point of view, it will. I feel like it comes after the fact, whereas you have to first kind of establish, the facts within that individual who has really not come to grips about their reality. But yeah, I appreciate that, X.
Yeah, no doubt. I found out that if there was going to be a universal value, that would be truth, not as a slogan sense, because who would not value truth? A liar? No, the liar values truth too. He has to know the truth in order to bend it, right? He needs to know it to lie to you. So it's almost a universal value. So once we know that, the first question, do you care if something is true or not? Most people are going to say, yeah. Well, if I could prove to you your model is false, is that important to you? And most people would, feel uncomfortable because now you're about to change their entire worldview, pun intended, and you go from there. I mean, depending on that is how skilled you are in the conversation. And we've seen some good conversation, and we had some bad ones, and it's all a learning process. But yeah, I agree with you.
Well, guys, I'm gonna head out here. I'm gonna boot, scoot, and boogie.
Hey, I
You guys
appreciate
have,
it. Thank you for stopping by.
yeah, it's good to see you guys on here. Take care.
Yeah, we'll be on tomorrow. Catch us again.
I'll do my best.
See ya.
Yeah, we're the night owl crew.
The really late night owl crew. Yep.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, I wouldn't even be up this late because freaking I went to sleep early to catch their debate. And man, you guys are doing it for you. Oh, you guys are you on in the U.S. or outside the
U.S.
U.S.?
brother. We're just.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
I actually work nights, Xavier, so I'm up the whole night.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, but what you were saying is right on about the models, right? They use their model to prove the model. In the debate today with Peter Globinski, he did something interesting because he tried to use his opponent's paradigm because he was debating an opponent who adopts the ether. He just changed space time to ether, since he says, okay, you don't like You say it's an indirect measurement that's an antecedent. Fine. I get rid of my space time and I just rebrand it ether, and that way you can't bust me my balls about measuring it directly. It just does the same thing.
Yeah.
It bends and warps and re-rotates it, but then he's like, wait a minute, you can't just substitute it because now you have a modus tollens issue, right? If space and time are relative, then that means simultaneity is necessarily relative. And we know for a fact that just things happening at the same time necessarily means events happen at the same time. You can't have it be at different times for different observers. So not Q, not P. And that was the crux of the argument, and they fell apart. I mean, what's the solve for that? And he goes, I know there's a solve for that in my school. I did it a long time ago. I got the answer wrong, but I know it's a well-known fix. It was just embarrassing for Peter, man. I don't know how he managed to edit and say he came up on top. It was just embarrassing. But anyway, we'll see.
That's what he does. He runs those victory laps all the time. He'll get crushed. He gets destroyed. He'll still run victory laps. That guy. He's relentless. I mean, you got to kind of give that up to him. Like, wow, that dude keeps getting up off of that horse.
Yeah, but declaring
Yeah,
victory is not victory at all. So just put that out there.
Oh no, not at
Just
all.
because you say
Yeah,
you
for
won
sure.
doesn't mean you won, man.
Yeah.
yeah. Him and that guy Ralph. Like Ralph, I see Ralph in those conversations more than any of the other. And Ralph's not really an anti-flat earther. That's another interesting definition. Is where we have those that are just contending for whatever reason, and then there are the um, well, the Globers that are, on the fence that I feel like they maybe did not know they're on the fence, but then the anti-flat earthers are just completely spiteful. The more friendlier guys, like I said, Ralph, he's always in the conversations. I don't really know what for, because he's being very stubborn, but at the same time, I think it's still an accomplishment, for the flat earth community because of the listeners you know, that are listening to the conversation and hearing the steady back and forth, because Ralph isn't very combative, and neither is Peter. But whenever that anti-flat earther enters the space, it just, it does more damage than they realize.
Yeah, he gets triggered.
Yeah, Ralph is interesting because he considers simulation theory. He also considers aliens and all sorts of mistrust with NASA, but he won't go. I find out he's polite, just as Peter's polite. But there's other flat earthers. No, I'm sorry, anti-flat earthers that pretend to be Globers with that politeness. Sooner or later, it comes out. I don't care how polite they start off. You'll see the anti-flatter come out of them sooner or later.
Yo, that's
Trust.
100% right there. I'm gonna actually put the emoji on there because I know that to be true. I usually call that Xavier when their mask slides off, and I'm real good at doing that, getting their mask to slide off. There's a guy named Scott Mackey, and he is one of the most like cool, calm, collected guys. That's just basically a Glober. But once that I made his mask slide off, bro, I'll tell you, his fangs came out. He was like venom, dude, spitting venom at me, like hard, because he knows that every time he comes in, he plays this kind of like like he's a therapist and we're on a couch and he's kind of like trying to figure out like why we're calling ourselves. But what's the real reason why you say you're a flat earther? Like he's trying to do this whole thing. It's a gimmick, dude, that he does when he comes in. So it's like it's not something that's genuine, and he only tries to he belittles people. Like, no, you don't know what you're talking about. Like, and somebody could bring a good point up, but he doesn't acknowledge it. So I just kept telling him, I was like, dude, I know why you're in this space. You're not bringing anything to the table. You're just in here to waste everybody's time. And like, I guess one day it really got to him, and his mask lit off, and he just like came at me just like really angrily. And it's like, see, that's who you really are, Scott, right there. That guy right there. You really dislike all of flat earth, and that's what you have on your mind to say when you're here playing the Mr. Nice Guy. So don't pretend like you're trying to be all nice in that, if that's how you really feel, because he doesn't like when he's
Yeah,
being
that's
called
David.
out, dude. It's just the way it is.
That's the day you banned him
Mhm.
from the server.
And he's still gone. But see, the thing is, he could have easily came back when I told him that all he's got to do is allow Crit to send him those updates from articles from space and stuff, because Crit gives like a, what do you call it, little
Yeah,
newsletter.
the news.
He
Yeah.
gives a little newsletter, so it's like I said, just accept Crit's newsletter about space and that, because if you're gonna come back, then at least show a sign of good faith. So he didn't want to do that, so that kind of shows him where he's at.
Yeah, that guy. You know, he. It's really easy to just tell someone, "Ah, you're wrong. You don't get it. You don't understand." That's not what happens. While he's and then just go off into Narnia, explaining why he said that. It's really easy to sit on that side of the table where you don't have to verify anything. You don't have to, falsify anything. You just say it. It just that's just the reality. It's real easy to just be like, yeah, that star, 27 trillion miles. That one right there, 52 trillion. Yeah, easy to say that all day, every day.
Yeah, but
But where are you really going, though?
one of the things that he said was, with the theodolite, as the sun approaches the horizon, you could see up to 93 million miles with the theodolite.
Yes. Yeah.
Because the
Knucklehead,
the,
huh?
the rangefinder on the theodolite, the little where you can see the little crosshair. He said that you could
Yeah.
see with that to 93 million miles, because you're seeing the sun, and essentially the sun is 93 million miles away. So you're
Yeah.
seeing 93 million miles. Wow, dude! Like, how can you? What do you say to that? Like,
It's
it's
crazy.
crazy. It's what I told him.
It's funny though. I mean, all you have to do is just look at through a theodolite at night, and you see farther because then you can see the stars, and those are trillions of miles away.
Oh, he did say that, by the way. He did say that.
Yeah, yeah,
I thought the sun was a
yeah,
funny one though, because like, yeah.
yeah. Guys are
Yeah, that's a big one for me. I think like I said, I don't like to engage, but the last time I did engage someone, it was about the sun, and you know, it's just I feel like that's far beyond obvious. I don't know, even if they don't know what the Curie point is, the fact that they would think that the sun is a magnet. I mean, I think that's one of the false impressions that they hold on to, is that the sun still has the same magnetic field that Earth would have. That it's fully capable of having those that magnetic dynamic, and that just blows me away because they will defend that to the end, claiming the little electrons floating around it is what constitutes it to be credible. And yeah, I just had to let that engagement go, just because the guy started to really go off and started throwing a lot of numbers and all of the whatever pseudoscience you can throw at why NASA will claim the sun it has a magnetic field. There was just no getting through, and it could have gone on and on. But for me, that was, I think, if I were to engage, that's one of my favorite starting points.
Yeah, shout out to everybody who showed up today. Appreciate you guys, and for retweeting the space out. We've always had good interactions so far. That was it last episode, of the one before that. We had a panel of people here around 5 o'clock in the morning. People started, the morning crew started to show up, and it gets kind of like interesting, man, because people, you don't know where they're at with this whole like conversation, so it's kind of weird to hear people asking like the newbie questions about this conversation. So I appreciate you guys. And some people that follow you guys pop in here too as well.
And the flat Earth community starts pretty early, especially on the Fridays, especially.
Cool,
What
cool.
time are y'all gonna be jumping on or starting the space?
Are you talking about us or Mr. Xavier? Because he does it.
Oh
He
yeah,
does his. They do the Flat Earth Fridays, and
right. Yeah. What about y'all guys? Like
oh,
during
we're
gonna do a separate
Yeah, well,
space.
we do ours like usually around 10 o'clock p.m. Central Time in America, somewhere around there. We can probably start a little earlier, but you just look out for us. We usually roll with the crew. Eventually, at some point, I've been talking to the crew, and I want AI to come in here, get Indio in here, like just the fellas from there, Jedi. Like we have a cryptocurrency or crypto. He goes by crypto. We have many names. There's a couple of us that are like heavy hitters in the group. Like we all just APOC, man. Like he's like a sleeping giant, man. Like nobody really talks to him because as soon as he starts talking about his profession, what he used to do, because he was an iron worker, people like they discredit him. They throw him under the bus like quickly with the quickness, you know. So there's a lot of people that um have had arguments with APOC, and it's just like you expect them to be like, okay, so you said you've done something. What is the evidence that you've done this thing? And so when he lays it out to them, they just like, nah, you probably carried, lunch for somebody. Or like you never really did what you like. It's funny,
It's
dude.
so funny. It's hilarious.
And
The
yeah,
amount of cope that they have to go into just for their argument to, they're holding it up above water like so it doesn't drown, and they're trying their best, but it's a wrap, dude.
yeah. If once
Especially when they bring in the distances of curvature.
yeah, once we get AI up in this piece, man, you guys are gonna be like, damn, these guys. AI is fucking like one of the guys that I think are really knowledgeable in the space is AI overlord. Indio's like intellectual, like I don't know what you want to call it, stature is like beyond. It's way out there, dude. He must be like a genius or something. I even told him one time, I was like, dude, you're a freaking genius. He's like, nah, man, don't. He's
For
humble
real.
about it too. He's really humble. But somebody's
Is that the guy? AI Overlord is his tag or something like
yeah,
that?
Yeah.
brother. Like dude, like
He's
oh my
crazy with
gosh,
it,
dude,
bro.
like he's crazy with it. Like there's it like
Like
he
he
debated.
sounds like an AI sometimes, bro. Like your Chat GPT 5.0, bro. Like it's crazy.
He debated Planar Walker, dude. It was at some point we're like, man, we need to throw the towel, man. Like he's getting destroyed. Like Planar Walker's getting destroyed, and AI was just in it because, like, I think one of the things that he went to college for was, like I don't know if it was like art or like theory or it was something where he understood like perspective really well. Like he was articulating his point. I think they were debating on this. I don't know where it's archived at, but maybe Planar Walker has it archived somewhere. But he just took him through the ringer, man. It was horrible, like for Planar Walker. But
Is the guy who paints his nails now?
I
I'm
think
not.
it's him, dude. I'm not sure. I think the one you're speaking of, it could be him. Yeah, he's not a debater, man. He doesn't debate. I don't think. He just did it for clicks. Honestly, I think that's what it was.
Yeah, he's like that other guy. I forget his name, but the guy who pretends to be a scientist and he has lines fed to him. And when he finally debated live, he did horrible. I forget his name. But they have a lot of YouTubers like that. I forget
Man,
his
tell
name.
me it's what's his face, Dan. This what is it? Sideman Dan.
Simon
Please
Dan.
tell me it was him. Because
Yeah.
is it him? Oh, dude, if he ever debated it, I would think in my head with somebody legit, he would get destroyed. Like some of his stuff on his like the videos he puts, because we always talk about him. I'm like, this guy is a clown, bro. He's a straight up clown. There's no way he can hold a debate with anyone from this team or anybody that we know that could like. There's no way he couldn't.
No, I'm sorry, not Simon. Who's the guy who has Professor in his name? What's his full
Professor
name?
Professor
Dave,
Dave.
Yeah, not a Professor Dave. I think that'd
Yeah.
be
Dave
that
Farina,
was the
like,
nickname.
dude,
Dave Farina, yeah.
They all sound the same to me. I really
yeah,
can't tell them
they're the
apart
same
today.
numpties.
They're both as idiotic as one another, bro. Like they're idiots, bro.
Yeah,
Talk about
Tweedledee and Tweedledum. Yeah,
using the model. Yeah, yeah. And they're just their arrogance is it just gives them a punchable face, and you have this like I don't know, every time like when people send me a video of his, like, oh, look at like this, you're wrong. Check this video out, dude. I won't even click on it. I'll never support that dude. I won't click on any of his videos because I don't want to even support him. I'd rather like watch someone else's YouTube that has his video just so that way I'm not supporting that dude.
Did you
But that guy is
did you guys
wow.
see his argument for why flat earthers couldn't see the face of the moon the same everywhere on Earth? Like, oh my gosh, bro, it was hilarious. Like the way he demonstrated like the flat Earth, and then like somebody looking up at it, like a little stick man figure was looking up at
Yeah,
the moon, and
the three
that
people.
one guy was seeing the face of the moon, and the other guy was seeing like the back of the moon at like different place on the Earth. It was like, dude, this is silly, man. Like, obviously, you know, like everybody sees the face of the moon. No one's ever gonna see the backside of the moon, man. Come on, that's silly. No, his whole thing was just silly. It's silliness, bro.
Like one long straw man.
Yeah, essentially, and it's like, man.
That's the other unusual part about it is just seeing witnessing someone just kind of destroy themselves in that way of just yeah. I mean, it's I don't want to say we lose IQ points, but it certainly feels that way whenever they're absolutely just self-destructing in the worst way. Just to think that some of these people are kind of walking around or out there actually driving on the street is kind of troublesome to think about. But hey, guys, it's been a pleasure sharing the space with y'all. I thank y'all so much for your mission, effort, purpose. Yeah, it's a strong community, and I'm very thankful for y'all. I got to head out, but we'll speak soon.
All right, cool. Thank you for coming.
Thanks for stopping by, Steve.
Yeah, that was good stuff. Yeah, I mean, I guess Glovers are not in tonight, huh?
Well,
It's not here right now.
you know, some of them, if they see the name up here, they don't know if because they probably look for names in here. If they see names that they know, because usually it's what happens, right? You get one Glober in here and they start seeing random names. Oh, okay, I know this guy. Let me go in there. Like they want to come in and hide behind their pals. Usually.
True. They like to for whatever reason, it's like they like to mob deep.
It's all right, man.
It's cool though. That's what it is.
We got Inversion. What's up, Inversion?
Inversion, welcome. Let me just get that out to you. Oops.
Probably getting the Breakfast Club right about now.
Oh, it's connecting. Cool. Yeah, it's 3 a.m. my time, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, nothing much, man. We're just hanging out.
To let you guys know that, what was it, 2 days ago, maybe 3 days ago, over there in Discord, my God, the flat smacking was real. I think it was APOC mostly, but fuck, man, that was a good one the other day. I was on it all day with you guys.
Ah, good stuff. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Oh, was it that morning we were having a conversation? I was driving home at one time. APOC was in there. I think I was on there. You were in there too, Inversion. I think it was like, are you in the States, Inversion? Oh snap! I think he got disconnected.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was one morning. I seen him in there in the Discord, and then you were on, and we had like some of the numpties that come in the morning. Remember the ones that weren't giving any evidence? Like they were just funny, dude. These guys.
Usual.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe Inversion did get dropped out, huh? I don't see him on there.
Yeah. Probably a connection.
Yeah, Inversion's been hanging out in the mornings. Remember, he said when he drives to work or something, he likes to hop in and listen. There he is. He said he likes to hop in and listen. He's been hanging out in the mornings lately. I'm glad you heard the conversations we've been having. We've been flat smacking quite a bit lately. I sent an invite, but I don't know if it worked. Sometimes this thing acts silly. Did he get the mic? Nobody see him.
Yeah, I shot him the mic too. I don't know. He might just have a problem right now.
Maybe. Yeah, I mean, lately though, it just seems like they're all the days are just blending together. So I don't even know
Yeah,
like
I was
what
having some
day
problems,
is
man.
it.
I'm on a fucking phone, but I got to be on a browser.
No worries. Yeah, I've been seeing you in the morning hanging out with us, and I appreciate that. Thank you. Glad you're
That's
getting
me. That's me.
your entertainment for the morning. Yeah. You talking? Check.
Yeah, he's in here, but it says he's a listener. I don't know.
Air Bear was all right the other day, though. I think that was his name over in Discord. All right, Glober.
Yeah. Wait, is that Inversion? Are you talking? Because it shows you as listener on my screen,
The same here.
but I hear him though. Like I hear him talking though. This glitch is
Yeah,
crazy.
he probably does have the mic privilege. It's not registering that he has it.
It's just not
Yeah, it's
showing it.
not showing it.
Oh, now it does. There we go. Now it's yeah. X finally caught up. Yeah, I was tripping out at first. Um, yeah, Care Bear could bring it
What are we
too,
doing
man.
about? What are we
I,
doing? Can you guys hear me? Should I drop down?
it's echoing now, but we can hear you. Can you hear us? It's interesting, huh? Like I said, they want us to think that we're talking to people on the moon. You know, decades ago. We can't even get people to talk on this. Crazy.
Pandora gave you a laughing emoji. 100%.
Yeah, yeah.
Shout out to Pandora.
I mean, yeah, word up. They got us. That's why I put that photo of the stars. They got us all fooled. They got us all fooled. All right, I'm gonna set a mic two and we'll wait for Inversion to, I guess, join. Give him the floor. All right, anybody else want to come up, chit chat? Oh, feel free. Water's fine.
That's so funny. The gift Pandora has on her profile. The
Nope.
don't eat
I
cats,
don't know,
eat
man.
with
It's all
cats.
messed up. You guys got me?
Yeah, we can
Yeah,
hear
we
you.
can hear you, bro. Can you hear us? Mic check 1 2.
Eat with cats.
You see that?
Yeah, that's
Don't
funny.
eat cats, eat with
Yeah.
cats. That's funny as hell, dude.
Inversion dropped out again. I don't think he was able to hear us.
His
He
internet's
was
wigging
like,
out.
yeah. Chimay Blue said most flirts are space deniers. Also, no chance, mate. Oh, for Elon Musk to come, check it out.
Oh, what'd you say? Who said that?
Some Chamoy Blue, I don't know, some random commenting on Elon Musk's. That when I said Elon Musk, we're waiting for you to come join us. I tagged him. I be doing stupid shit like that sometimes. But yeah, no luck. He didn't come. Darn it. Wonder why.
They're busy
Maybe
running
a
a billion
virgin.
companies.
Right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And the guy said we're space deniers. See, now here's a weird thing, right? Um, I think I think they think we don't believe that people go to a high altitude. I think they think that we don't believe that we can go that high. I think because that's the way they kind of make it seem. It's just really weird.
They say
They
all
don't. They
kinds
don't.
of things, man. Globers say the darndest things, you know.
Yeah, right.
So they
Glovers say the darndest
we
thing.
don't know. Sometimes they'll come up with strange things, like Baltimore earlier was saying that ground position somewhere out in space. Like,
Oh, that's
you could
right.
literally,
That's crazy,
literally,
bro.
what another one for the books, bro. Like, how can ground
Yeah,
positions
yeah.
on the
I
ground
got. You know what?
be out in
I'm
space?
gonna document this. I'm gonna document this because last time I couldn't remember the hallway. The casino's floors are shaped to the curvature of the earth. I could. I literally. That's gonna be my favorite personally of the dumbest shit Glover say. So I'm gonna just start taking notes, bro. I'm gonna literally title it.
Yeah, don't forget about Dr. John Wallace. He says that babies are born adjusting to the spin of the earth for what is it, 12 months or something like that. When they're
Wow.
learning to walk, they're
Wow.
oh no, 14 months. I think he said the babies aren't they're learning to adjust to the spin of the earth for 14 months. So they learn to walk, and then they get adjusted to the spin of the earth. Bro. I'm not kidding you, Dr. John Wallace. He said that babies are
Wow.
getting used to the spin of the earth, bro. I'm not kidding. This is wild,
Dr.
man.
John Wallace.
Yeah,
Wow.
we quoted him.
All right. And oop, and who was the one that said the casino floor is curved? Who said that?
Oh man, that was a
What was his
random
name?
person. I'm not sure. Was it
Dude,
here in
you're
space
supposed to
or
remember.
on Discord?
It was here, I
Was it here in
believe.
space?
And I'm like, dude,
Second
that's gotta be
episode,
one for the
maybe.
books.
Because I know it was one.
Yeah, I think it was second episode.
Must have been the second one.
Earth, the shape of the earth. I forgot who it was. Okay. And then the third one was what was the one you said right now? Not the baby's born.
Yeah, when they're born, it
Not
takes
that
them
one.
14 months to adjust to the spin of the earth.
The one before. What was the one before you said right now? You just said it. All right. The one before that.
Us Globers say a bunch of dumb things, dude.
Yeah, what was that? Damn it.
I don't know which one you're referring to. That's why I'm like,
Yeah, the one right before the babies. Um huh. Or maybe you didn't say that. Maybe I'm just tripping. What's some of the dumbest stuff that you heard so far on X? There was another one.
X.
There was a second person. Yeah, here on X. There was another
They
one
were
that just
just.
said the dumbest
There
thing.
was a guy in here saying that you could see forever on Earth if the Earth was flat.
Oh,
But that's
oh
standard
we,
dumb
we, al-
stuff.
we
That's
always,
not
yeah, we
really.
always get that. It's not a one for the books moment. We not too long ago. We just said the dumbest thing the other day. Does anybody else listening or that has the mic already? You guys want to contribute to this list I'm going to make right now? The dumbest things that Globers have said or that you've heard them say?
Yeah, but it's gotta be really
Or
dumb.
very
It can't
dumb.
be like standard dumb. Standard dumb is like you can see too far. Gotta
Yeah,
be
it's
something
got to be
ridiculous.
like casino floors are built to curve with the earth, stuff like that.
I think,
Just
and
the
he was
dumbest shit
serious
ever.
too when he was saying it, so it wasn't just like.
Dead serious. Because I was trying to point out how the hallway, how the windows and the doors go down towards, to where they look like they're lowering further away. He said that's because the floors are built to the curvature of the earth. What an idiot. I tossed inversion of mic. I don't know if it's working or not. Dude, it's gonna bug me. That other one. I'll try to think. No, not working. No worries. Invite to speak. I sent it again. Can you request at least? I don't see a request on the list. That's why. Oh, I can't even request.
I'm gonna call it a night, fellas.
Hey, well, thanks for hanging out with us.
I appreciate
Been
it,
a few
Xavier.
hours.
No doubt, no doubt. I'll try to stop by for a few tomorrow, but I definitely gonna slide over to Flat Earth Fridays. But I'll try to slide in for a little bit. If anything, I'll listen to the playback. But awesome job, guys. Keep up the good work and
Awesome.
bringing that Discord energy over to the spaces.
For
Hey,
sure, man.
thanks a lot. You know what too? I feel like cause we go so late. You ever gone to like a bar, but then everybody knows that one bar that stays past that, the cutoff date or the cutoff hour? Like I feel like we're that late bar, bro, that goes to like 6 in the morning when everybody else closed at 2. Like that's who we are. So we appreciate when you guys stop by after the bar.
No doubt, bro. Have a good night or good morning
Have a
wherever
good
you're at.
morning, bro.
Yeah, same.
See ya.
Yeah, no doubt. We're that bar after the bar. I still don't see the request for you inversion, but I don't know. Maybe it's just not working. I don't know.
Sounds like it's gonna get lit tonight. Well, we could
It'd
probably
be
see if we could
cool.
wrangle some more people in here from Flat Earth. See if they can't come in. Like, dude,
Yeah.
spaces tonight. Let's go. Let's
Are
do it
there
up.
any over there right now? I haven't even opened up Discord because usually it messes up my X everything. Let me see.
I'll look.
All right. Mm, looks like
It's like DMOC and Crit, Batman, Mick, Quiet Noobs are over there on politics.
mm.
And on the home server, it's just Adam Unsalted, that other Glober and Miguel Sosa.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna share this to the Globe Gangsters server.
You're gonna get a Globe Gangster in here? All right.
Yeah, they got the Globe Gangster server. There's a bunch in there, like 20 guys over there, a bunch of Globers.
They'll probably
Let's
erase
get
your
those
post the
motherfuckers.
moment you do it.
Well, what they do is they have like this post where, or this channel, a room where, or whatever. Yeah, I guess it's called category or channel where it says promote yourself, and that's where they allow it to go. Where's it at? Promote. They have so many rooms, bro. Signal propagation, Golden Glober Awards, eclipses, bite benders, Blurf Argument Hall of Fame, globology, cartography, astronomy, gunnery, ballistics. Oh yeah, that's right. There's probably Coriolis claims. Atmospheric electricity, gaslight, grotto. They have a funny. What happened to their promotion? Self promotion. Don't see it. So. Oh, here it is. Okay. There's so many rooms, I missed it. Alright, allow paste. I'm gonna put we are looking for Glover. We'll see if any of them come in. I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think we've had one. Not even one.
You're kidding me.
Mm-mm.
Yeah. Like they learned their lesson.
I don't think so. Peter has it.
Probably not. No, that guy. Well, at this part, what's that called? What's that called? A masochist? Is that a person that loves the torture?
Yeah.
Is that what they're called? That's what Peter is. He loves to get beat. He
I like
loves it.
Peter, man. I like him.
Yeah, he tries.
I always
I'm with you guys.
I said the same thing that Huey says. I'm gonna use him as my numpty canvas to paint my Rembrandt.
Hey, another one was Care Bear there in Discord the other day. He was all right, Glover, wasn't he?
Yeah, Creation Bear.
Creation Bear, you mean?
That's the one. That's the one. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
No, he's a flat earther, but he larps for the globe sometimes because he gets bored.
Ah, that makes sense.
Yeah, he larps for the globe.
Yeah, he'll play like devil's advocate.
Okay, he'll play House Globy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Eagle Slave does that too. Amish? That's Amish, right? Yeah.
Yeah, Amish. Yeah.
You know, one line of debate that I saw the other day over there was Big Daddy Flurf and elevation angles. Were you in there for that? He was just dissecting these guys on that.
Yeah, Big Daddy Flurf. Yeah, he's the homie. We're all basically around the same era, the same time frame. So like that's like all of his 24/7 inversion, like all of those guys.
Yeah, I'm recognizing some of them. Not Daddy Flurf, but you know, like Crit and you guys, and of course Heretic and some others. But man, Big Daddy Flurf was skillful with that argument the other day. Man, it was. You guys are all real skillful. You guys are all. That's a little bit. That's the difference that I noticed over at Discord, rather than the spaces I've been through here on Twitter. Is they seem to kind of just steamroll people over here, like, oh, get the fuck out of here, shut the fuck. But over there, you guys like just are very specific and surgical with it, and you just lay them down, man. It's a little bit different. There, either way is okay, but I like both styles. But yeah, I really like that over there.
That's the kind of energy that I wanted to bring here in version. Like with the way we do things, I think we bring 24/7 as a brand. We bring like that energy. Like we're not afraid of these guys. Like whatever they think, like what academics that come in here with their titles and such. We want to show you that they're like if we're playing cards, they're holding 7 deuce offsuit. Like they don't have anything. They're bluffing. They got nothing. So there's no, mathematical wizard that's gonna come in here and like knock us off our kilter. Be like, oh man, we know the Earth's a globe because mathematically it's sound. But like, bro, there's nothing you can do right now that you're gonna take your math and go out into the physical natural world and show us that the Earth is a globe. I guarantee you got nothing. I promise you. I want everybody to know that this is the moment you're going to realize in front of this audience that you're not going to be able to prove the Earth's a globe. 100%. Like, so I actually invite them in, like, whoever they are. Because it feels like they want to say, because that's what it's all built on. And some of them come in a bit verbose to say that they know the Earth's a globe. And I guarantee you, those guys, it's all smoke and mirrors, guys. They do not know the Earth's a globe. They don't know it. So even if it sounds like they know, they can speak well, that doesn't mean like they know what they're talking about. Anyway, thought I'd let you guys. It's a little secret because I've dealt with their types before. So.
And for your list, I don't know which one of you guys had a list going, but I had a dude last week tell me that he saw the curve with his own fucking eyes from a balcony at a hotel at Fort Myers Beach, Florida. I almost had a heart
Whoa.
attack.
Yeah. Really, Fort Myers Beach, Florida. You gotta
Sure did.
You gotta get that guy in here, man. I want to talk to that guy. I do.
Confident as hell about it.
Oh man, those are my favorite kind. The ones who are so sure. They're standing on all 10 of their toes. They're like, dude, the Earth is a globe. I'm like, please come on in here. I need to talk to you. Because you get the half-baked glober, man, that comes in there that just, they don't know what they're saying, bro. They're just like in and out. They're just saying, Earth's a globe, Earth's a globe. They don't know. The guys who can say something like that, wow. It's a big claim.
It was amazing. Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
bring that guy in here.
there's another one that I'm looking for because the whole we can see the curvature, at the beach. That's kind of a like a standard, response from them. We're looking for the really, really dumb, just dumbest shit ever they've said, like the floors of the casino curve to the earth, or the baby's learning how to walk, adjusting
Yeah.
to the spin of the earth.
That's so good.
We need just that dumb shit. Like, I'm gonna make a list. Then I'll maybe even grade it. I guess rate it.
Here you go. Here's
And then
Zidney's in here. Show me your flat Earth model over there. He's probably wants to talk to me about light bending.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, can you tell inversion about how light bends? I like to hear it.
Through on the mic, we'll see. And then tell us how you're getting the measurements of it bending.
Dude, I'm just excited about it. I want to get my my blanket.
So excited.
And my hot chocolate.
Ooh,
Is it
cuddle
story
up,
time, right?
cuddle up.
Is it gonna be story time?
Yep.
Let's go.
Yeah.
You guys met Zidney yet?
I think
Maybe.
we did the other day.
Perhaps.
The profile pic, I think he was in here the other day, like last week. I threw the mic. If you'd like to grab it, the floor is yours. And let us know about that proof. You can give a thumbs down if you just want to listen. We're okay with that too.
He's got a video too. He's wanted to show us his evidence too. Maybe he could repost that for everybody up here.
Yeah, the nest. That'd be great. Let's see. If I had a guess, I would be thinking sugar water, fish tanks.
What is he? He's got on his profile pic, bro. Beneath his profile, excuse me, it says flat Earth is a scam and a gift. Globe works just fine with Bible. Hashtag Flat Earth Fridays. Critique menace of hashtag Levelheads, aka Sydney. A menace, he says. Well, pick up the mic, dude. Like, you're the kind of person we want to have in this channel. You're a Globe Earth menace? Yeah, we invite menaces.
He's
which is interesting because he's promoting the whole. I mean, he's like probably the number one fan.
He said it's a gift. Flat Earth is a gift. Also, we got.
I mean, we're all for it.
Marcy, I think, has joined us too. Welcome.
No, flat Earth is a grift. He's saying, not a gift.
Oh, grift. He said.
Yeah, grift.
No matter.
Yeah.
He works in the tech industry. He's pretty knowledgeable. He's very anti Hitler. We know that. He's always in the comments and stuff. He really wants to educate us on this light bending stuff. I really wish he'd pick up that mic, Zidney.
Zidney, come on. I mean, come on. It ain't nothing but me and APOC and inversion.
Yeah.
It's an easy win. Easy dubs, man.
Easy peasy. Oh yeah, welcome, Marcy. And if you'd like to speak, Marcy, I'll throw you a mic. If you want to just listen, that's fair too. But we just like to get. Oh, he's up with the mic. Go ahead. You got the floor. Have at it.
Yeah, hi guys. Hi again. We meet again.
Hello again.
So,
Enemy spotted. Go ahead.
I just want to ask first, like, how many of you guys recognize that light bends?
We all know that light bends. What do you mean?
Because I got inversion telling me light doesn't bend.
All right, so here's the thing, right? If you say that light bends or light goes straight, what's the evidence for that? What is your claim? Do it this way. Make a claim, Zidney, and then give us your evidence for that claim. Let's take everybody else out of it. Let's just have you make a claim and then provide the evidence.
Okay, yeah, let's just start with some basic. I'm standing here. The sun is in my back. I'm looking at a mirror and I see myself in the mirror. How does that happen?
All right, make a claim. Once again, make a claim and then provide the evidence. Don't ask us questions. That's not gonna help the claim.
No. You gotta answer.
No.
See
It's not
yourself
that.
in the mirror.
No. It's not how we do that. We don't do that here. We provide the claim and then the evidence to back it up. That's what you got to do right now.
Okay, so you're gonna dispute that you can see yourself in the mirror?
Well, what is your wait? What is APOC? One
you're
second.
not-
I got this.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, what is your claim right now? That light bends or goes straight?
Of course, light bends.
Oh, of course, light bends. So, when you are looking in the mirror, are you making the claim that light's bending or going straight?
But it's not going straight because I wouldn't be seeing myself in the mirror, right?
So it's not going straight. Light is bending, and that's why you see yourself in the mirror?
Yeah, and if I add another mirror, I can see the back of myself in a mirror that is mirrored.
So you're using mirrors, but what is the method by which you can demonstrate to everybody in here that light is indeed bending so you can see your reflection? Because this is your test, right? Your method in which you're going to show everybody here how you know that light is bending. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is high school physics. You look in the mirror, you see light bending.
You see light bending. Do you actually see light bending?
How else would it go? Like,
no, don't tell me how else
alternative?
would it. That's not how to answer a question.
You gotta
You're
have
answering a question with a question. Bad form, Sydney. You need to understand if I ask you a question, you could support what I'm asking with evidence. So, once again, how can you tell me that light is bending? Do you see it literally bending?
Yeah, so that is how light works. If you want to see it bending, your co-host mentioned sugar
we're not
water,
worried about
right?
co-hosts at the moment. I'm asking you. You're speaking to the host right now. So, speaking to the host is asking you, Sydney, do you witness light bending when you look at it? You know, you reflect.
Yeah, of course. Okay, so another way you can actually observe it is that if you look and find the horizon on a clear day.
I'll throw another example, and you haven't given me the demonstration of your mirror
If you're
example.
gonna deny you can see yourself
I'm not
in the mirror,
denying
you're
it.
a pretty idiot, right?
I'm not
How am I
denying
gonna deal with that?
Well, how are you going to deal with it is this specific way. If you make a claim, sir, and you said you see yourself in the mirror, and that means light is bending. Now, I want to know, how do you know that is the case? Now, what is your supporting evidence that you seeing your light, your reflection in the mirror is the demonstration that light is bending? Go ahead.
Yeah, so if you want to measure the light going into the mirror and back, we can actually do that with physics, but you can't probably do that.
Okay, that wasn't an answer. We can do it in physics, but you can't do it. That's not
No,
really an
I can
answer.
do it. I did this in high school. You didn't do this.
So now I need you to go ahead and tell me the method by which you've done it. The method, sir. What is the method?
Yeah, so you just take a laser and you point it into the mirror so you can see the laser.
Okay, so we're using a laser, But you at first said we can see light bending with a reflection. So how is a reflection equaling something that you see light bending? And also a test for that is to shoot a laser to a mirror. What are we testing for? Just putting light through lights through mirrors? Is that all we're doing? Let me shoot a laser to a mirror, and that way I know the light is bending.
Are you for real right now?
I'm for real, because all you're giving me right now is you're just doing things, but you're not showing the method of how. What is the amount of light that's bending? You haven't given me any numeric value. 0 numeric values right now.
If you want to question the fundamentals of physics, that's your problem.
No, I'm questioning your method, not the fundamentals of physics. I'm questioning your method. And your method it seems to be vacant of any numeric values as to how much light is bending when you're looking at yourself in the mirror. 0 numeric
What do you
value.
mean? What light is bending? How much light is bending? What
Exactly.
are you talking about?
So
what are you talking about?
I'm going through your method by what you said you saw light bending by seeing your reflection. Now, doing that, how much numeric value, please, is light bending?
Yeah. So what is the axis angle? What is the exit angle? Do you know how to do that kind of math?
Don't ask me what I can do. Support your claim with evidence, sir.
No. If you're an idiot and you can't do that math, I can't help you.
It's not about me. It's not about you being able to.
It is you.
Throw shade.
You are the problem.
No,
that's
it's
the
not.
problem. That's why you are flat earther. You don't understand basic physics.
Okay,
That's you.
So once again, you're just throwing shade on me as a character, but you're not giving a demonstration. So what that means, Sydney, is that you don't have a method, and all you're doing is trying to poison
now
the
you're
well.
lying. I do have a method. I'm just looking myself
Then let's
in the
get
mirror,
the method,
but I'm
sir.
not going to show
Let's get straight to
myself
the
in the mirror to demonstrate it to you. That's
Well, then-
stupid, right?
Well, then why did you bring the method up, sir? By standing in front of a mirror and seeing your reflection and saying that's the
Because you
method.
could replicate it yourself, you fucking idiot.
Oh well, you don't have to get so
You're
upset.
stupid, right? You're fucking stupid. Look in a mirror, idiot.
And so how
Nobody's talking Hitler.
So when you see yourself in the mirror, and as you put it, this is a demonstration for all idiots, right? So what is the amount of light bending when you see yourself?
What do you mean an amount? What kind of metric?
Well,
is
you
that?
said light is bending, and I want to know by you seeing yourself in the mirror.
Yeah, what
how
amount?
much? Yeah, what amount? Go ahead.
No, what kind of metric are you talking about?
I don't know. You're the one that brought it up. It's your claim. I'm letting you tell
there
us.
could be many things.
Well, then you tell us what the many things could be. The variables,
Yeah,
sir.
it could be angle.
Really?
It could be the amount of light. It could be the light force, right? It could be many things. Yeah.
Light.
Yeah.
Wait, APOC,
You
open
don't
up your
know
book,
we measure
brother.
lights?
Open up your book. We got to put light force in there.
I already got
light
got
force.
this one.
This is amazing,
Look
Sydney.
in the mirror.
So
he's added 2 to the book. Congratulations.
You've made it into the Hall of Fame, sir.
Yeah. Do you know the difference between dark and light?
Okay.
Do you know the difference?
Look in the mirror. Hold on. Just real quick. I want to get this correct, right? I have look in the mirror, you fucking idiot. Proof of a globe. And then the
I didn't say that. Now I didn't say proof a globe. Now you're strawmanning my
He did
argument.
he did say light bending. That's what he was trying to prove right now.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm gonna add a second category then. We have one for globe evidence and one for
light bending.
But what's light bending prove though?
No. We're still on his method of how he knows light is bending.
Okay.
So light force. Don't forget light force.
Oh yeah, light force.
Write light force down. All right. So we want to know the light force and how we know light is bending with any specific amount, according to your method of looking at yourself in the mirror. You were going to demonstrate it, but you think that because the audience can't keep up with your superior knowledge, that we're not going to be able to know any numeric values that you give us. So how could we investigate the claim that light's bending by looking at yourself in the mirror without knowing any specifics that you can give us? That's interesting, Sydney.
Yeah, well, you're welcome to tell yourself that it's like a unicorn that is magic moving around the light or whatever works for you. Do that.
Well, yeah, what works for me is that people that make claims can support them with evidence. That's what works for me. But it
Yeah,
seems
there's
like it
plenty
doesn't
of
work for you.
evidence.
Doesn't work for you, does it?
There is
Because
plenty of evidence.
oh, really?
Right? If you did physics, you would know there's evidence.
Oh, so we did. So what we have to do is do physics, but yet right now, when you make a claim, you're not able to support it. Is that true, Zitney? You can't support your
I
claim.
have supported it, and if it's not good
Mm,
enough for you, tell yourself it's a magic unicorn. That's
well,
your problem.
well, a light force. That seems to be a magic unicorn, right? Because when have you measured the light force,
Yeah,
Zitney?
you can measure light, how much light there is in a room. Do you understand that?
No, you tell me.
Luminous?
Oh, yeah. So we're going from seeing light bending. See how we're going from different topics? Because really, initially, you are supposed to give us evidence that the Earth is a
No,
globe.
you asked for a value, and I said there are multiple values you could measure in
Okay.
connection to light.
Yeah. How do you do that? Go ahead and tell us how.
Luminous?
Give me a value. Yeah, lumens is great. That's wonderful, but that's not telling us how light is bending.
No,
You know
no.
what I'm
But
saying?
you asked me about a value. I said it could be luminous, right?
Yeah, but that's
You're not
only telling
really
you.
asking me a good question.
Yeah, it's. You know what? We're going farther back into things that don't have any relevance to the Earth's conversation of the Earth. So let's try to bring it back, Zitney, because ultimately we want to go back to the premise. So the premise is: do you know that the Earth is a globe?
No, no. We were talking about refraction.
Now we're
Let's
not worried
stick with
about that.
refraction.
We're not worried about that. We're worried about you being able to substantiate the claim that the Earth is a globe. So if it's a globe, what evidence do you have to provide?
Yeah, sure. I got a lot of personal evidence, my own experience as a pilot, but you don't believe that, so I really don't care what you think.
Okay, as a pilot, how have you demonstrated to yourself and maybe to others that the Earth is bending with a specific amount of curvature?
Yeah, first of all, as a pilot, you understand radar, and you still understand there's something called a radar horizon that wouldn't be on a flat Earth, right? That's why you fly low to the ground when you approach a radar, because there is a radar horizon, and that's because the Earth isn't flat.
Okay, how much curvature would there be figured into the radar horizon if the Earth is curving indeed, as you say?
It doesn't matter. It is.
Oh, it doesn't matter now.
No,
Okay.
no, no.
So we
You
don't
just need
know the
some
value.
curvature.
Once again, no numeric values as to how much curvature there is on your radar horizon. Isn't that true, Zitney?
You wouldn't use curvature. You would use hidden height.
Hidden height.
Yes.
So, how much hidden height is there for the specific amount of curvature for you flying your plane? Could you give us any numeric values for that?
What do you mean? What altitude am I flying at?
I have no idea. You give us
No.
go ahead and give us some sort
Do
of
you know how
standard.
to calculate that?
Yeah, so if you give us a standard of how high you actually fly your plane, depends because I don't know if you fly commercial or one of those smaller planes. So what type of plane do you fly? What's the altitude? And also give us the specific value for the hidden height.
Yeah, you can't calculate that unless you know what you're looking at, right? That's
Well,
how
go
you
ahead and
calculate.
give us something arbitrary that you can say
Yeah.
you know for
So I
sure.
told you last time that I was flying at 50,000 feet,
Mhm.
and only military pilots fly in 50,000 feet, right? Because commercial go up to 40, 42 maximum. Only military pilots go 50.
Okay. Yeah. And
Yeah. So now we need to know what are we looking at in horizon, and how high is that? How high is that above the ground?
yeah, I'm waiting for you to finish.
Yeah. So if I told you it was 20,000 feet, it could be a mountain, and it's 200 miles away, and I'm at 50,000 feet, then you need to calculate hidden height.
Is that it?
Well, do you know how to calculate that?
Yeah, so calculation and also verifying the calculation are two very different things. Did you verify that you're negotiating over any specific amount of curvature flying your plane, Sydney?
What do you mean verify?
Well,
Did I
it's
go
simple,
crash
right?
my plane
Yeah.
in the mountain?
No, we're not talking about mountains at the moment. So when you're saying
We
that the
were.
Earth,
The mountain
yeah,
gets
we were
high
at the
for
moment because
20,000 feet.
you're trying to find out hidden height. But the important part of this test that you're about to tell us about is when you're flying your plane, is if you actually have to account for negotiating over any specific amount of curvature when you're flying your plane. Now, here's an important tip. What I'm going to tell you. Most pilots that we've ever spoken to never say that they have to take curvature into account when they fly their planes. They fly their planes as if it were flat and stationary. But we're not saying that they consider the Earth as flat. They do say that the Earth is a globe, but they travel over the Earth as if it were flat and stationary, locally, of course. So they don't account for negotiating over any amount of curvature. Now, you say that you are doing that. So I want to know, you as a pilot will tell the audience how it's possible that you're accounting for flying over any specific amount of curvature. How do you negotiate over that amount of curvature over any distance? Now, can you tell the audience how you've done that? Because pilots that I've talked to don't account for it. Go ahead.
Okay, so if you have to account for the curvature of the Earth, that is 0.01 degrees per second, right? That's nothing. When you move the plane around to just adjust for everything, you adjust it many times a minute, and that's multiple degrees. So 0.01 degree, you're never going to notice that. When you fly, you adjust for altitude, and altitude is how much distance there is to the ground. So if you're flying straight and the ground underneath you, say you're going into a valley, then the altitude is going to increase because the valley is going downwards, right? So then you fly altitude and you say, I need to stay at 20,000. That means you go plane downwards, right? Because you stay at 20,000. So if you just follow the altitude or maintain altitude, you will never have to do anything else than just maintain altitude because you're just following the surface of the Earth. And that's what they mean when they say that they don't have to account for curvature because you're just keeping altitude.
Exactly. Excellent. So, as we know now, there's no way for a pilot to really tell that they're actually flying over a curved surface because they're not taking it's inconsequential, essentially, according to you and every pilot that I've spoken to. It's inconsequential. It's not really a factor. And so, therefore,
that's not correct. If you just flew
that is correct.
straight,
That is correct. So,
no,
yeah,
you
that is
can't
correct.
tell me that.
No, I am telling you
can't tell
that
me that.
because you said it from yourself. So
No,
we know now. We
I
know
did
now.
not say that. I did
You
not
did
say
say that.
I did not say it was
You
incorrect.
did say that. Let me go ahead and just restate how you said it. You said, yeah, it's a minuscule amount. Therefore, it's not really taken into account as far as pilots go. And, as far as you're concerned, you're not flying over the Earth as a globe. You're flying over it as if it were practically flat and stationary. So, therefore, what you said was in line with what they say. It's inconsequential. They don't have to account for it. Therefore, it doesn't need to be taken into account. So therefore, how do you know you're flying over any specific amount of curvature if it's not taken into account and it's inconsequential? You see how this works here? You've just given up the reasoning for you thinking that you can use a flying over the surface of the Earth as if it were a flat, or excuse me, as if it were a globe. It was just that easy. You've said it yourself. So now what we have is a person who is a pilot really saying that they don't take it into account. And flying over the Earth as a globe, they don't take it into account. That's what we heard from you. Isn't that true?
No, because at 50,000 feet you can see the curve. You fucking idiot!
Really? You can see?
Are you
can see
taking
the.
it?
I'm not gonna waste time on you when you mute me. You fucking idiot!
But you said you saw curvature now. That's a very different claim. Did he leave? Oh.
He's still, yeah, he left. Spiraled out. His plane spiraled out and crashed.
Crash and
He was
burn.
flying.
Well, he went to seeing the curvature of the Earth. Well, we could have got on that topic as well. We love to
He's
hear.
back. He's back. You just had an anonymous listener jump in just now.
Excellent.
Awesome. So we have the truth. The truth also joined in here. I could invite to speak.
That would be great.
If you'd like to jump up, or Vark, throw you a mic, or Earth is flat. Send you a mic as well. Everybody, we're giving out mics today.
Welcome.
You all could join. You have the floor once you join, if you'd like to join.
Yeah, check.
If it glitches out, just request.
Yeah, check this out, guys. Episode 5 on our series, 24/7 Discord. We're actually having here for you guys Laugh out loud. You think the Earth is a globe. That's what we're posing to you guys. If you think it's a globe, come on up here. Give us a demonstration of how you are going to bring some evidence, and we'll give you the mic. Definitely want to hear from you guys that believe that Earth's a globe. If you have any demonstrations that the Earth is a globe, we'd like to hear. Go ahead and come on up, guys. We'll give you a mic. And don't forget, with this space, go ahead and retweet the space out. Repost it everywhere. Get some more people coming in here. Don't forget to drop a little heart underneath the space so that it can get more people acknowledge that the algorithm's kind of favoring us. So perhaps more people can see the room and come in. So all right. So who's our next guy? Who else we got?
Well, I sent out the mics, but I don't know. I'm waiting to see if anyone joins. If it's okay if you just want to listen. But if it glitched out, go ahead and request, and then I could bring you up that way as well. But I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe they just want to listen. It's really interesting, Alpha.
Mm-hmm.
When you keep these globers, and I'm sure everybody in this room witnessed it in real time. When you keep them to the said claim, and you don't let them divert into all this other like meta, nonsense, uh, just waste of time at that point, conversation, they spiral out. They just can't deliver what they're saying to be with facts or evidence, and then they'll tell you stuff like, "I'm the pilot, idiot." Yeah, that that doesn't prove anything you just said.
Yeah. Did you hear him though? He actually said, "Well, pilots don't take it into account because it's very minuscule, so it'd be not really taken into account."
Right.
I'm like, dude, you just gave up the ghost. Didn't you know that what you just said
Yes.
was that people don't account for it?
That
Duh.
was a Scooby Doo. It was a Scooby Doo moment, bro. When they pull the mask off the ghost.
Exactly. It's
like that's what he just did,
it's
bro.
weird because like I'm gonna give them the floor, right? Come on, bring in your evidence. Do you have some? Because I mean, present it. And him spiraling out of control really was just him getting upset because he admitted, he conceded that, he has to take curvature into account as a pilot. As a pilot, he admitted that. So there you have it, right?
Right.
Like, so what else do we need? Because your evidence, which you thought was going to be evidence, you coming into the space and saying that you're a pilot, that's how you're going to prove the Earth's a globe, and then all of a sudden you're telling us we don't have to take it into account when you're flying over the surface. Curious.
Yeah.
Very
It
curious.
reminds me of when you cross a surveyor, and then they go, "Oh yeah, 100%. We use yep. You have to account for curvature of the Earth." And then okay. So when you set up your machine, what's the formula? And then you get into the conversation, and then eventually they get to that point where they're like, "Well, locally it's so flat,
Yeah,
you don't even have to."
that's what he was.
And it's
It's the
like,
same thing.
womp womp.
It's like, well, it's a like 0.0001, so it's not really taking. I'm like,
Yeah.
then how is it that you're actually accounting for this when you're flying? You're not, huh?
Exactly. Exactly. It's so minuscule. That's their favorite word. It's so minuscule. It's you don't have to worry about it.
Dude, that's what they say with the guys that build like highways and stuff, like laying railroads down. Like
Mhm.
they say the same thing. Oh yeah, of course. We don't coverage. It's so minuscule. We don't take it into account. Obviously, like it's like, well then, why would people consider it like in the first place? When does it actually interfere with any construction? It's
Exactly.
not.
That's why I tell them, okay, let's say I'm gonna get a billion Legos, right? I'm gonna start building them, and I'm not gonna count for curvature when I first start. And 3 days later, when I'm laying down these Legos horizontal and making sure, they're keeping a certain angle, and I'm still not counting for curvature. And then 3 more days pass by. Like, dude, when am I going to account for curvature here? Because eventually I'm going to have to start curving it, right? And that is when I laugh at them.
Yeah, but you forget that sometimes what interrupts that is the light force, because when you got the light's forcing, itself through things.
I did document that.
Freaking light
The
force.
light force.
Well, his evidence of light bending is looking at himself in the mirror. Obviously.
Yes, look in the mirror, you fucking
You don't
idiot.
understand
And
physics. Physics, man. It's physics. That's great. That's a great buzzword, man. But now tell us the numeric value of how much light is bending when you're staring at yourself in the mirror. Well, I would tell you, but you wouldn't understand. Like, really? Then why are you mentioning it? It's not evidence then.
right. You know, it's interesting too. Is I honestly thought he said the bending of light was his proof of the Earth that is being a globe. So I misunderstood because I could have swore that.
Well, I think he did want to go back to refraction, but I didn't. I wanted him to go back to the point where he's substantiating the surface of the Earth being a globe. So he went back into, I guess, because he's a pilot, he wanted to use that as his evidence, and then he found out he just didn't have evidence after all. You know, like and then he
Yeah.
spiraled out of control twice.
By the
Twice.
way, yeah. By the way, every time they mention elevation, altitude, height, yeah, all planar measurements, every one of them. And it's interesting that they don't catch that themselves. Oh, the height from mean sea level, you mean? That's what gave you the altitude, right? Because you have an elevation, like that's your position in the sky, right? Like, yeah, okay, so it's taken off of the ground, right? At zero, right? That's how you got a number, right? Yeah. Okay. So then when you fly a mile away and you're still above that, right? Yeah. Okay. They don't see it, bro. They don't get it. And then you're like, you have to count for the dip. It's like, no, we don't.
All right.
What?
Yeah, I'm gonna probably wrap it up tonight. But it was great fun, man. We're gonna
It's
have,
about to
probably
be
have to
4 in
do
the morning here.
probably have to do it tonight. So
Yeah, for sure. Thanks everybody stopping by. And it's 4 in the morning, or about to be 4 here. I know it's over there. You're about to be 6 over there.
yeah.
So, and you did say like from your time 8 to 6, so
Yeah.
or 10 to 6. So yep, it was fun, man. It's always fun.
Yeah, don't forget, guys.
Wish we need.
Uh, follow the account where I'm at so that you guys know when I go live, and APOC as well. Please follow APOC as a co-host.
Yeah, man. Check out the videos. Give some likes. Check out the funny comments that Globers be jumping on, and they have to say their little spiel on my post. I dropped the video in the nest as well. Everything I drop in the nest obviously is coming from my profile, so feel free to do that. Also, the video that I really would like all you guys to check out, if you haven't already, if you didn't even know about it, it is the Thank You Bob re-upload. If you could check that video out on YouTube, maybe it'll help some of the arguments as well when you come across the Globers in regards to the gyroscopes when they say the gyroscopes prove that the Earth is spinning and rotating and wobbling and hurling through a vacuum of space. With that,
All right, bros. I'm gonna catch you guys later on. Thanks for joining
all
the
right, you
space.
guys all take it easy.
See you guys.
I'm gonna go back to Discord. If y'all,
Yeah.
wait, hold on. You guys are interested in joining the Discord where we hang out, even like the after party, the after bar. For those who still want to stay awake, you can click on my profile or Alpha Verita. I think you put the Flat Earth
Yeah.
Discord too,
Yeah,
right?
it's on my profile. Yeah.
Yeah, either one of us. I actually put the politics server one too. So we have the Flat Earth Discord, the main, the home base, if you will, and then the politics server. And within that server, you scroll down, you're gonna see the 24/7 channel. You can check us out there. We'll chop it up there for a little bit. I'm still awake. It's 4 in the morning, but I stay awake till about 9 or 10 in the morning. Then I'll sleep for 2 hours and wake up. But you guys have a good night, and I'll see you over there. If you'd like to, just please click on the link and take it easy.
All right, guys. See you later.
involved. And obviously the moderators have got control of their own microphones anyway. So Crypto, if you want to jump in with your sound effect, that'd be awesome. But yeah, let's kick this show on the road. So welcome, Planet Walk. Thank you. Yeah, no problem. So thank you very much for joining us, Planet Walk, for part 2 of the debate. We had a debate with you on your server the other day. So yeah, thank you for returning the compliment and coming back over to our side of the fence, mate. That's really, really appreciated.
No problem.
Yeah, no problem. Just carrying on. So I want to get the ball starting really, really quickly. Just carrying on from that debate the other day, you highlighted that, you wanted us to bring evidence, which we did bring evidence, the laser tests and this, that and the other, but they were pretty much hand waved away by Fight the Flat Earth primarily. But we would like to get into a discussion with you about our observations and our laser tests that show the Earth to be flat across vast distances, primarily over water. Have you got the ability to type in the Premier Debate text room? If you have, there's a pinned message in there which gives you the PDF and all the everything to do with the FE core laser tests. Have you been looking into this at all, Planet Walk, since we last spoke?
Not since we last spoke. I've been pretty busy. But where's the room that you said about?
Premier Debate text. Have you got the ability to text in there? Or do I need to press some more buttons? Oh, you haven't got that role. Yeah, give me a second, buddy. I need to give you that role as well. But yeah, primarily we want to, we are flat earthers. This is the evidence that we have got. Thousands of long distance observations. Of course, last time you brought us soundly, which is, from my point of view, was it's just a picture. It's dark and apparent curvature. Should be visible from, but primarily the laser tests that we have done, not just one, but we've done many, many, many. If it's good enough for militaries to use lasers to aim at targets 35 miles away, and if it's good enough for you to shoot lasers at the moon, why can't we shoot lasers across water and hit a target? I mean, it seems like this is very, very good evidence, but on the globe Earth side, you kind of hand wave dismiss it. Those vast amounts of evidence out there that, for example, the militaries of the world use laser targeting for missiles from vessels at sea going up to Mars. Well, classified as 35 miles, but obviously they can probably go further than that. And obviously, as I said, you shoot lasers at the moon and get a bounce back. So we use lasers, just like the rest of the world use lasers, and we measure the Earth to be flat across vast distances of water.
Yeah, so the reason why we use lasers, the reason why why a lot of people use lasers on the moon is because there's very minimal atmospheric refraction when you shoot it at the moon, unless you're trying to shoot it at a harvest moon or something, which I don't know why people would do that, but that's one thing that you could. But I'm going to take a quick look at the FE core experiments that you've got here.
Go on, sorry, mate, carry on.
One of the things that I've had a look at with these things is the way that they leveled out the way that they leveled the lasers, and that is a pretty big problem with these. I'm just trying to find where it showed them leveling it out. Because there's 121 pages here.
Well, yeah. I mean, we like to give you as much of the information as possible. I mean, we can go back to the Discovery Channel thing where they give you absolutely nothing. They don't show you leveling laser. They don't give you any of the atmospheric conditions or anything like that. They just give you lots of cutscenes. So we're giving everybody as much information as we can. Because ultimately everyone's going to come around and pour scorn on these laser tests. So we account for refraction and the atmosphere and the temperatures and all of these types of things. So we take those things into account.
May I say something real quick?
Please do.
So real quick, there's a lot of misconceptions like the leveling of the laser, but when it comes to the FE core, you have to understand something. At the distance of 25 miles, I'll do it in kilometers, 6 kilometers, 12 kilometers, and 41 kilometers. you can't fake a flat Earth. Like the laser, let's say if it wasn't leveled, it would either shoot up into like space, or it would hit the ground, right? It would not, there's been no possible way to get a laser at that distance because there should be obstruction of curvature. So like when Glober said they don't like how they leveled the laser, to be honest, it's really not that, I mean, it's leveled, not saying it's not leveled, but it's not really that big of a deal when it comes to the distance of like 25 miles. Like that's not gonna impede it from like, there's no way that leveling the laser is not gonna affect it somehow, like if you think about that, because the only way you can fake it is on a globe. You can't fake a flat Earth. So like, for example, it's a 0.08 millirad laser sitting 2 meters above the water surface, and they're doing a horizontal pan. So this is another way to check the refraction. Obviously, if you have a horizontal pan at 3 different target ranges, ranging from 612 and 41 kilometers, all the same height of 1.5 meters, you're going to see that there's going to be some change, right, between those three, that horizontal pan. And there was negligible refraction that day. So refraction really doesn't really help the argument either, because we can assume the 7.6R standard refraction, and it would only shave off 5 meters from the measurement. Like without standard refraction, the total height, the lowest target you can hit on the globe Earth model, the WGS84, would have to be about 90 meters. But if we added the 7.6R standard refraction, it'd be 85 meters. We're still talking about like an 83 meter discrepancy here. So it's like the leveling laser had nothing to do with that, and refraction, even when we give you the most amount of it, can't make it go 80 meters down, So there's something to look into it here. Of course, there's always variables with the laser test, but to be honest, they're just so big of difference that there has to be something there.
One of the things that I do want to mention, and I can't find out. I'm still trying to work out how this was leveled. So you've got a couple of things. First off, you've got so first off, when it comes to lasers, they do diverge. So that is one thing to keep in mind. And I don't know how much these beams diverge.
Yeah, it's in the document. It's about 0.08 millirad. You can do the math for that. I think the spread is close to like 3 meters of width.
So divergence will play a role in divergence will play a role in how much and whether you can see the laser. But also another thing that will play a role is atmospheric refraction, and because one of the things that I had a really big problem was what the first measurement, the refraction correction was stated as plus 0 millimeters, and I highly doubt that you'd ever get 0 millimeters of refraction on. I'm trying to work out whether it was at night. You might get that during the day, but at night, I highly, unless it was something like a warm night or something, I suppose you might, or the water was warm, then you might get low refraction, but it would have been nice if they used standard refraction maybe for the first measurement. I don't know a lot about this thing, because one of the reasons why I am a globe earther, all right, and is because it's easier to have a look at things like observations, which so you've got this, you do have this laser test, right? And I'm just trying to work out how to explain this. So you've got this laser test, and then you've also got a whole lot of other observations. You've got Soundly's observations. You've got observations by Miles Davis, and I'm going to bring them up today. But all these observations seem to contradict each other, and when it comes to Soundly's observations, there isn't much of an explanation for that. for observations like laser tests, you've got atmospheric refraction, you've got whether the laser was level, you've got the divergence of the laser beam. So you've got all these different things that would possibly give us these results on a globe Earth. Whereas on a flat Earth, you don't have many explanations for sound. These observations, you don't have many explanations for.
One sec, planar walk. I already explained to you how not even the standard refraction or scattering can explain an 80-meter discrepancy, whether you believe that or not. I mean, we're talking about 80 meters of discrepancy here. It's not like they read the ruler wrong. And as for soundly, have you looked at the buoys that take the temperature of the water and what the temperature of the water and the air are, like on a normal day there? Have you ever looked at that data?
No, I haven't. Do you want to inform me?
I'm either gonna pull it up right now or get someone to pull it up. But literally, the water is usually warmer than the air. So you have all types of refraction there. There's a lot of atmospheric distortion. That's why in some of these images of sound, I'm pretty sure you've seen the 2015 image, the very popular one that everyone uses, where you can see this mirroring line and a lot of distortion. And one of the towers happens to look like it's even floating on it. There's a lot of distortion in Lake Pontchartrain, a lot. And a lot of it has to do with the water being warmer than the air.
But I do agree with that. But when it comes to take the top of the pylons, right? That would be where you'd have the least amount of refraction. So let's say that there is a sinking effect. You still wouldn't get that kind of sinking effect at the top of the pylons.
Well, I guess that's up for debate, because we can obviously don't believe that like things with. Do you think that things with distance do shrink in size?
Repeat.
Like kind of like perspective. Like if we were to have like a bunch of telephone poles, they would all like the one at the very end would look like it's getting smaller and smaller, and they all seem to converge at a point. And then when you add this atmospheric refraction to the bottom, that's when you get that curve. So yeah, like things would appear to be following, like that perspective convergence. And with the atmosphere, you're talking about like the atmosphere from the top to the bottom. There is a little bit of a difference, but I think it still have an effect on it. That's why, like, you have to look at all these images. Like, have you looked at any other images other than Soundly? Like, there's been over 10 people that I've seen already that replicated his observations and haven't got the same thing he has. And people see that they're fake, Soundlies are fake. But this is why these observations to me aren't very good, because they're very subjective.
That's why I want to bring up some observations by Miles Davis. Have you heard of him?
Of course.
So have you seen?
So, but just to be clear, we've moved off the laser tests now. So
yeah,
do we get anywhere on that, or are we just going to just move on to the next subject?
Yeah, it's hard to say because I'd have to look into it a lot more. And as you said, you did get the things do have a lot of information, but it's very hard to say because there are quite a bit of things that can affect this. And I will agree that these things can affect, when it comes to my observations, atmospheric refraction can affect things like Soundly's observations. But there are a lot more unanswered questions on the flat Earth side when it comes to these observations that globe Earthers have made, because and I don't want to sound like a broken record here, but atmospheric refraction can impact lasers. You've got a whole lot of other effects that can impact lasers, like the divergence of the beam can impact the results that you get, and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, but that was they calculated for that, so that's all in the document.
Is there a way to prove refraction? Like, can you put a mirror, like 10 miles out to the left or the right to prove that the beam is refracted that much, or is it just a counter assertion without evidence to show that there was actual refraction?
Well, when it comes to a laser test, you'd have to. It is very difficult to account for. It is very difficult to account for refraction, one of the ways that you could try doing it, and I don't know how well this would work, but it might work. One of the ways that you could try controlling for refraction is by having a sort of spacing of. So if you keep the beams centered in a certain direction, and you go left and right and up and down, and sort of get an idea of how much spread the beam has. If there is atmospheric refraction, you should see that the beam spread is taller than its width.
Planar Walker, that's why I told you that they did a horizontal pan at 3 different targets ranging from 6, 12, and 41 kilometers. If there was any type of refraction that was not negligible, those 1.5 meter targets would not be able to observe that light from the same position, So it'd be going up, down, like they would all be different, but how can they all be the same?
So I just want to get you to explain what you mean. Like how was this set up in the experiment?
So they first had a canvas that was for the shorter distances, and they used the canvas, but obviously for the larger distances, the beam wasn't strong enough to land on the canvas. So they used observation. They used, I believe they used I forgot what camera they used, but they used cameras at the same level height, and they all saw the laser about the same, about the same height, from the same height, same position. They did the horizontal pan from 6, 12 to 41 kilometers. If there was any type of refraction, that light would not be observed from the same position, in the same spots.
Okay. So what I was suggesting here, right, is to also sort of take measurements of the height of the camera. So what I'm meaning is, if you have cameras going from side to side, try and get the width of how the laser is coming in. So what do I mean by that? I'm just trying to explain what I mean by this. So if you get the width of the spread of the laser, right? So just say the width of the spread of the laser is.
You're talking side to side here?
Yeah, side to side.
Well, wouldn't the important divergence be up and down?
Yes, that's why you've also got to. That's why you've got to take 2 different measurements. You've got to take the side to side and the up and down.
Okay, well, so what if something's moving side to side? It can remain level.
Well, the reason why you've got to get the side to side measurements is so that you can get an idea of how big the spread is side to side relative to up and down. If there is a significant amount of spread up and down more than side to side, then there would definitely be refraction that you need to account for.
So, for the next...
So the horizontal spread indicates an up and down spread.
No, I'm saying that if there is a significant difference between the horizontal spread compared to the up and down spread, so you would have to measure the up and down spread as well, then you would have a...
Well, I would say for a level test, the horizontal spread would be irrelevant.
Well, what you want to do is you want to get an indicator of how much spread there is each way for comparison.
Well, if they're hitting 3 targets across the lake, that would be a pretty good indicator, wouldn't
it? That wouldn't be much of an indicator of how much refraction there is. If you want to test for how much refraction there is, you want to see how far the spread is going horizontally, and the amount of horizontal spread should be the same regardless of refraction, right?
So is a laser's divergence, is that what refraction is?
No, but refraction...
So that's not refraction.
Refraction will affect how much a laser diverges up and down.
Sure. Do you have a test that's not in sugar water to show
What
this?
do you mean?
Some kind of experiment to show that a laser will bend at 8 inches per mile squared because of refraction.
I I have experiments that have been done by.
Please don't say Mick West. We're talking sugar water and a candle.
No, I'm talking about. Greater Sapien has done experiments to show.
Oh, that one. Oh, come on, man.
What's wrong with that experiment?
Okay, I'm just gonna go back on mute.
Yeah, I just think I think it's funny.
Go on,
I'm sorry, JD. I just wanted to make a comment. I think it's funny how they can use standard refraction to explain why the laser tests are measuring flat, but then they don't accept that as an answer for why some of these photos appear to be the way they do, like in Soundly's case, for example.
They construct it so that it's a thing that only works in favor.
Those pesky double standards.
Yeah, it's a double standard. See, refraction can never throw off one of their measurements, but every flat measurement you take, it throws off, right?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Well, there have been observations of. There's been various observations of refraction. I should actually try and find.
Would you say that Soundly's bridge in Lake Pontchartrain is one of those, where refraction actually is giving you a false reading?
That would be.
Yes.
So
the water is warmer than the air there. Did you know that? I live down south.
Yeah, the
water in Lake Pontchartrain is warmer than the air. And he doesn't tell you that, though, does he?
Well, one of the things that Soundly does is he controls for refraction. And one of the ways.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that in my good ear?
Soundly tries to
controls for refraction.
Yep.
What does that mean?
Can you tell me the process by which he does that?
So
how does he remove refraction as a variable in the ever chaotic atmosphere that he's taking a picture through?
So if you're at a higher elevation, then usually you get lower amounts of refraction because the.
Hold on, man. I don't want you to lose your point. You broke up there. So start over.
Okay, so if you are at a higher elevation, then you usually.
The only one who lost him.
No, he's fine.
I hear him.
Yeah, I hear him.
I didn't hear any of it. Sorry.
Okay. So if you are at a
whole day, I'm sorry.
Okay. So if you're at a higher elevation, then you'd get less refraction than at a lower elevation.
So him taking it at a higher elevation is enough to negate any refractive effects.
You will still get refractive effects, but you won't get as much of them.
Is that the definition of a control?
It does.
It's not.
It does control for a lot of the refraction that you would get, and it minimizes refraction.
Well, you can't use your baseline as part of the same environment that you're actually doing your observation in, right? That's not a control. If we're talking about it like a scientific control here.
What I'm meaning is he minimizes refraction should be the way that we.
Okay, so he figures out a way to take a picture with less refraction.
Yes.
By raising his altitude.
Yes.
Right. So even then, the refraction only works in favor one direction.
What do you mean?
I mean, you have to understand what we're saying, right? You really do, right? Like, so you say every flat test is because refraction's making it look flat, but anytime it looks like there's a curve, that's that's the actual curve. It's not refraction. So I mean, this is just that's why for me it's just a semantical game with like globe believers.
Well, the problem with Soundly's picture is there are people that have driven over the bridge, and they say that the two prominent humps that you see, are much gentler than they appear in that photo. Even by visual inspection, you can take a picture of the bridge from the side and it looks straight. So on some level, there appear to be deceptive video effects from atmospherics. It could even be from angling the camera in a certain way that give you, curvature effects that might not necessarily reflect reality.
I do want to address what you just said there. So the reason why you've got those big humps, and a lot of people do bring them up, and that's due to perspective.
No, that's due to elevation. The humps on the bridge, that's the bridge structure. The supports are always level, but the elevation for the supports differs.
Yeah, there are two prominent humps that are extremely exaggerated. But when you go over the bridge, it's a much gentler climb. It looks like they've been scrunched by visual effect, by a deceptive, visual effects.
It's scrunched due to perspective. That's why it looks. That's why they look. That's why they look scrunched, and this is because of the distance to these. So you know how do you know how perspective works? Do you know the formula for perspective?
There's a formula for perspective for an object that's centered at your eye line, where basically your eye line and the midline of the object are at more or less the same elevation, but it doesn't factor how things would work over a flat plane.
Well, is the question, do we see in with perspective, or do we see in an orthographic view?
Well, we see with perspective, but there is a formula for perspective, right? That does explain why these humps are so scrunched, and the reason for this is because perspective equals so the angular size of an object, right, is equal to arctan h over r, right? Height of the object divided by the distance of the object. I'm pretty sure I got that right.
Which would be correct if you're at the middle of the object, but if you're on a flat plane, you tend to be pretty short. So you're going to be looking at the bottom portion of the object, and that formula for buildings and stuff pointing out of the flat plane you're standing on is going to be a little steep.
Well, when it comes to this particular, because I'm just talking about the, because I just want to, I'm hearing myself. You go back. Okay, that's solved now. So when it comes to these scrunched humps, the reason why you see them so scrunched is because at a further away distance, there doesn't appear to be as much. There isn't as much angular size change between the same amount of distance as if you were closer up to that. So therefore, you get a sort of scrunching effect on these humps over the bridge. But I do have, there is something that I do want to talk about, and it's this observation here.
Well, before we move on, if the water temperature is different, like say it's warmer toward the water and cooler away from the water, you're going to get light rays that are closer to the water that are probably traveling faster and further than the light rays coming from the colder top of the bridge. And so with the temperature layering, that may lead to some sort of scrunch, kind of curvy effect with the light rays at the bottom of the bridge traveling a little bit, faster to your eye, say, than the slower, rays from the top of the bridge. That may lead to a deceptive curvature effect itself.
Yeah, I do agree that under the right conditions, you could make it seem as though curvature is happening when there are none. In fact, I've seen this happen with Phuket word. But the key word is under the right conditions. So, and I can give you the benefit of the doubt and say, look, yes, there may be a bit of atmospheric refraction happening in some of Soundly's images, but then you've also got you've got observations by Soundly that are taken where he's tried to minimize the amount of refraction that's happening.
Then let's minimize it even more and take these photos in the dead of winter, hopefully with the same temperature in the air as in the water, hopefully. But also, with us trying to focus on an imaginary horizon line, you might get fake curvature by the collimating effects of the lens. Samuel Rowbotham talked about how lenses can add deceptive elevation effects and curvature by collimation, by making the light enter the lens at a different, line than it would enter your eye without the lens. And so, with the lens focusing these light rays and an arbitrary, imaginary horizon being the focal point of the lens, you might get deceptive curvature too that needs to be factored in. So these optical instruments, that we use to help us may only go so far.
Well, you need to explain how lenses can add can add curvature effects. Like the only way that I've heard people bring this argument up in a valid way is when it comes to fisheye lenses. Fisheye lenses, they can make it look like there's curvature where there is none.
Well, I mean, they're curved shape, by dint of their curved shape and having to focus, an image onto, another surface, through a curved, surface, that's probably adding curvature even with the best lenses. Because, it's going to have some sort of distortion effect. The distortion effect with fisheye is probably the most noticeable. But all lenses probably add some sort of barrel distortion effect, some more than others, by dint of their curved shape.
Mm.
That's absolutely the case. That's 100% true. When you're looking through anything through a lens, you are not seeing the object directly. You are seeing the light from the lens to the sensor.
Mm.
So the apparent position of that light is coming from the arc of the lens. So some lenses have less arc than others, but they all have an arc.
And that's going to need to be factored for any curvature, quote unquote, that's seen. So
by the way, yes, you're right, and that is literally the definition of what a lens is.
But you'd have to explain how this can cause this type of because I don't think that would account for the type of curvature that we're seeing in some of these photos. But can I move on to one of the points that I want to bring up? An observation by Miles Davis. I've been wanting to get onto this point for quite a while.
Okay, so we're going to move away from laser tests and the sound image. Okay, but we might circle back around to them in a bit, but yeah.
This is very similar to the Soundly tests, but in the way that it shows things that should be higher than another object being lower than another object. So it's this image here that I've just put in Premiere Debate, and the camera height is at 221 meters, and there is a monument with a height of 210 meters in the distance, and then there is a mountain that is lower, that is 974 meters, that is lower than that than the top of the monument.
Sorry, just looking at the image.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the camera height is higher than the monument, and then the mountain is lower than the monument. So in elevation, it goes camera, monument, mountain, right?
Yeah. So the height of the camera is the exact same as the monument, and then the mountain appears to be lower than the monument.
Hold on. But it clearly says here, camera height 221 meters, monument 210 meters. So are they the same height or are they different heights?
They're a very similar height.
Okay, so are you going to use precise terms or are you going to use vacuous terms that don't mean anything?
Well, regardless of how, they're close to the same height, right? But we can say they're a very similar height to, if you want to.
Okay, but the problem is that you're going to jump to the assumption that this would be impossible due to perspective if they were at the same level, but they're not. One is higher than the other, which creates an entirely different angular relationship. So if you're going to use such and so-and-sos, then how are you going to be able to understand what you're looking at?
So if it was one of the things, if it was higher than the...
It is higher.
Yeah. So if it's...
Hey, hold on, Planar Walk, you need to stop talking immediately and recognize a simple fact. The camera is by definition, in this image you showed, higher than the monument in elevation. Is that true or untrue?
It is higher than the monument in elevation.
Okay, now you may continue.
So when it comes to, if this was lower than the monument in elevation, then you might expect to see the mountain be lower than the monument on this image. But seeing as it is higher than the monument in elevation, you should expect to see the mountain be higher than the monument.
So your assertion is that because the camera is higher than the monument, then the mountain should also be higher than the monument?
Yes.
And what is that based on?
That is based on that is
just trying to find.
That is based on the fact that as you get closer to an object, I'm trying to words. That is based. That is based on the mountain is, what, three or four times the height of the monument. For this mountain for perspective to work on this to make it lower than the monument, you'd need to be at a height lower than the monument. That's if the Earth were flat, because that would mean that the monument would appear higher and the mountain wouldn't have as much height.
You understood what Omega said about the angle of the camera of being above the monument, looking down. It's basically what you're doing.
But that's only a 0.5.
Planar walk. You cannot just mention numbers as if they're small or big, and then just assume it proves your point without actually doing the math out. Be like, oh, it's only a small difference. Why would it matter? The angular relationships matter immensely.
So, okay, I can do the I can do the mathematics for you right now if you want. So if I go to angular size calculator.
Sorry, you've already failed.
Well, this is something that I would have, if you
angular size is a geometric relationship. It is not a optical relationship. You must take into account the angular resolution of the camera from the optics point of view.
Whoa, how is the angular resolution of the camera going to change this?
Angular resolution is literally the cause of perspective. If you don't take it into account, you're making an erroneous assumption about what you're looking at.
This is why when you're doing forensics, they have to know what type of camera was used because it'll be different.
Okay, so how does angular resolution...
cameras... Well, I'll let you ask that, but all cameras and all eyeballs see things differently. Now, most humans see things very similar. Camera models that are designed the same see things similar, but different size apertures, different size lenses, all of that is going to have a completely different perspective field.
So my question here is, how can the angular resolution of a camera make something appear lower than it's supposed to be?
Refraction.
Did you hear what he said about aperture? The size of the aperture makes a difference.
Yeah, that's the size of the aperture is the Rayleigh criterion, which wouldn't make anything appear lower. It would just make things. It just says that we can't resolve certain things at certain distances if the angular size is too small.
What do you mean lower? Let's quantify that. What do you mean lower?
So why would? So when I mean lower, it appears lower than it should if the.
So you've made an assumption. If it should, what's your assumption?
What is my?
Yeah.
My assumption is that. Well, when it comes to the calculations, right? I can.
No. I don't want calculations. I want measurements.
Yeah, using calculations based on the measurements.
Huh?
So the distance to this mountain is 125 kilometers. The height of the mountain is 974 meters.
Should you be able to see the base of the mountain?
I'm not sure whether you should in this. The main point that this is trying to make is that the top of the mountain should be higher than the. There should be 0.44 degrees of height that is above the top of the monument.
Did you say 0.04?
0.44.
0.44. So is that of a percent?
It's just 0.44 degrees when it comes to the angular size. Should be above that monument.
So that's 0.44 into, let's say, feet and inches. What is that? Centimeters, if you'd like.
Hold up. I did something wrong in the calculation. My bad.
Yes, you did. You omitted angular resolution from the viewpoint of the optic. That's what you did wrong in the calculation. Hey, regardless of what calculations you are doing, if you have not included the angular resolution from the viewpoint of the position of the optic as part of your calculations, then anything you say is false. Period.
Well, why? Tell me why I need to consider the angular.
Well, let me tell you. Would you agree that all images are created by an optic? Is that a true statement or a false statement? Okay, so all images come from an optic. They're created by the optic. They're created with a lens, an aperture, and a sensor that dramatically affects the field of view of the optic. So if you do not take that into account, you cannot accurately make claims about the observation from that optic. It's really that simple. I really don't need to say anything else more about it.
So you're just going to dismiss it because you can't. So
no, I can.
No,
you can't.
No. So
what I'm telling you is that you have left out a crucial factor. Okay, so you need to wake up, open your eyes, and say, you're right, I did, so maybe I should include it next time. Or you could keep going on with the math you've already done, which is omitting a crucial factor, only how all images in reality are made, whether it be an optic like a camera or an optic like an eyeball.
So I'm trying to understand how it would get this observation.
Hey, okay, that's great. I don't need to get to the how. I do not need to get to the how until you concede that it's necessary to take into account. If you're going to dismiss that it's necessary to take into account because you believe it's unvaluable, like it's so minute or it wouldn't change anything, but you're willing to leave it out.
Okay.
Until you concede that you have left it out and you probably should include it, there's no reason to talk about it anymore.
Okay, so the reason why I don't think that it's important to include in calculations, unless somehow the light was hitting the bottom, unless for some reason people were zooming into the bottom part of the, they took an image and then they zoomed into the bottom part of the image digitally, then you might have a point. But I'm pretty sure that this was taken. This was the center of the center frame of the image, and I mean, for things like that to I'm just trying to. I know that you think that you need to have this kind of.
No, not. I think you do. You do. You don't have it. You can't even tell me which is the orientation of the camera. At first, you didn't even want to concede that 221 is different than 210.
Oh, I just realized how much of a change there was. My bad. I read it wrong. But anyway, what I'm trying to
what you're trying to do, planar walk. What you are trying to do is omit a facet of reality in how images are created. Omit that from the math of an observation which was created by an optic. So you're omitting the fact of the physical optic itself that was taken, the image, and you think that that can fly, as if you can go about doing your math without taking it into account.
Okay, so here's my question. How would the optics affect the calculations? What calculations do I need to do to
here's what you need to do. You need to know where the optic was positioned, what attitude the optic had, and what angular resolution limitations, sensor limitations, light limitations the optic had. You factor all those in, draw it out in relation to the geometric relationships, overlay the two, and then you'll get your answer. The problem is you've omitted one. You've omitted the optics. You focus totally on geometry. Okay, no image, except in a video game, has ever been created solely with geometry. Photographs are created with optics. Visual images are created with optics. To tell me that you shouldn't include the optic is erroneous. If you don't include it, all your assumptions about the observation you're looking at are erroneous on their face. So I don't even need to know your math. All I need to know is that you didn't include the optic, and then all your conclusions from that point on are false.
So you need to explain how much of an impact and why that the optics can have, because from what I know about the optics, you shouldn't have this kind of effect.
Well, that's because you're demonstrating that you don't know about optics. Okay, what you primarily know about is angular relationships on a geometric level. You then impute that knowledge into what you think you understand about optics, and you're reverse engineering from the not from the optic. Observations aren't created out somewhere in the world and then brought back. They're created in the optic itself. So how would that apply? The human eye has a angular resolution limit of 0.02 degrees. So you draw a triangle out from your eye. Horizontal line is the middle of the triangle. The acute angle 0.02 is at your eye. Okay? You then draw that triangle out, and the leg of the triangle gets bigger as it gets away from you. Would you agree? Like if you pull a triangle on one of its legs, it gets larger.
Yep.
Right. So as it gets away from you on the z-axis, which is looking at things in the distance, the leg of that triangle gets larger and larger and larger. Would you agree?
The leg of that triangle. So
yes, according to the Pythagorean theorem, the acute angle stays at 0.02. But the far leg of the triangle opposite of that angle gets bigger and bigger as you on the z-axis.
Okay, the opposite of the triangle.
Right.
So,
yes, the opposite leg gets larger and larger and larger. Now,
yeah.
At a close range, you will not notice this effect. At a far range, this leg of the triangle can swallow an entire skyscraper. It can swallow 3 skyscrapers. Eventually, it can swallow an entire mountain, and eventually, it can swallow pretty much all the sky. Now, if you use geometric relationships, you won't get that. You have to overlay that triangle with the geometric triangles and see where they line up.
Okay, so I get what you're saying now. You're talking about the angular resolution of a camera and the I'm assuming you're talking about how the Rayleigh criterion can make images or objects indistinguishable.
No, the Rayleigh criterion is a mathematical equation. The Rayleigh criterion can't do anything.
Well, because of because we can calculate whether something should be distinguishable or not due to the
Well, what you do with the Rayleigh criterion is you physically take the dimensions of the optic, and that gives you the absolute maximum detail it could possibly resolve. Now, there's other things like the lens, and there's other things like the sensor, which could make it worse, but it could never be better. Because you physically can't get light at any other angle through the hole. So light must enter through that hole at that angle to be resolved into anything more than 1 pixel. So you have to know where that angle coincides to your field of view to know where things are on the perspective map within your field of view. You can't simply use angular geometry only. You have to take the geometry angles and the visual angles.
Okay, well, looking at this image, we can make a few little. We can look at it and know a few things about it. So one of the first things that we can know is that there's very little distortion, and if there was something for something to make that mountain appear as low as it does, you'd have to, if it was an optical effect, you'd have distortion on other parts of the image, primarily above or below the mountain. There is
How would you know? Yeah, I mean, how do you know the mountain's not lower in the base of the mountain? It's not lower in elevation compared in relation to where the entire mountain range could be in, like a depressed valley, such.
What was the distance of the mountain?
The distance of the mountain is 125 kilometers.
125 kilometers.
And when you take elevation of these kinds of things, it's most of the time it's from sea level. I don't see why anyone would.
Well, would you agree? Would you agree that when you tilt a camera, or you get an angle at an off angle, it completely changes the relative angular relationships between objects?
Yeah, I do agree that if you tilt a camera, you can try and you can use camera tilt to change things, but
right. For example, when you get high enough in elevation, you tilt the camera down, you see a different field of view. And objects that might be taller than other objects will actually still be below your center point of your camera. Now, what I'm getting at is you've shown us a straight-on observation where the camera is higher than the monument, okay? And then you have the mountain out in the distance. Now, what I challenge you is that you didn't account for the angular resolution relationship from the field point of the optic. So the solution to that is to map all that stuff out and then put the optic there, put that triangle that I explained to you there, and then see what happens.
So I'm just going to quickly calculate something. So for angled.
So 300.
There's no calculation.
So distance.
You have to draw the angles out. There's no calculator for doing this.
Oh, you can.
This is definitely not physics at all.
You have to get a pen and paper, and you have to draw these angles out for yourself.
Right. So I've got. Goddamn, I'm not a good artist.
Maybe that's the problem. Maybe the problem is that you haven't been taught in your public education how to do these things. It's been purposefully omitted from the education system, just like you have omitted it, whether purposefully or not, from your calculations. The point is that it's omitted everywhere you look. People omit it here, people omit it there.
So,
I mean, it's really this simple. All observations are done through optics. Optics create the images. If you don't understand how the optic works, how can you make assumptions about the images you're looking at? How can you make calculations while disregarding the optic as part of the calculation? The answer is you can't. It's very simple.
Well, you can. I'm trying to, okay. What effects do you think that the optics are having on this image here?
Well, here, I'll show you one. Hold on, I'll show you one that explains it very simply.
What's the height of the mountain?
The height of the mountain is 974 meters. Well, that's the elevation of the mountain.
Okay, that should be a 3200.
All right, I posted a very technical drawing coming into the chat. There you go.
So
there you have an observer with his eyes as the dots, and you have an object moving away from him to the left of him, moving straight. He will visually see the object move from his left to his right until it goes to the center of vision. Now you notice how he no longer has to look to the left to see it. It's straight in front of him. Now, does that mean it's physically straight in front of him?
Well, it would be...
I mean, it's a simple question. The object is physically to the left of him, the distance between the dots and the black line. On the right, the green line is what he sees. He sees it move from the left to the right in his field of view because as it recedes away, the angular relationship changes, and it's rendered on different sensors within his eye. Eventually, he will not have to see the object as if he's looking straight at it. Now, he can make the assumption, I'm looking straight at it, therefore it's there straight in front of me. However, it's to the left of him. So if he doesn't understand perspective and the angular relationships, he will make the assertion, it's straight in front of me, and he will be erroneous.
But one thing that you can, and this is a slight point, doesn't have much to do with it, but one thing that you would do is you would see it move away at a difference. It would appear to move, as it gets further away, it would appear to move at a slower speed to the observer. So, not much of a... I'm trying to...
That would occur. It doesn't mean that he can't make an erroneous assumption about its physical location. It's very easy to do by looking at something, saying, there it is, doing some geometry. Because guess what? If he does the geometry from the end of the green line, he will get some math that proves to him that it's directly in front of him. Do you see the problem? With no baseline, he cannot accurately say where they're located in his field of view. So this is why the angular relationships in the optic are of the utmost importance when you're making observations based on images.
Yeah, it would be nice if these cameras had like a reticle to show you the midline of the camera and how it's focusing, because you might be able to get a deceptive effect like that by focusing the camera on, a point in space that's above, the stuff in the distance or whatever. I mean, when you zoom in on something, everything tends to fall away from it as you zoom in on it. So maybe he zoomed in on the 210 elevation object and made the stuff in the background fall away.
Right, just like they did.
Yeah.
Hey, sorry, but they did that in Terminator 2 at the end of the movie, remember? When she was driving away into the distance and there was a mountain, there's all these weird effects going on.
Yeah.
It's all visual effects. Nothing physically changed, but yet it visually changed.
Yeah. And so, we need a baseline to compare these photos with, unzoomed versus zoomed, uncropped versus cropped. And without that, it's hard to tell, what deceptive effects might have been, put in the camera.
Absolutely. And heck, I would just settle for an attempt at actually factoring in angular resolution, So when I ask, how did you take into account the angular resolution of the optic? They'd be like, here's how I did. Instead I get gaped mouths. Why would that matter?
Well, you've got to show why it would matter in these kinds of situations, how it can have an effect. If you
dude, you're not getting it. I just explained it to you with the picture with the black and green arrow. Visual relationships are different than geometric relationships. If you don't understand that, then you cannot make a claim. Right, so you can do the calculation, but you didn't include the angular resolution calculation. You only included the geometric calculation. Isn't that the case? Am I wrong?
Well, you need to explain why.
Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Did you include it or did you not include it?
We didn't include it.
You didn't.
The reason why we didn't is because
the answer is because you don't think it matters. That's why. Because
and you need to show why it will matter.
Disconfirm your assumption. I just told you why it would matter. Go back to my two lines. The black line and the green line clearly demonstrates how something can be in a different location than what you think it is.
That is just perspective, though. That's not angular resolution.
It's basically moving down past where the camera is focusing, but if you look with your unaided eye, it probably wouldn't look like that.
Well, when it comes to
planar walk, I'll explain it simply. Okay, the black line on the left in the image, the physical object is moving on the left of you. Now, the light from that object is reaching your eye. Okay, as the light reaches your eye, it's rendered on the sensor. Okay, when the object is closer to you, the object on your left will have a different angle than when the object is further away from you. Yet it will always physically be to your left. The only change is the angular relationship. Now, through your optic, it is cast different sensors. Okay, the angular resolution of the optic will decide when that image or a portion of the image becomes unresolvable, essentially taking 2 pixels and rendering it as 1 pixel. Not that the two become 1 inch. 2 big pixels then become 1 small pixel. When that occurs, you get loss of visual data. That loss of visual data is literally the cause of perspective. The reason why things get smaller as they get away from you is because they're casting a smaller angle in your sensor. And therefore, less pixels are being used to represent the visual data. Know anything about iPhones? This is why every year they come out with a new iPhone that has a better sensor or a better camera. Because they're improving on that math. They're creating a denser sensor so that more of the light is separated into separate pixels to be resolvable.
Yeah.
However, however, the angle is still going to cast it on a certain amount of pixels.
Yeah, so that doesn't make things just drop, though. You're talking about 2 different realms and trying to make them you're trying to explain something with something that wouldn't be. You're trying to explain an object appearing to
when
be
you look
lower.
when you look down a hallway, do the lights on the ceiling visually drop in your field of view, or do they not?
They do visually drop in your field of view, but will they ever drop below
now,
your eye level?
hold on. If you walk forward, will you run into the light?
No.
How would you know if you don't actually walk down the hallway? How would you know that the person didn't design it physically different? You wouldn't. You're just assuming. But the point is that you assume correctly because you experience this so often in your life that it becomes second nature to you, that you navigate the world with the elements of perspective, which is caused by your angular resolution to the image, which causes visual loss, which causes the things to get smaller in your field of view. Now, what you're saying is that the lights on the ceiling will never drop below your center line of vision. And then you're saying, why is the mountain dropping below the apparent center line of vision? Because it should be higher.
Yeah.
So, if you're in the hallway, example, and your center line of vision is horizontal, that is much different than a camera angle or at an off angle.
So it looks like the camera's at an off angle and it's making the thing in the background drop faster
At an angle
than it normally would.
to the center line of vision?
Well,
the answer is yes, it is. That's why I cut you off when you tried to say that they were the same height when one was 221 meters.
Oh, yeah.
Because that is an entirely different angle. So not only did you omit angular resolution, but you omitted the fact that there's a multitude of meters difference. So what I'm telling you is that your assumptions of that image are based on erroneous foundation, and you can't demonstrate the angular resolution and angular relationship necessary. So if you would draw it out from a side view, put all those mathematics in, then maybe you'd have a case. But you don't have a case as it stands now.
Oh,
all your assumptions about that object that you're viewing in that observation are false.
Oh, do you want a side? Do you want a side view of that? Because I can actually bring up a side view.
Right, and does it include the angular resolution relationship of the optic, or does it not? The answer is it doesn't.
It doesn't, but I'll...
Of course it doesn't.
But in general, stuff will still vanish down to the eye line of the observer if it's taller, and stuff will vanish up to the observer if it's shorter than the eye line elevation of the observer, despite this photo and its possibly deceptive video editing effects without the curvature of the Earth making it go lower than expected.
Right, so that's true. But there is a compounding problem. Hey, before you explain your side, compounding problem. You know, a lot of people know that the horizon always rises to eye level, quote unquote. But the truth is that the only way for that to be possible is if someone could see at 0 degrees, and nobody can. For example, the human eye is 0.02. So that creates a triangle being cast out from your eye that will eventually reach the ground. For the average 6-foot man, that reaches the ground at approximately 3.25 miles. So if you get a little bit more elevation, those miles go out. But it's the end of the triangle that matters, because all visual information entering at that distance is going to be cast into that angle, and it's going to be unresolvable. So it's actually technically impossible for the horizon to ever be at your eye level. One, because it would be 6 feet below you. So obviously there's a 6 foot of differential that's going to be rendered in your eye. May not be discernible to you, but it is there.
Well, also, there's no such thing as a line because there's no such thing as a point. A point in Euler's definition or whatever is that which has no parts. But there's nothing physically that doesn't have any parts. So a point cannot exist, and therefore a line going through points cannot exist either. So the horizon line, quote unquote, can be focused on in many different ways. There's no arbitrary line that you can focus on, that is 100% horizon line. It's just going to keep expanding, and depending on how you focus on that, horizon line, which can be many things, with a lot of information, you could get all sorts of different effects too.
So I've just put up a two images. One is the side profile of what we've got, and one is the is
perfect
the full thing.
So in your top image side profile showing the water, you have the two peaks. You have the Trappian Peak and the Byers Hill. Trappian Peak is 221 meters, and the other one is 210, meaning that you are casting a downwards angle with your camera.
And how would that affect it? How would that affect the results?
Okay, here's a trick. Take your camera and turn it left and right and in all directions, and what happens to the image?
Hold up. Where's my phone? I don't know where I put my camera.
Now, of course, you must have a non-gyroscopic corrected image.
You've still got to explain.
Hold on. When you tilt your camera, what happens?
I can't answer that because I don't have my camera on me.
Okay, I'll do it for everyone. When I tilt my camera to the right, if I was looking at the image and I snap this photo right now, okay? If I snap this photo right now, okay, hold on a second. I'm going to snap a photo of the American flag. That's perfect. Okay, hold on. My camera's tilted at 45 degrees. Okay, hold on. I'm going to do another one from the alternate 45 degrees. All right. Well, that one didn't work. So let me just send this one first. Now, obviously, I don't have any far enough away to create a cylinder. but this should point at least from a sideways angle. Almost right. But anyway, what happens is completely changes the way the image is rendered in the sensor.
Where's the images? I'm just trying to.
Well, all of them are in Premiere Debate, but you know, when you're on the same uploading, it kind of.
Wait, do you post the images in Premiere Debate? I don't see them. That you took.
Oh, it's the upload.
Oh, they're uploading?
Correct.
Okay. So I'm just because I'd be interested to see how you can explain this observation of the top of the mountain should be far above the top of the.
You can explain it with camera obscura. With a camera obscura, you put a little hole in the wall, and the light enters the little hole, and you can see the image inverting because it basically goes in the hole and goes down and up, kind of in an opposite way. But if you make the pinhole smaller, the light the light rays coming from the top of the object now have to go through a smaller hole and at a steeper angle. So when they come into that camera obscura pinhole, they're going to come in at a very sharp angle and bounce right back up on the wall at a sharper angle still. So it's going to make it appear to dip in your image, depending on how you focus the camera. So it's going to make stuff that's far away dip, depending on how you focus on the stuff in the foreground. What I suspected they did was they focused on something in the foreground, making the stuff in the background appear to fall away from where they focused the camera. But I'd have to see the undoctored image.
Yeah, that is a true effect. For example, how they did it in Turn 2 was they moved the camera away from the object while zooming into the object, and it created the effect when Sarah Connor is driving away towards the mountain, as if everything's getting bigger while she's getting smaller, but it's normally. It's a very dramatic effect, but it's done with the zoom function.
So, how much? So you think that it would be able to? You'd be able to get as a huge effect of the images in the. So the mountains. So are you trying to say that the mountains have been blurred to make them look lower or something? Is that what you're trying to say?
We'd like to see multiple.
In the foreground, it makes the stuff in the background fall away deceptively. So probably focus on something in the foreground, and the stuff in the background fell away.
Okay. How much would you be able to calculate how much the falling away effect would be?
Not me.
I've also got another image, and another couple of images here. So, Amiga, is the images finished? I see one image of your American flag there. Is there a second image coming? Right, he's been muted, I think.
KO make a keyboard.
Yeah.
Is there a second image coming?
Am I back on?
Yeah, you're back on.
All right, so let's just use that image for now and tell me what you can tell me about my camera, just from the image.
So just from the image, it seems to be at a 45-degree angle, roughly.
Okay, but what if I told you you're wrong? My house is actually at a 45-degree angle.
Well,
how would you prove me wrong?
Well, I'd probably be able to look at a couple of things and work out. I wouldn't be able to, but some other people would probably be able to work out. If things look like they're dangling in a certain way, then you'd be able to tell. But from a still image, each one is possible.
Correct. Without actually knowing the legitimate facts about my camera, there's no way to reverse engineer your assumptions from that, whether my camera was at 45 degrees or my house is at 45.
But this is just for an image. This is just for an image. This is not on distance. I'm trying to.
But the same principle applies. Okay, I want to know the camera I was used. I want to know what lens was used. All kinds of facts that happen in the creation of an image that change the physical relationships of what is created. Without knowing that, you cannot be certain about the physical relationships in the image.
So I'll see if I can.
The problem is when you look at these images, you're making assumptions that all optics work the same way, all visual phenomenon occur the same way, they're all rendered the same way, the angles are all ubiquitous, it's just all hunky-dory, but the particulars are what matter. For example, you took painstaking stabs to get you to admit that 210 is not 220.
Well, I actually do have one that is from the site, which is from the same height of 210. If you want that, but it's still. I'm just trying to work out why the angular.
You're trying to work out why something that's physically supposedly high appears visually lower. Is that what you're trying to work out?
Yes, in multiple images, because I've got this thing. I've got this image here, which is camera height of 210, bridge tower height of 210, and the height of hills is larger than 500 meters. Do you see the image that I posted?
Right. So when I told you how you, right, I explained it very simply how you could figure it out for yourself. Something you've never done before.
Okay, so how would I be able to... So how would we get this kind of effect? I'm just trying to... Because one important thing to note in this image that I've just shown you is that even if we grant that somehow the angular size or the angular resolution can somehow change the height of objects in the distance, that wouldn't be possible in this particular image, because otherwise somehow an angular size is producing a difference of I'm not sure how many pixels, but there's...
Okay, I'll give it to you very simply. What is the height of the bridge?
The height of the bridge tower is 210. I don't know the height of the bridge itself, but the tower...
Okay, so the very tippy tip of the highest spire of the tower is... And then the camera height is supposedly 210, right?
Yeah, both at the same height.
Okay, so that's your claim, right? So then why isn't the tower in the center of the frame?
Let me just pull up because I may have. That was a screenshot I did. Where did the?
Now, there's also a difference between cropping something to the center of the frame or creating it in the center of the frame with the camera itself. There's a big difference.
Oh, 1 second. Okay. Theo, I think you're roboting a little bit. Is it just me, or?
Yeah, he is roboting a little bit.
Theo, you're roboting. Maybe try leaving and joining it.
Yeah. Just reconnect because I want to hear you clearly.
He's able to jump back in again, isn't he? He's done that before.
I hope so.
Yeah.
He can.
Yeah, I think we gave him access, so might have to unmute him real quick. But yeah, sorry about that. Little technical difficulty. We'll be right back.
Yeah, I'm keeping myself on mute, guys, letting this go. I'm in the middle of a thunderstorm at the moment as well, so there's a lot of background noise. But
I hear that.
Hopefully, Mike will be back in a second.
I don't see him. But yeah, I just want to give a shout out real quick to everybody watching on YouTube. Shout out to all of you. Shout out to everyone in the 24/7 Discord. Had to do it.
Yeah, I've also got another image which shows much more of the when he rejoins.
Oh, there he is. Here, let me unmute him real quick. There you go, man. You're unmuted.
Okay, so I'm going to post another image which has different bit of different information and also shows the full thing. So
okay, so this is a different observation now.
No, it's the same observation as the last one that I posted.
Oh, just with more information, you're saying?
Yeah, more information, and it's not cropped into a particular part of the image.
Okay. Theo, you there?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you sound good. So do you see the image he posted? He just posted in a new image. Okay.
So in this image, it is very close to being center frame.
Okay, so here it says some distances supposedly from the ground, so I'm guessing these are all vertical distances.
Yep.
I don't see any distances on the z-axis. I see a claim that it matches the angular size predictions of the geometry of the globe model exactly, but I don't see those on the frame, and I certainly don't see the angular resolution of the camera.
How would the angular resolution of the camera produce this kind of result?
Well, I'll tell you this: if you don't map it on there, how would you know?
Well, there's a whole lot of information that he's given.
Listen, as an argument, this is not sufficient information in itself.
So, what would you? Because I've been giving these arguments. What would you?
Look, I've already told you. If you take the geometry and you cross-reference it with the optic, you overlay the two and see where they coincide. That would at least be an adequate system of proof, whether it proves one way or the other. Omitting the camera and the optic is not sufficient. You're only bringing half the element to the table.
Because I have asked the guy if I have asked him what camera does he use for observations. This is 27 minutes ago, so he may not respond during this debate.
Right.
I don't know where
Keep
this
in mind,
goes.
there's other factors that need to be accounted for as well. For example, atmospheric occlusion, any kind of atmospheric refraction that's present physically, not calculated, but actually present at the moment. There's all these other types of variables. If they're not all accounted for, any conclusions you make are made without sufficient evidence.
Well, there's certain things that you can tell from this image. Like,
well, what you could tell from this image is that somebody wrote a bunch of stuff. They showed an image without showing how it was created. They say here that the globe model angular size matches exactly, but they don't say how they do. So the majority of this image is simply an assertion without any backing.
Yeah, it's obviously I don't know.
It's presuppositional framework. Here's the presupposition, and I'll give it to you, and it's this simple. Objects in the distance appear lower than objects in the foreground. They shouldn't, for whatever reason claimed. Therefore, the Earth must be a globe.
Well, they shouldn't because the reason why they shouldn't is because they're because.
Okay, but there's two parts of perspective. There's the angular size of the object, which is a geometric relationship, and then there's the visual resolved image that's created by the optic. Now, what you're attempting to do is take the geometry and verify it with an image that's created by an optic. Now, are images created by raw geometry?
No, they're not created by raw geometry.
Correct. Now, raw geometric images are created by humans or computers. They're mathematical representations of relationships of geometric things, not visual things. Visual images are created by cameras. Those two processes are entirely different. To get perspective and accurate understanding, you must apply both of those in tandem. Now, those two things are just geometric relationships and visual relationships. Okay, so the actual reality of where things are, and then the visual reality of where they are in the image. Now, you also must take into account other physical factors, like the environment, atmosphere, refraction, all of those other types of things.
Yeah.
So while one explains perspective alone, it doesn't even adequately explain an image you're looking at. You must take all those other things into account as well. So there's at least, 5 factors that you have to take into account before you can start making assertions about where things physically are in your image.
So one of the things that you might have a bit of a point with is atmospheric refraction, but because of the height that the person is at, you'd have.
Hold on. You just said that I have a point about atmospheric. So you're then saying that I don't have a point about angular resolution limits of optics which create images?
Well, that wouldn't be playing an effect in this image.
So okay, hold on. So what you're telling me is that the actual device used to create the image is not playing an effect on the image? Is that your assertion?
My assertion is it wouldn't make objects in it wouldn't make the hills appear lower than the bridge towers.
Okay, so your assertion is that you haven't mapped out how angular resolution works against the geometry of this image, yet you're going to claim that it would not do something?
The reason why it wouldn't do something is because you've got the mountains.
Have you mapped it out to prove it? The assertion you're making has not been verified.
The mountains are right next to the towers, so if it were to do with the optics of the, if it were a factor of the optics of the camera, then
how would you know? How would you know unless you map it out? You're making an assumption from a presupposition. You're not verifying anything you say.
You've got the towers that in the image are right next to the mountains. If it was something to do with the
hold on a second. Where are the mountains? In the image, where are the mountains?
The mountains are something like 89 kilometers. The closest mountain.
So you're wrong. In the image, the mountains are in the exact 2D plane.
Oh yeah.
They are not deeper away. In reality, they may be, but in the image, they are not. In the image, is 2D. It's flat.
Yeah.
It has no depth.
Yeah. So okay. Yeah.
So
I know what you
when
mean.
you're trying to compare a depthless image to a physical reality that has real geometric distances, you have to take into account how the image is formed, because you have a 3D world and you have a 2D demonstration of that world. That 2D demonstration is created in the camera.
Yeah.
Okay, so the most important part of how that image is created finally is the camera. Now there'll be other effects, true. Now those other effects you must take into account, yes, but the camera you must take into account also. So, if nobody has taken into account the atmospheric effects for the day, and nobody has taken into account the camera used to make this image, you have two very important factors that are left out, yet people are making assumptions and declarations about where the physical items are in this 2D representation of a 3D space. Do you see the problem?
Not particularly, because as I've said, the towers are in the image. The towers are right next to the mountains. If the mountains were lower than the towers due to the camera and the camera alone, then you wouldn't have that. Then you wouldn't have them right next. You wouldn't be able to have them right next to each other in the fashion that we do in this image.
Okay, what you've said is, if they were, then you wouldn't. But you didn't say why. You didn't explain the mechanism of why in any way, shape, or form.
Because, and the reason
your conclusion has no why to it, so you must explain the why. So go ahead, explain the why.
So the reason why you wouldn't be able to have them right next to each other in the fashion that we do is because there would be something obvious to show that you'd have some sort of artifacting or something that would show the mountains higher than the
why.
Yeah, you're not answering why. You're employing a tautology. You're explaining the exact same thing in a different manner. You're not giving the mechanism.
So the reason why it's hard for me to form a why is because you haven't given a why the mountains would appear lower than the.
Did I say they would?
Well,
no,
this
my
is what
claim. Listen, Planar Walk. My claim from the beginning has been that you have omitted a vital necessity to making claims about the image. That omission is your thing. So you could say it doesn't matter, I don't need to include it, to which I will just reiterate that you're taking out the thing that actually created the image, which is important.
Okay, so
the more accurate claim from you for a counterclaim would be to say that it would not affect it at all, which you have. And then you would have to support your claim by giving the mechanism by which it would not. You haven't explained the mechanism yet. You just said if it was, then it would do this.
Okay, so I've got a question.
Why?
I've got a question for you, and this will help advance things. So why would the camera, or why would the certain camera or the optical effects from the camera produce mountains in the background appearing to be lower than the towers?
All right. Do you understand that you're reversing the burden of proof?
Well, you're saying that it's not valid due to
not being able to explain why. That's a valid criticism.
Well, I've got for me to.
All right, whoever just talked, you only came through the last part of your sentence.
Yeah, that was mean.
Okay, in the chat, I put a video of zooming in while driving forward. You'll notice that the higher bridge is appearing to be lower than the lower elevation street signs to the right. So with zooming, you can get deceptive effects like that, where something that is higher will appear to dip lower than something that's lower in elevation if you viewed it with your unaided eye without a camera.
So are they at the same elevation as the street signs? Because to me, it looks like they're at a lower elevation than the street signs. Are they at the same
If you
elevation?
look at how if you look at the bridge, it's dipping below the street signs, the white black street signs to the right. So something that's higher in elevation that's appearing to go below something that's lower in elevation. Zooming.
But the street signs, the street signs on the right, they aren't.
Correct. The misunderstanding with the video he just posted is your claim is that if both objects are at the center of vision, then something that's above the center of vision would never fall below the center of vision. That's your claim.
Yeah. So it's not really the.
Now, my question of that is, you're making an assertion. If something's at the center of vision, and something's higher than your center of vision, it will never fall below visually, not physically, visually below your center of vision. So that's your claim. Now I want you to explain to me the mechanism for the decisiveness of that claim.
The mechanism is based on what we know about angular sizes of objects.
Okay. So what you're trying to do is use the laws of perspective. However, you're only basing it on a geometric side of perspective, which is the angular size of optic. You are not basing it on both parts of perspective, which is the angular size in relationship physically and the visual angles and relationship visually. There's two parts to perspective, not one. The problem is you are focusing on one and omitting the other.
Yeah, that would only happen if...
Go ahead.
I was just going to say that only happens with the unaided eye. With the camera and zoom, you get weird effects.
So when it comes to...
That's another reason... let me answer him real quick. That's another reason why I posted my sideways 45-degree house. Okay? Because when you tilt your camera, the images are rendered in the frame of the camera opposite the angle. So if I tilt my camera 45 degrees and then I turn it straight, then it shows the image 45 degrees, even though I took the physical object was 90 degrees. Now, when you tilt your head until you go off to a certain angle, your eyes actually counter-correct to keep horizontal. So you see horizontally, even though you turn your head left and right. You don't get the 45-degree splay. So your experience with the world with your eyes and your intuition about how you see is entirely different than how things are created with optics. However, they both form the angular resolution relationship with the angular size of the object that's receding away from you to create perspective. That's consistent in both. Now, notice how I used two parts, not one. I didn't say the angular and geometric relationships only. I said the angular size and geometric distances and your angular resolution and how it's rendered. They both have to be taken into account.
Okay, so one thing that you haven't explained here is why the angular resolution is important. So why the angular resolution is important to account for.
Okay, again, everybody listening heard me say I was about to post a highly technical image. I posted the highly technical image. And it demonstrated why visual relationships of where you think things physically are and where they actually physically are in reality are two different things. So, if that is the case, and it's demonstrably the case, in order to accurately say this thing is physically here versus visually here, you have to take your perspective from your viewpoint into account, not just the geometric angles to the object.
So
now I explained my mechanism, which is the angles at which light enters the eye. You claimed that it was impossible for that mountain to ever drop below something that's in the center frame, but you didn't actually give a complete mechanism. You only gave half the equation. We've already demonstrated that you didn't calculate the other part.
So one of the things that so when it came to your assertion about the whole oh yeah, I can. Morvis is just asking me to post the URL for the video. It's quite a long video, but there we go. So when it comes to that image that you posted, there was still a geometric. The 99% of that image would be due to geometry. Even though you tilted the camera, that's still a geometric action or a geometric change that you've made. It's not a change in angular size. It's not a change in angular resolution. It's just a change in the geometric in how the camera is rotated, and that's a geometric change. So you still haven't explained why we need to account
What that was demonstrating is that when you look at something visually, it is not directly corresponding to its physical orientation or its physical location. For example, that American flag is on my wall. It is not in the device that you're looking at. My American flag is horizontal. It is not at 45 degrees. Yet my image shows that it's at 45 degrees. So that was simply demonstrating, because I don't have any other where to go at the moment, that visual relationships are different than physical relationships. If you only use geometry, you're not going to get an accurate representation of what you're looking at. You have to take both into account. That's the point I'm making.
So I do.
The point is, if you haven't taken it into account, then you have no idea what the effect would be. You can make assumptions about its negligence, be like, well, it would only be a small factor, or it wouldn't really matter. But the point is, until you do it, how would you know?
So I do agree that there are. I could say, well, to get that image, to work out exactly about that image, we need to know your. We need to know what angle you're at, and I can demonstrate this by taking two photos to show that the change in angular. I'm trying to work out the
position.
The change in rotation will change the apparent rotation of objects.
So if you have the
image.
camera pointing up or down, is what you're trying to say?
Well, if I have the camera rotate, I'm trying to work out the.
Well, you have the options of having your camera level, and then you have the options of having it aiming up or aiming down at an off angle from level. Those are your options.
The role is what I'm talking about. So I can say I know that the role of the camera will change the angle of how everything looks in an image.
Correct.
Right?
You know that. That's also why I use that, because it's very obvious.
And I can demonstrate that the role of the camera can change how an image looks.
Correct.
And
so a physical change in something about the camera changes the image that's created. That's true, isn't it?
What I'm claiming here is both you and I can demonstrate that changing the role of a camera changes and I'm talking about the role as in the rotation when it comes to roll. You know how there's pitch, yaw, and roll, right?
Right.
Yeah. So when I change the role of the camera, then I can change the angle at which things are in the image.
Correct.
And both you and I can demonstrate that. Both you and I can demonstrate that we can change the role. That does not prove that, that does not show that we need to take into account the angular resolution of the camera when looking at images like this. You've got to show that the angular resolution of the camera can change objects in the image. Like
okay,
the image that we've got here.
Your original claim was that because the mount is below the center of view and below an object that it's higher than, that means that the Earth is curved. Or transversely, that it means that it's not, the perspective laws are being defeated. Okay? But you didn't actually say how they were. Okay? So you're claiming to me that I need a mechanism for my claim, but you made the first claim without providing a mechanism. You just said the word perspective. Now, when you went on to demonstrate what perspective is, you only mentioned the geometric relationships. You omitted the optical relationships.
Yes.
So, if you are going to omit one half of what causes perspective, then your assumption that this is perspective in play is false on its face. I don't need to explain my side any further.
90% of
Where did you get that? Did you calculate the 90%, or are you just estimating?
Well, I'm estimating about
No, you're guesstimate. You're not estimating. You're guesstimating. Estimating requires some knowledge of the subject. Guesstimating is just your best theoretical.
Most prospective calculations just account for geometric. If you want to,
so what you're claiming is that most calculators that claim to calculate perspective use primarily geometry. If they don't take into account the optic, then they're not calculating perspective.
Well, the only reason why
you're focusing on geometric relationships only instead of optical relationships, and then you're trying to verify geometric relationships with an image created by an optic. Those two things are not compatible.
The only reason you'd get so the only reason why you'd want to calculate something like, let's say, the angular resolution, the only reason why you'd want to do something to calculate that is if there's a small object that you want to know if you should be able to see at all.
Okay, hold on. So, with that comes a presuppositional claim that the entire object must be below the angular resolution limit to become unresolvable. So is that your claim?
Generally...
For example, let's say a car is going away from you. Now, your angular resolution limit is 0.02 for your eyeball. Now, eventually, the height of that car, let's say the height of the car is 2 meters, 6 feet. Okay?
Yeah.
And it's going away from you. Eventually, that 6 foot high is going to get below the leg of the triangle to where the acute angle or its angular size is below 0.02, correct? So it'll be unresolvable at that point.
Yes.
Would you agree? Okay, now, would you also agree that before it gets to that distance, that the tires would be below 0.02?
Yeah, I'd agree that the tires would be below 0.2.
Okay, so if that car is going away from you under those conditions, then it will disappear from the bottom up. And as it keeps going, more and more of the bottom will disappear until the entire car reaches 0.02. So what you will experience is a car disappearing from the bottom up due to angular resolution limits alone. No other effect.
Mic drop.
Now, if you're going to ask me why I should calculate angular resolution or not, that's why.
So
you have a counterclaim.
So someone said mic drop, and what was that again?
Point is, you're giving evidence that you don't understand. You're not taking everything into account.
So
really, honestly, in the last half an hour, Omega has laid this down for you really, really simply over and over again and pointed out you've only taken in geometric, you haven't taken into account optical, and this is the fallacious reasoning and the pictures that we get all the time. You know, it's this, it's that. You're not taking into account these things, as Omega's pointed out. You can literally just throw this away and put it in the bin.
You need to show that the things that we're calculating for have relevance to what we're the things that you want us to calculate for. You need to show that they have relevance to the image. Now, Omega, I'm just trying to. What was that last thing that you said? Because you're saying about the tires would disappear off the car, right? Before.
Right. Well, your question to me was, I have to prove that angular resolution has a large impact on observational images. Okay. Yeah. So the easiest way to prove it, because there's contention about these other images, because we don't have any of the data or the math done for us. So I used a very simple example of the 0.02, the car receding into the distance until it reaches 0.02. Now, one argument that a lot of people make is that the entire object must be below 0.02 before it disappears. But it's easily demonstrable if you roll the car back towards you that part of the car will be above 0.02. So you will witness the car disappear from the tires first, then the light bumper, then the hood, then the top of the car. So you will witness a car going away from you disappear from the bottom up. This is an absolute. Look, I just explained it and you already agreed. That's why the guy said mic drop.
Yep.
So are you suffering from cognitive dissonance at the moment?
You just agreed with the planner walk. So you agreed with it. So it's like what's more to explain?
This is an absolute fact of reality. It's not even in debate. You may have trouble with it, but there's MIT professors that teach it in their classes. You can watch lectures about it. You can research it. This isn't even debatable.
Oh, so there's MIT lecturers that say that a car will disappear from bottom up due to perspective.
Okay.
He didn't say
Hold on a second.
Or due to angular size.
What the MIT lecture is about is that when any visual information enters 0.02 degrees, it becomes unresolvable. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, we both have human brains. We don't need professors to tell us everything. So we can use that fact and work our way from there. Now, if the tires are at a distance where their triangle leg falls below 0.02, the tires will be unresolvable. Is that correct or incorrect?
Yes, the tires will be unresolvable as themselves.
Okay, now if the tires are at 0.02 and the tires have a fixed height of 20 inches and the car has a fixed height of 6 feet, will the 20 inches to the 6 feet be resolvable?
So
now remember, so you have 20.
So
I'll just do the math real quick. Or go ahead.
So any given 20 inches of the car will be unresolvable. Will be indistinguishable.
Wrong.
Why not?
Okay. When the tires are closer to 0 degrees to you, geometrically, they will also be closer to 0.2 degrees visually. So the first 20 inches of the car represented by the tires will be below 0.02 degrees. Now I'm actually going to switch it to 24 inches just for simple math. So it's 2 foot tires. big blingy tires.
Okay.
So you have 2 foot tall tires that are in 0.02 angle, unresolvable. You then have 4 feet of car left above it. Now, 4 feet of car, if you wanted to use strict, simple math, would represent at least 0.04, twice the angular resolution limit, which means that the top of the car would be resolvable while the bottom of the car isn't. And that's just crude numbers. So you can clearly see in that simple demonstration that the tires would be unresolvable, the bottom of the car, while the hood of the car and the roof of the car are resolvable, the top of the car. As the car continues to go away from you, the bumper will then enter 0.02, the hood will then enter 0.02, the roof will then enter 0.02. Now notice how what entered 0.02 started with the tires, then the bumper, then the hood, then the top of the car, as it receded away from you on the z-axis. Now, we know for a fact that things disappear when they enter the angular resolution limit, and I just clearly demonstrated how the bottom could enter it first, then the middle, and then the top, meaning that absolutely 100% unequivocally, a car will disappear from the bottom up as it recedes in distance away from you.
So that is a big misunderstanding of how this works, and the reason being is because you're treating each part of the car as a different
on your part.
You're treating each part of the car as a different object, right? I can cut.
It's not about being a separate object. It's about the angles at which the parts of the car enter your eye.
Yeah, you're treating every different part of the car as a separate...
It is. Each part of the car, every inch of the car, every centimeter of the car, every atom of the car, every part of the car that emits light, as far as your eyeballs are concerned, is a separate object. The car is not a uniform object when it comes to visual information. It is when it comes to geometric information, but not visual information. Every part of that car is emitting light. Every piece of that light is reaching your eye.
So when it comes to the comes to the car analogy, we can split it. Let's split it into 10 parts, right? Or no, 5 parts to make it a little bit easier on. So let's split it into 5 parts. Each part of this car is a different angular, is the same angular size, right?
Wrong.
No. Wrong.
Yeah. No.
Dead wrong.
Equal distances are not equal angles in a projection.
Not to mention that the top of a car to the bottom of the car to you would be a right triangle. So if you were to claim that they're all the same angle, then you would have to assert that the bottom leg of a right triangle is equal distant to the top leg of a right triangle, which is absolutely false, demonstrably mathematically false.
Okay, a
5-year-old could draw a triangle and point to the 2 legs of the triangle, and if I ask him which leg is longer, he will say the top leg.
Okay, how about this example? We've got a
No, we're not going on to any more examples until you concede that your assumption about triangles was completely geometrically false.
Well, I'm trying to...
You just made an absolutely on its face erroneous mathematical assertion about the nature of geometry. You need to concede that, and we will forgive you, and then we can move on.
Okay, I'll concede that. And
hey,
all right,
so
thank
I can
you.
even give you a reference. There's a PDF called Trigonometry.
Two meters, and the trailer is 4 meters high, and so the top angle of that trailer is equal to So the top 10% of that trailer should have the same angle as the should have the same angular size as the bottom 10% of that trailer. Does anyone disagree with that?
Where are you standing?
Your eye height is 2 meters. The trailer is 4 meters in height.
How far away from it are you?
At this point, it's like let's say that it's currently 50 meters away. I'm not sure. I haven't calculated this thing to see if it would be resolvable yet. I'm just trying to get an idea of. We can agree that if you are 2 meters, have a height of 2 meters, and the trailer has a height of 4 meters, the top 10% should be equal to the bottom 10% in angular size.
But why are you changing the nature of the example? Why don't you make an example similar to mine and prove how the bottom wouldn't disappear?
Yeah,
Why are you using an equidistant example?
To show you why
using an equidistant example is not analogous to my example. You're trying to defeat my example with a banana when my example is an orange.
Well,
you're telling me you're trying to assert that things wouldn't disappear from the bottom up, and you're not attacking my example. You're making an entirely new one. So demonstrate how in my example that my conclusions are false.
Well, with this example, it would show that your conclusions wouldn't be able to translate to this example. So, with this example, right, when it comes to the top 10%, would that be the same angular size as the bottom 10%? Yes or no?
Well, do you have a drawing? You notice how when I gave my example, I told you this is what it is. I didn't say it should be or maybe or if be. I said it is.
I'm just trying.
Is. How come you don't have the conviction to tell me that they are the same? I tell you what it is, and then I ask if you agree. I don't say, should it be?
Well, I'm saying.
Do you know that it is? Oh, let me ask you this question. Do you know that they are the same? And you're asking me if I agree? Or are you wondering if they're the same?
I know that they're the same, and I'm just.
How do you know?
Because they both each have the same. They both each have the same height physically. So the top 10% of this trailer has the same height physically as the bottom 10% of the trailer.
Okay, so your claim is that they're reciprocal triangles.
Hold up.
It's the same triangle, they're just flipped over the horizontal axis, so they have all the same angular relationships.
Yes, that is my.
Okay, if that's the case, then mathematically, yes, they are the same. Now, I had to go through this just to make sure that we didn't fall back into where you think the top leg of a triangle is the same as the bottom leg in a right triangle. That's all.
Yeah.
All right, continue.
So with this, the top would, if the top 10% reaches the 0.2 threshold, that would also disappear, as well as the bottom 10%. If that reaches the, and it would just disappear at the same time as the bottom 10%. Correct? In your example, if this was a sort of thing in what if this worked the way that you think it would, the bottom 10% would disappear at the same time as the top 10%, right?
No, I don't think it. It's demonstrably the case.
Okay. So
you expected because at a higher angle, the triangles change relationships and ratios, so you'd expect the top to disappear lower than the bottom if it's higher up in elevation.
You just wait, what?
Well, in his example, they're equidistant from your horizontal eye line. So they're reciprocal triangles, so his claim would be that they have the exact same angles. So on the z-axis distance, all the angular relationships would be equal for both.
Right. I'm going to interject real quick and just going to ask if Planner Walk would like to continue. It's been the 2-hour mark. Would he like to continue, or would he, just extending that to you? Because, from the 2-hour mark, we left your debate. So just seeing if you want to continue, or would you like to, kind of put a pin on this discussion and then maybe continue at a later time, or?
Yeah, I'm getting to a point where I will want. Okay. I'm starting to get to a point where I do want to leave, but I do want to just finish my analogy before I leave.
Yeah, if you guys want to give like closing remarks, and then we can close it out.
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
So when it comes to this this example that I'm given, so you can. So you're saying that if the angles that we're measuring come from the top, then things would disappear from the top down. So if we have an angle of 10 of, just say that the bottom angle is 40% of the object, then the next angle above that is 20% of the object, then the next angle above that is 15% of the object, and then the next angle above that is 10% of the object. Then until would you agree? Would you say that the object would then disappear from the top down? So
the entire object disappears both uniformly and non-uniformly depending on the surrounding color information. Perspective is caused by a decreasing angle casting more and more light on the same sensor. Okay, now if you take purple, red, and cast them on the same sensor, you're going to get a purplishy red. If you take yellow and blue and cast them on the same sensor, you're going to get green. Now, depending on what's directly adjacent to the pixel, depends on what the color that will be rendered. Now, when you're looking out across a ground, you have a much different relationship than if you're looking at something that's equidistant. And the reason is because the majority of your field of view is occupied by the ground. So it appears that the ground merges with the color values of what's closest to it when it enters that 0.02. Now you'll notice in your trailer example that as it gets further away, okay?
Yeah.
Even though the center of the trailer to the top of the trailer and the bottom of the trailer are equidistant to your eye line, the bottom of the trailer will reach that 0.02, just like in my demonstration with the car, and the tires will disappear first. Now, all other kinds of visual information will also disappear. For example, before the top of the trailer completely, disappears into the ground, you'll see that the lights that usually are on the top of the trailer will get smaller and smaller till eventually you can't even tell it has lights anymore unless they're on. You'll also notice that the license plate gets harder and harder to read. For example, a white license plate with red letters will just look like a big pink blur as it gets further away from you. The mechanical aspects of the trailer, like the door hinges, will disappear into the color of the back of the door. All the visual information will be shed, like it's going through a cheese grater. But if you do the angles out, you will notice that the 0.02, when the tires reach it, they will disappear. Then the bottom of the trailer will disappear. The license plate will disappear. It'll merge with the ground.
So the way that I understand it is it wouldn't necessarily merge with the ground. It would more or less merge with the car itself. So the tires they'd merge with the object that's that has the closer color value to it. So if you've got a black car and you've got black tires,
no, that's not the case. It will merge with what is closest to it in angular relationship. It's irrelevant of the color. The two colors will merge. So if white is on top of black, green is below black, white will compress down into black and green will compress up into black. The color itself is irrelevant. The only difference is your ability for contrast. So obviously something that's white and black will have a faint gray line where it merges, which you'll barely be able to notice because white is in such high contrast to black.
So it wouldn't merge down into the ground then. Like the tires wouldn't just merge down into the ground. You'd just lose you wouldn't be able to tell the tires apart from the car or the ground.
Right. For example, the tires. Let's say the tires are within the top portion of the 0.2, and a small portion of the ground is within that portion. Okay, so the ground and the tires will appear to merge together. The black of the tire and the green of the grass, if you're driving over grass, will become one color value, indistinguishable from each other.
Yeah. But also the tires, any part of the car that's under 0.2 would appear to merge with the tires as well. So it wouldn't necessarily be an example of disappearing from bottom up. It would just be an example of things appearing to
something
being indistinguishable.
as an object recedes away from you on the z-axis, and you're standing on the ground. Okay, the ground is 6 feet below you if you're 6 feet tall, 6 feet below your eye. Now, as you move that car away from you, you will notice that the angle extending from your eye reaches the bottom of the car at 0.02 first.
I'm trying to just
listen. No, can I say something real quick? You're thinking of this kind of like in the wrong way, as the car as if it's like one object. Car is actually trillions of individual points of light that, because of angular resolution, we perceive as a whole object.
Yeah.
But the pieces of the tire that are at the bottom, they're like the individual pixels, for lack of a better word, appear to merge into the ground. And as the car goes further away, pixels that are further up the tires, are part of the tires, which we perceive as tires, they go into the ground. The whole car isn't going to disappear as a whole. It's going to disappear piecemeal.
Yeah, I think that is probably a good way to think of it. And another way to also help think about it is when the car moves away, there'll be constant bits that will be there'll always be parts of the car that are under a resolution of an angular resolution of 0.2 or an angular size of 0.02. So there'll always be parts of the car that are disappearing, but most of them will merge with other parts of the car. It's only the edges that will appear to merge with other outside parts of the car. So it would be better to say that the tires would mostly merge with other parts of the tires would merge with other parts of the of the car.
Right. Now, are the tires connected to the ground when you're driving a car?
Yeah, the tires are. Well, the tires are on the ground, so it looks like they're connected to the ground.
Right. So the tires are physically touching the ground. They couldn't be any closer to the ground unless you put a 1,000-pound, 1,000-ton compressor on there and squished them into the pavement. So they are literally touching the ground. That means that the ground, the pavement, the grass, the dirt, whatever you're doing, essentially visually is part of the car. So the trillion points that Indio was just explaining also become part of the ground. Your field of view is just a continuous point data of different colors. That's all it is. Just like in a photograph, which is a 2D image. From top to bottom, left to right, it's just nothing but dots of light, dots of color, dots of information. So the dots of information of the ground will blend into the dots of information of the tire, just like the dots of information of the bumper, which is higher than the tire, will blend down into the tire. The license plate will blend down. The hood will blend down. The roof will blend down. Everything's blending down. As it gets away from you and more parts enter the point 02, this is literally the cause of perspective. As that visual information is cast on smaller sensors, therefore, the object becomes smaller to you because it's taking up less pixels on your image.
So, the way that I do understand what you're saying, and it works for any part. It works for the sides of the car, it works for the top of the car.
Your angles to the top versus the bottom wouldn't be the same, right?
Yeah,
so the top of the car will be at eye height, so it's going to be more. It's going to be perpendicular to the optical axis, so it'll subtend a larger angle than a part that's at the bottom.
But when it comes to if we divide the car not on, so if we don't divide the car on actual size, but instead we divide the car on angular size, we can say that the top 0.2 angular size of the car will disappear at the same rate as, or will disappear in the same way as, or will become unresolvable at the same way that the bottom 0.2 angular size of the car. Same with the left, the angular size of the 0.2 angular size of the right and left.
Right, but the distance between the two back to your eye is not the same. Now, while they are entering at a 0.2 angle, the distance is not necessarily the same.
And plus, you have to think about what is not becoming resolvable. Now, imagine this is a police car, right? So eventually you start seeing the lights merge into the hood or into the roof. But with the ground, you can't see like to the other side of the ground. So it just appears that the tires are getting cut off because you have your horizon. So it appears the tires are just crushing into the horizon. Now, if you had a police car and it was scraping down like a roof or something, the top of the car would appear as if it was going into the ceiling.
Yeah. So I'm just wondering if that's the case, right? And if that's the reason why objects disappear from bottom up when appearing to go over the horizon, why can you raise an elevation to bring those objects back into view?
Okay, here we have again your misunderstanding of a right triangle. Okay, would you agree that if you make a right triangle, that the bottom leg of the right triangle is shorter than the top leg of the right triangle? Is that the truth?
Yes.
Okay, so that is the answer to your question. When you raise an elevation, it's a triangular relationship. The distance of that leg of the triangle changes. Now, if you change that leg, okay, without changing anything else, the angle's going to change. So your angular field of view changes. So you have a greater field of view.
Wouldn't
so all the angular relationships to the object, because the object didn't move, you just moved.
Yeah,
so all your angular relationships change. So the bottom is now further away than the top, whereas before the top was further away than the bottom.
But if the bottom is further away from the but if the bottom is further away than the top and the bottom's disappeared bottom up, shouldn't raising an elevation not bring back the bottom of the object at all?
The angles are based off of your eye line. From your eye line down to the bottom of the object, you get a wider angle when you raise up an elevation. If you're closer to the flat plane, you have a much narrower angle to your eye line.
And like I said, the clearest way for you, planar walk, to do this is simply draw it out on a piece of paper, and you will see the angles for yourself.
Yeah. Also, I'll give you a demonstrative analogy, right? So, say you took a 1 foot square tile and you stuck it in the middle of your kitchen floor, and you laid your head down on the ground and looked at it. It would subtend a very small angle. But if you stand up you are more perpendicular to that tile, and it's going to subtend a much greater angle. So when you increase in elevation, your angle of view to the ground, the surface, and everything underneath it, or everything on top of that surface changes, and all the objects subtend a greater angle than if you're close to the ground.
Yeah, exactly. This is also why you put your couch in front of your television and not at the extreme off angle of your living room.
Changes in elevation are the equivalent of a rotation.
In a way, yes, but I still don't understand how it can bring
away by rising in elevation, but the angle to the surface is equivalent to a rotation. There's no difference. There's just no difference.
Yeah, planar walk. It's not that this might be. Okay, this is a fact. If you draw it out for yourself and you measure the angles, you will see and verify for yourself that this is 100% a fact. It's not deniable. It's not debatable. It's only excusable or hand waveable.
Well, he knows. I'm sorry. I gotta throw this in. Your name is Planar Walk. You know you're on a plane. You know you're walking on a plane. You know the Earth is flat. I understand you have to do this for your clicks and views and monetization. But I mean, at the end of the day, bro, the Earth is flat. Measures flat. You know, when you're ready to talk about laser tests, hit us up. Sorry, man. Just have to throw
I'm sorry, but this whole debate has been nothing. It has been nothing but about an observation you've never made. I mean, you had a lot to say about the laser experiments on the last part, and now you just want to sidestep them. I'm disappointed.
Oh, I didn't say much. I don't think I said much about the laser experiments on the last part. That was mostly Fight the Flat Earth that talked about them. But one thing that I just want to address that someone else said is about my name, Planar Walk. And
yeah, I was just kind of messing with you, bro.
Yeah, the reason why I actually came up with that name way before I found out about any of this flat Earth stuff. Like, this is back in back in the days when RuneScape was big. Anyone remember that?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I came up with the name then, and I was just stuck with it ever since. So.
Hey, it's a great oxymoronic innuendo name. Like, I mean, I thought you were a flat earther for the past 2 weeks.
Yeah, it is actually kind of an oxymoron when you think about it.
I just had to, bro. Come on, man. You got a name like that? I just had to.
Sounds way better than Cobra Walk.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, Planar Walk, it's been real nice that you came in here and debate with us and all that. Thanks for coming over.
Yeah.
I also want to give you a big thanks, Planar Walk, because to be honest, not many people can come into a place like this and talk to a whole bunch of people without getting riled up and the ad hominem start. And you presented yourself very well, and I think Glover should look into how you acted here, and we should all kind of take that path, kind of get into a better position from Glover's Flat Earth side. So yeah, man, congrats.
Yeah,
like that.
I agree. Yeah, man.
Good stuff. Yeah, 100%, dude. I mean, I primarily was the guy talking to you, and I definitely respect the way you handled yourself. Most Glovers would have freaked out by now.
Yeah. If you were talking to someone like the Rumpus, then he would have been like, "You idiot!"
Yeah. I mean, yeah, because I'll be straight up. I mean, I wasn't trying to be passive aggressive at all, but the entire time, my accusation to you is that you're completely ignorant about what angular resolution is. I think I clearly demonstrated that to be the case, and it's no slight against you personally because it's omitted from everyday life. It's omitted from the education system. It's just generally omitted from life.
Well,
on that point, would it be okay if Planar Walk actually conceded that he's brought information that he doesn't fully understand?
Well, I think that the problem that we've got here is that I feel like I understand the information, and you feel like I don't understand the information, and so it's sort of a clashing it's sort of a clashing heads where
it's been demonstrated.
It's been demonstrated that you omitted it and don't know why it's necessary.
Well, my understanding of the information says that it's not necessary, and I still haven't received, like, if you come on like to another debate of mine, or if I come on here again, we can try and get down to why it would be necessary, and if you can demonstrate that it is necessary.
They already did.
Look, you demonstrated that you didn't understand when you were making your example that the top and bottom legs of a triangle, of a right triangle, are different lengths. Okay? Now, this isn't a slight against you. This is just elucidating what occurred. So you have to wonder why you're incapable of making an accurate representation of your position. You couldn't describe for me the mechanism which caused the phenomena in the two photos to occur.
Well,
You couldn't concede that the tires would disappear from the bottom up, even though they do, even though it's a mathematical certainty. Okay, so there's something lacking in your ability to argue this point, and that's you do not understand angular resolution. Now, my challenge to you was, in all of your claims, draw it out, get the angular resolution of the optic, draw out the angular relationships, draw out the geometric relationships, overlay them, and then make your conclusions. If you choose from this point forward to not do that and continue to assert geometric only relationships, okay, everybody listening will know you're completely disingenuous. So to be intellectually honest with yourself, not with me, not with the audience, with yourself, you must take what I said seriously and to make an effort. Now, people will help you, I'm sure, but you need to make an effort to do it for yourself.
Yeah, so what I am probably going to do when I have a bit more time, because I've been fairly busy lately, so what I'll do at some point is I'll make a video explaining, and I'll go ahead and draw it out and explain why angular resolution of something wouldn't have an impact on these kinds of observations, and I'll make a video on it, and I'll make sure it's all good.
You're already in error, bro. I didn't say to make a video whether it does A or B. I said just do it and see what happens, then make a conclusion. So you have an a priori conclusion before you've even begun. Do you not see the problem there?
Well, I've already
you've admitted that you've demonstrated that you don't know what these things are. You haven't included them in your calculations. So the appropriate thing to do is include them and then see what happens. Then you can give your result. Maybe they will do this, maybe they will do that, but at least you'll have an honest go at it. If you say I'm done, you're already starting out from a faulty premise.
So the way that I generally go about making my videos is I will start out the video with an idea in mind, right? And if by the end of that video I have changed the idea in my video, the idea in my mind has changed, then I'll be sure to mention that in the video. I generally go. It's like if you start an experiment, you'll generally have an idea of what you expect the results to be, right? And that would be your hypothesis. And then when you go through the experiment, by the end you may have shown that your hypothesis was false, or you may have shown it to be true. And that's generally how I go about a video. By the end of the video, I'll have either shown my idea that I've got at the start of the video to be false or true.
All right, and that's an entirely different premise than what you first asserted. What you first asserted is that you're going to make a video showing that it doesn't matter. So that means that your a priori assumption is to make a video that it doesn't matter. So therefore, you could skew your results to fit that assumption.
So
the second thing you said is that you're going to investigate it and see what the results are with a hypothesis.
Yeah, so essentially what I'll be doing is I'll be making a video, and my hypothesis is that it doesn't matter, right? And then I'll go through the video and show the evidence for why I think that it doesn't matter, and I may find something that shows that it does matter, and I'll weigh it up against and then I'll weigh it up against the other evidence for why it doesn't matter.
Okay, can I put my 2 cents in? Okay, to draw conclusions that the image is an accurate geometric representation of the geography. All the relationships hold, all the angular relationships hold, and it accurately represents what you're seeing. You have to assume all the light is impacting the sensor, and that geometric relationship held from the object where the light came from through the lens onto the sensor perfectly. That is a huge assumption, right? And I'll just point out a couple errors in that Miles Davis made. Okay, you can't use a linear scale for all distances in a photograph. It's the same. It's a different for every single distance. If you did it at the sensor itself, if you had a linear scale there, you can extrapolate that to every distance away from the camera. But you can't say, okay, this mountain is 2,000 feet high. I'm going to make a linear scale, and then I'm going to apply it to something in the foreground. It doesn't match up. It doesn't work that way. So there's like a lot of these little errors. It's because these angles don't hold. If the camera's tilted a little bit because the sensor's tilted, the angles on it, like 10 meters on the mountain on the top of the mountain isn't the same angle at the sensor that 10 meters on the bottom of the mountain is. So it's going to look like the mountain is compressed or crushed because visual information is going to be missing, right? Because the sensor is linear. The sensor doesn't have this, I don't even know what you would call it, this scaling factor.
The relationship isn't like with the eye.
So the geometric relations ideas that you have from orthographic views don't hold in projective geometry. That's why he's saying you got to do it all out. That's the only way to really do it, or do a transformation into a projective geometry. And there's mathematical ways to do that, but that's just the strict geometric, and that's like he was saying. It's only half of it.
Can I just say something right here at the end? And then I appreciate your Planar Walk coming on and talking to us. Hi, guys.
Hey, Neil.
So do you agree with Fight the Flat Earth that there would be no horizon on a flat plane?
From what I have seen, I don't think there would be. I do agree with him that there wouldn't be a distinct horizon on a flat plane.
This is what it all comes down to, right there. How could you think such a thing?
Because
planar walk. If you have a color representing the ground you're standing on, being completely flat and level, extending from you in the z-axis. Okay, and let's call that color green to represent the grass. You then have the color field of the sky, which is blue. Okay, so on a flat plane, the ground would be flat, and it would extend out from you flat, and it would be the color green, and the sky would be blue. Now, eventually, your angular resolution limit, as it proceeds out from you, trigonometrically, the triangle we described before, the leg of the triangle will reach the ground. At approximately 3.25 miles is when a 0.02 degree angular resolution limit from a 6-foot man reaches the ground. When that triangle reaches the ground, green, and the top of the triangle is in the sky, blue, your eye will, and any optic will, of a necessity, render a crisp, clean demarcation line between those two color fields. That horizontal demarcation line is a horizon.
So I do agree that from using just your eye, you'd probably get a just from eyesight, you'd get a so you might get a solid horizon. But from something like a camera, which has a much higher angular resolution, so some cameras have a much higher angular resolution.
Doesn't matter. All it does all as it does is push the horizon out further. So instead of reaching its resolution limit at 3.25 miles, it'll just be like 4 or 5.
Question.
The
Why is
exact same effect will occur. The demarcation line between the two color fields is what, and those two color fields are rendered on one pixel, okay? You will have a blur between the two colors. Above it will be blue. The pixel below it will be green. All the pixels below that pixel will be green, and all the pixels above the other one will be blue. But you will have a solid, indistinguishable color demarcation line, horizontal in the image.
I've got a question.
What object you use.
I've got a question for you. Why is the sky blue? Trust me, this is an important question.
Well, the
answer, I'll tell you, okay? The sky is blue because of atmospheric occlusion. Next question.
So, Rayleigh scattering, right? That occurs everywhere in the atmosphere.
Okay, so, now, what does that have to do with my example?
So, so you can actually see this in some of Ranty's videos, where as the boat gets further away, it becomes very difficult to see the boat because of. And I haven't. This is a bit of speculation on my part, so this isn't a definitive answer that that I'm giving. But what it looks like to me is that the Rayleigh scattering is making it more difficult to see the top part of that boat because there's more atmosphere in between you and the boat.
Right, that's called atmospheric perspective, also known as atmospheric occlusion. Yeah. It's the same thing that makes mountains, like you see a couple of mountain ranges, when it gets to be about 12 to 20 miles, they're almost solid blue. And if you go to the sky after that, you can't even tell there's a mountain there because it's the color of the sky. And because all you're seeing at that point is sky. No color from anything else is penetrating.
So with any kind of body of water, you'd start to see if the Earth was flat, at some point when you zoomed up on it, you would actually start to see the atmospheric occlusion sort of affecting the water, especially the closer to the horizon that the water was.
Right. And there would be a distinct demarcation between the color field of the sky and the color field of the Earth. So you'd have a darker colored water, it's daytime, and a lighter colored sky.
What was that? You cut out there for a bit.
Color of the water, and then at some point that color is no longer there, and then you have the lighter color of the sky. The demarcation line between the two is what to as the horizon. Anytime you talk about a horizon, that is what people are talking about. They're talking about the apparent demarcation between the color field of the ground and the color field of the sky. Every single time.
But if you zoom up on that horizon camera, that demarcation wouldn't. If the Earth was flat, that demarcation would become less and less apparent.
Why?
Because there's more. Because there's more atmospheric occlusion on the of the water. As it goes further and further out, there'll be more atmospheric occlusion.
Right, and that's exactly what you see. You see most of the time not a crisp line unless you're zoomed at normal zoom. Once you start zooming in, you start to expand the pixels, and then you get almost like a hazy line above the water. So it's kind of like a very dark, then a subtle, and then the other color.
Can you send me an image?
So sometimes it's crisp demarcation line, and sometimes it's a fuzzy demarcation line. For example, when I take off my glasses, I have a lot of fuzzy demarcation lines in my color fields. Oh, so the lens back on carries the light and focuses it onto my eye, and so then I have crisp detail between.
So I just pulled up a video here where even though he zooms onto the demarcation line, it's still pretty clear.
Yeah, sometimes it's clear and sometimes it's fuzzy. Depends on how much the temperature is above the water, how much more moisture is floating above the water. There's never even on a super clear day, you're still looking through atmospheric water, atmospheric gases. There's never an instance where you're looking across the vacuum. So not only is there the angular resolution, not only is there the geometric relationships, but there's also the atmosphere itself causing distortion.
Well, when it comes to the, I agree that you'll never have a clear day, and like if you did have a perfectly clear day somehow, that would be the time on the flat Earth that I might say, okay, now you'd be able to get a completely clear horizon, but when it comes to
but your point is very confusing. You're basically saying that because there's a line between the water and the sky, that couldn't happen on a flat Earth. It can only happen on a globe. That literally makes zero sense.
Well, what do you mean? How does that make zero sense?
Okay, if you have two color fields that are in your field of view, there will be a demarcation line where the one color stops and the other color. That demarcation line is known as the horizon. That will occur regardless of the shape.
So,
as soon as those two color fields meet horizontally in your vision, you have a demarcation line. You point to it with your finger and you say, "Well, there's the horizon." That would occur regardless of what shape what you're standing on is.
So when it comes to the when it comes to just looking at it normally as a human with eyes, I can understand how that would occur on a flat Earth. But when you start zooming up on it, it would become very, very. It would become very fuzzy when you zoom up on it because it basically the amount of atmospheric occlusion that the water would have would be quite a bit as you have more and more.
Right. So is your claim that there isn't any on the globe and there would be on the flat Earth, or the opposite?
Well, my claim is that there is atmospheric occlusion on both, right? But on the globe, the atmospheric occlusion before the horizon isn't too noticeable to give us an effect where on the globe the atmospheric occlusion before the horizon will still give us a clean horizon line. Whereas on a flat Earth,
perfect. So your contention. Go ahead.
Whereas on a flat Earth, when you zoom up on it, there would be much more. You'd see much more atmospheric occlusion on the water.
Why?
On the water closer to the horizon, because there's more distance between you and the water that is close to the horizon.
No, there isn't. I just explained to you that the average man sees the horizon at approximately 3 miles. Okay?
Yeah.
So 4 miles of atmosphere between you and a location, and 4 miles of atmosphere between you and a location on a curve is still 4 miles of atmosphere. Would you not agree?
Yeah. So I I agree that
4 miles of atmosphere over the water is the same in both instances.
So I agree that looking with normal eyes, you'd be able to see a clear, crisp horizon line on a flat Earth. It's when you start zooming up on that horizon line that you would start to see, okay, if the Earth was flat, you'd start to see the water get more occluded the closer to the horizon it is.
Okay, but we're still talking about 4 miles. So if you zoom in on 4 miles, in either model, it's still 4 miles. 4 miles of the same atmosphere, made up of the same.
But if you're zooming up on a flat plane, you'd be zooming up on.
If you zoom in on 4 miles away, it's somehow not 4 miles away in the other example.
No, what I mean is, if you're zooming up on the horizon on a flat Earth, the horizon isn't just. It may appear to be 4 miles away on a flat Earth, but on a flat Earth, it would actually be in a way infinitely, or not really infinitely, but it would be a lot further than. Or am I getting something wrong? It would be a lot further than what would think.
You're getting something wrong. What you're getting wrong is that you're thinking that you can zoom in infinitely on a flat plane.
Well, I don't think that you can zoom in infinitely. I think there would be a point where things would be occluded by the atmosphere. But when it comes to what I'm saying is, you'd see the water as you zoom in. There'd be a point 4 miles away, which would be you'd be able to see perfectly. But there'd be also a point between that 4 miles away and the horizon, which would, if you zoom in, you'd be able to register that as a separate amount of, or as more water between. Like if you place a marker 4 miles away, and you zoomed in on a flat plane, you'd see that there'd be more water between 4 miles away and the horizon.
Well, that is what you see.
So
you see more water all the way up till you reach the angular resolution limit of the optic that you're using. If you want to see more water, you simply change your optic. Now, you will reach a point where the atmosphere has caused extinction, which means atmospheric occlusion is 100% opaque.
Yes, so in other words, there would be a horizon on a flat plane.
Yes, it would just look slightly different in your view. It wouldn't be as crisp, or it might be a little fuzzy, but there would be a demarcation line between the two color fields.
I'd have to definitely look into these claims a bit more, but yeah.
Well, they're your claims.
Yeah, there would. That's why it's called horizon. It's horizontal. You can't see that far.
This whole show has been demonstrating that you don't have the components necessary to support your own claims.
Even if there was no atmosphere and no waves in the ocean, you wouldn't be able to see the Eiffel Tower from New York. It's too far.
Yeah, I can't even see the mountain that's 20 miles from me.
Yeah,
and I should be able to, but it's dark blue all the time because of the atmosphere.
May I say something, please? Hi, my name is Earl. The thing I've been noticing is you seem to lack so much, and it surprises me. It really does. One thing I was going to ask you is, if for skyscrapers, if it was on a rounder Earth, skyscrapers would be tilted, along, like, let's say, have 8 miles worth of skyscrapers. They would all be tilted. But in reality, you see skyscrapers all flat standing together.
So you wouldn't. So I've yeah. So when it comes to this claim, this is one of the easiest claims to dispel because you wouldn't notice the tilt.
Yes, you would.
You wouldn't notice 1 degree of tilt.
How much is a degree? Let's transfer that to foot and inches instead of just calling it a degree. How many feet of vertical drop per mile, or per, let's say 10 miles, is a degree?
Well, what I'm meaning is
just saying, oh, it's a degree. That's kind of a cop out. It's kind of a weasel thing. They used to do this a lot. Like Negator used to come in here a lot and do this.
I think I think it's about 68 miles away or something like that.
So translated into 10 miles, how many vertical feet of drop would you have?
Oh, when it comes to this claim, it's not about vertical drop. It's about.
Oh, it is, my friend.
So wait a minute. There's no vertical drop on a sphere standing from where you're standing.
When it comes to the claim of things tilting away from you, that's not a claim of vertical drop. That's just a claim of.
But that's not a claim. That should be a reality.
Well, when things are tilting away,
if it were a sphere, things would tilt away. Prove me wrong.
So they are not. You wouldn't notice things tilting away visually.
You would. You absolutely would, dude.
So
what? They would
tilt something.
But see, I'm just going to do the globe thing. If we were on a sphere, things would tilt away.
Hold up. Let me do something real. Let me do something real
quick.
Dude,
you want me to get out graph paper and show you? That's the thing. We have actual artists in here who do this stuff. That's why we know these things.
Yeah, and I can show you. I'm just going to create a thing which would show you what something is looking like if it's tilted away, and I want you to basically guess which object is tilted away. Shift D. So one object here and this object here, and let me. And I think it's X 1 degree. Okay, so 0. Lock camera to view.
Are you making a 3D rendering right now?
Yes.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
So
you're going to show me a model. You're going to show me a model.
So which one of these objects in this rendering is tilting away? One of them is tilting away by 1 degree and the other isn't. Which one?
How far apart are they?
They're
how many miles behind one is the other?
Oh no, it's not. This is the
that's claim what we're talking about. The difference between something like standing in front of you and something 10 miles and maybe something 20 miles. We're not talking about something that's standing here and then, this like weird flat geometric fantasy Muppet vision.
Well, the claim of things tilting away is a separate claim to...
Now, why isn't one of them smaller? If one's further down the line, why isn't one of them smaller? I'm assuming they're the same thing.
Yeah, the reason why one of them isn't smaller is because if one of them was smaller, you'd be able to tell. You'd basically point, oh, the one that's smaller is tilted away.
Well, I mean, that's obvious, isn't it?
I'm just saying, with a 1 degree tilt, can you tell two objects side by side?
A computer can tell that.
So two objects.
I don't see in pixels, do I?
But with two objects side by side, one of them is tilted, one of them isn't.
Yeah,
can you
but
tell which
I
one
click
is
on your
away?
image and it's a box that's the size of a phone. I don't have that kind of visual acuity. I can't see a pixel.
Yeah, what you posted absolutely means nothing.
There's no frame of reference. How far apart are they?
It doesn't really matter which.
It really
Yes,
does
it
matter
does.
because
It
we are
does.
talking about frames of reference. We see a bunch of power lines following each other. They're getting smaller in the distance. They're getting smaller and smaller, and then they enter this weird hazy zone, and they never tilt away. That's what we're talking about. This is a straw man.
So one of those boxes there is tilted away by 1 degree. Which one?
1 degree of what?
One degree.
One degree of what?
1 degree of rotation.
1 degree of rotation.
What? Wait a minute. Why are we putting rotation into this? I wasn't asking about rotation.
Because if you're saying that things are tilted, that's what you're talking about, isn't it?
No.
Yeah, you're the one that's misrepresenting the argument. We're talking about like you see a row of something.
Yeah.
In the reference of the one standing up straight at the front of the row and the one that's really small and far away, and it should be tilting back. You cannot have linear functions on a sphere.
Well, yeah, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. Rotation. It should be rotated away from you. That's what you're saying.
That's what we're saying. Is it should be rotated away from you?
Yeah,
Well, the problem with... Why don't any of Soundly's? Why doesn't Lake Pontchartrain tilt away at all? You see how much curve is in that picture?
So
none of them tilt.
My point. That was going to be my point, because that's stark and apparent curvature. Nothing's tilting away, is
I
it?
mean, it's like you live on a beach ball in that photo.
So let me ask you.
No. With that extreme... This is one of y'all's, like, holy idols, religious icons, is his photo, Lake Pontchartrain, that y'all just worship. It is like you're living on a beach ball. With that much pronounced, massive curvature, you should see tilt.
So in this image here, that is
not an image. That is a computer-generated fantasy.
Yeah. But which one of those is tilted by 1 degree away from you?
I can't see with that kind of resolution when you've got them by 1 degree.
Exactly. That's why you don't see things tilt away from you. And
sweetheart, you see the most pronounced curve in his photo. How are you not getting this? I think you do get it.
Another problem is that's for an observer who's centered at the center of an Earth that's 25,000 miles in circumference. That would be the angle that they would see from the center of the Earth. For an Earthbound observer, you have a different visual field. That is 1 degree for 69 miles for an observer at the center of the Earth, assuming that things haven't vanished out by, perspective before then. I mean, that's like if you were taking, a beach ball, making it a see-through clear beach ball, and surrounding an observer at the center of the Earth with a shell that has 25,000 miles in circumference. You would see 1 degree for every 69 miles, yes. But for an Earthbound observer, you're a clear, transparent shell that you would draw these angles off of to have, a hump of Earth curvature obstructing you. You'd have like 20, 30-mile shells that have totally different angles working. So for an Earthbound observer, the angles would be totally different when you're looking out horizontally with a different shell.
What do you mean by a different shell?
Do this. Model Soundly's photo. Photo.
Walter Bislin has done that.
No. I want you to do it. And I want you to put every single one of those towers 90 degrees to the sphere of the model.
Well,
not all intention. Don't you weasel out of it. You model his sphere, and you put every single tower 90 degrees to the surface of the plane of the sphere.
So, I could. Yeah, I could
do it.
I can't do it right now because I don't know the. Because
I would recommend that before we move on this topic, you do that.
Well, that sounds like Flatterwalk's got a lot of homework to do. We've been devastated. Honestly, mate, we've been devastated for 3 hours. 3 hours now, and you've got a lot of homework to do.
Yeah.
You get £50 for your YouTube channel from people. My God.
Well, one of the things that
hold on. It's been 3 hours. I was going to go ahead and shut it down, but I will post your channel and tag everyone on the server for you if you'd like.
If you want to.
Yeah, and if anyone has any, and let's go ahead and round it out because it has been 3 hours.
Yeah.
All right, so just hawk your channel or tell us your channel. Tell us
Yeah,
do a brief summary, and there you go.
So my channel is Planar Walk, and yeah.
Go ahead and post it in Premiere Debate. I'll post it for you.
Okay.
Yeah, excellent. Whilst you're doing that, Planner, first and foremost, buddy, I want to say it's been an absolute pleasure having you here this evening. It's been a great discussion. Thank you for being so cordial. You're probably, one of the most cordial people that I've spoken to on the Globe Earth side, considering the ad hominem attacks that we had from Fight the Flat Earth the other day. So it's been an absolute pleasure. I'd like to invite you back again. And of course, we can do this back and forward from time to time on your channel if you want to have that as well, because you've been extremely cordial. So thank you very much. Again, thank you very much for everybody that's been in the live stream, who's been in the text rooms and DMing back and forth with people. You've been an absolute credit to the Flat Earth community and the server, the 24/7 Flat Earth server. So thank you, everybody that has been in the room, and thank you, Planet Walk.
Oh, no problem.
Yep, I agree with everything you said. You've been the most cordial Glober we've ever debated with.
Just go do some homework, buddy. Just go do some homework, please.
All right. By using everyone, you are about to mention 31,700 people. You good with that, Planar Walker?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
There you go.
Because generally, I can explain things in a much more concise way on my channel. So,
cool.
It takes me about a couple of hours to make a video, but usually that's a couple of hours of me thinking exactly what I'm going to say to explain it in a really nice and concise way.
We like actually, Mammoth now like 31,900 people.
Yeah. Well, it always gives the roundabout number for me.
Yeah.
All right. Well, everyone, we've enjoyed it. If you want to move back up to live stream, Planar, you're welcome to stick around if you want to just chill out. But I know you've got a channel to run.
Yeah, I've actually got a game to develop, so.
All right, have fun, man. Have a good night.
Cheers, Planet Walk. Thanks, everyone.
All right.
Back up to the live stream. It's been a great evening. Cheers, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, awesome stuff, guys, man. It was great. Thanks for stopping by, Planar Walk. That was cool.
Yeah, I'll make sure to stop by again because, it's nice to be able to have these discussions, but sometimes you just got to prepare a bit better than I have, so...
No problem, buddy. Thank you very much for responding to our
Well, it's a complicated topic, and unless you spend the time to dig in, it's hard to just do on the fly. Difficult.
Yeah, it's one of them things which essentially, as time goes on, I accumulate sort of more and more. I'm trying to basically accumulate more and more information to be able to pull up on the fly, but it's one of them things there's certain arguments that are very hard to rebuke on the fly. But as time goes on, it gets easier and easier. So.
Yeah. Well, thanks for having the courage to even come on. Most don't. So kudos for that.
No problem. Anyway, see ya.
Cheers, Planner. Take care. Thanks, guys. Brilliant stuff.
I wouldn't jump into the middle of a bunch of piranhas.
All right, guys. Omega, if you're still around, devastating. Brilliant stuff, guys. Lemon, everybody got involved. Indio, everybody, absolutely brilliant stuff. Brilliant.
Theo, shout out to Theo, man. He really held shit down, bro. I got to give him props, man. That was great.
Yeah, man.
Let's give him a clap.
Yeah, that was awesome.
And congratulations to the Omega because he got Battlefield promoted to Gold Plus with this. So thank you very much.
I love it.
Yeah.
I learned so much just by listening to that, mate. That was brilliant. Thanks, Omega. That was awesome.
Yeah, he has a very good understanding of perspective, and I spoke with him. And
I have a confession. I hold an education degree in art.
There you go.
Yeah, thanks for saying that. Now I feel better.
That'll do it.
I didn't just spontaneously think of all this last night.
But it's so funny how they teach. They teach you when you're majoring in art. They teach you all this stuff about perspective. But the layman doesn't. They don't teach you this stuff, man.
Yeah, And it was good as well because, you know, the conversation with a poor guy, 3 hours of absolute knockout boxing, and every single turn you just knocked him back down again. You kept him on point. So it was good to just give you the floor and let you go with him, mate. And you did it really well. I couldn't be prouder of you, mate. I really couldn't.
Oh, I appreciate that.
And he was so respectful. Let him finish. Kept on going. I love you, man.
Yeah,
Thank
that's the way you do it right there. That's the way you do it.
Oh, hey, I didn't let him finish a lot of times.
No, you're fine. But ultimately, mate, you represented the 24/7 Discord server so well. You got a Battlefield promotion, mate. We're really proud of you. Really proud of you.
Yeah, I gave you gold plus, bro.
Sweet.
Yep.
Hey, does that mean that the other guy's still going to take gold back?
Now, everybody get up to live stream now and get out of this chat.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, exactly.
I might have to unmute a lot of people, so let's go.
Last one's a rocket egg.
Brilliant stuff, guys. See you in the live stream.
Yeah. Awesome.
I hope we move some people up as well, buddy. It's going to move Helio up there.
They want to bring up refraction as their rebuttal to the laser test, but then when they show observations of Soundly's images over Lake Pontchartrain, I mean, we can obviously measure the weather data. You know, we can look at the temperature of the air, temperature of the water, and it's actually, you know, I mean, it's significant for refractive properties. You know,
when
so
it comes to
they want to
refraction,
accept. Yeah, they want to accept refraction when it comes to like any old observation with a laser, but then when it comes to like their curvature observations, refraction is just not
a good tactic for arguing with refraction is to not necessarily refute their claims as much as to make their claims all look contradictory. Because then you get them stuck in contradictions, and what they're using as proof, they suddenly realize contradicts more proof that they have. So you can use their evidence against them.
Right, that's why I brought that up. That's why I noticed how he was using refraction to defend the laser test, and yet when we use refraction to explain some of the Soundly observations, he wanted to dismiss that. And it's the same point. It's just on, you know, when it's on one side, they want to reject it. So that's why I brought that up.
And why I brought was because I wanted to get him on the to get him on the curve, to see if he would really understand what it really meant to be living on a sphere. Like, you're going to have your buildings curved. Like, not all at the same angle. So, I'll be back.
Yeah, I'm a dickhead. I'm sorry.
Every city should look like a pincushion. Buildings
for
sticking
real.
out every which direction.
Exactly.
I mean, that's really it. And you know, like Theo went into great depth. He went into extreme detail about this stuff. But my first impression of his observation was like, bro, perspective. Like, it's perspective, bro. But yeah, you broke it down really well, man. And I mean, they're denying perspective. That's really all there is.
Oh, yeah.
They're omitting it, at least.
Right, and don't forget that when I pressed him about his image, I told him that he omitted two things at least. One was the angular resolution of the optic, and two was any refractive effects.
Size of the image.
And don't forget that the other guy just mentioned that he's trying to use refraction as part of his arguments.
Yes.
No, brilliant stuff, man. Brilliant stuff. Absolute pleasure that was, just sitting back and listening. Obviously, you'll get, heated up and ready for a debate, and then the man of the hour comes in, and I'm just going to give you lots of praise, man. The man of the hour came in and slayed him.
Yeah.
Literally slayed him.
Who was the man of the hour?
The Omega.
The Omega.
Yeah, they both did a great job.
Omega.
They kept they both kept it very civil. I got to give both of them credit for that. What's his name? Planet he didn't launch any ad homs, so I do have to recognize that, and I do have to give him credit. But as well, Theo, man, he was solid, and he didn't go into any personal attacks.
Yeah.
He just kept it to the facts.
Well, after he stipulated these facts, do you think you're living on a ball?
It's not a ball.
Hey guys, I just want to let you know.
Is it a ball?
I'm having a ball, but it's not a ball.
We'll continue the stream as it's going. I'm gonna put a slash after show on this, and then I'll renders, and then I'll put part 1 and 2 together and upload the video.
Did he actually say anything that made us think?
Cheers, Helio. Thank you for that, mate. Really appreciate what you're doing, buddy. So yeah, that sounds like a great thing. Mark it up as the after show. That's awesome.
Did he just sound like any other flat earther or ball?
P-Mac.
Where
I want what you're having, man.
It sounded like he was a little unprepared.
Yeah,
pass that shit, bro.
It took a lot of guts to come in here and to do that, man.
P-Mac, you're about 3 sheets to the wind and down the river.
Yeah, P-Mac, I'm sorry I had to do what I did, so I apologize for that.
You good, MJ?
He got my opinion.
P-Mac, I love you, bro.
But that was funny because it went on for 2 hours. It went on for 2 hours. Well, it started the 2-hour point got to. Helio then started talking about the horizon because of
show
flat
on the same
and then
stream. Then I'll those two.
It was about saving face. He couldn't just go out after 2 hours of getting wrecked. He tried to justify his position, and I understand, but it didn't work out for him.
He almost conceded the horizon. I almost fell out of my chair.
Yeah, he conceded. He made 3 concessions. I remember 2 of them. One of them I don't remember.
One of the concessions one of the concessions was about, I think it was about the horizon. Hold on.
We'll see if he reneges on him in his video.
Hold on, let me see if I can find it.
He admitted angular resolution was a thing, so
Yes,
bravo.
David John.
I'm back.
Oh, thanks for
Love
that.
that last point, Bill. Love that last point. That was a killer blow.
Which point was that?
Well, about the buildings being on it. Yeah, but the.
Yeah, watch him model that. Watch him model Soundly's photo. Because I already know who he's talking about. Someone modeled Soundly's photo into 3D and then kept everything standing up straight.
Yeah, I heard that.
It's like, no, put them all 90 degrees to the plane of
Yeah.
the sphere. Yeah.
Yeah, I heard that.
That's what I thought he was gonna do. I thought he was gonna put like in an actual 3D model of an actual looking perspective, looking sideways or at a different degree. Nope, this top view. Top view doesn't show you shit.
Okay, I'm gonna do this. The Earl is back in town. The Earl is back in town. Okay, then.
Yeah, I just posted a video in voice text for everyone that shows the Ponchar train having no. You can even see the shore on the other side.
They're very boring. They're very boring. It's like.
Oh yeah, that is nice. That's a nice video.
Yeah, it's straight up as soon as Soundly anytime Soundly's brought up, that image is brought up. Just this video is what. It's in direct contradiction.
The Earth is not a fucking ball, right?
Yeah, we know.
See, drunk guy knows it.
I think that.
Come on, Helio, sing it. The Earl is back in town. The Earl is back in town.
No, they can't fight the flat Earth. It's like really, really, they can't.
If you're on meth, you can.
Well, probably, but that's a distortion of their own reality.
That's awesome. It was just one knockout punch after another, after another, after another. Poor guy was punch drunk. Do you hear the way he was speaking?
Stuttering.
Yeah.
He was talking like AOC talks. Like
If I look at it at a certain angle, if it looks round or something.
Well, it's a globe because it looks so flat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Victoria's Secret can close up shop.
I think Omega, he ran out of microphones to drop.
Yeah, dude, they were dropping and dropping, man. I was like, damn.
No,
we were like in the crowd in the back going, oh!
Show me one more picture. Show me one more picture of Curvature. I dare you. I double dare you. It's awesome, man. Absolutely awesome.
I dropped that Hale P40, man. One of those radio station mics. You know, the ones on the boom.
Yeah,
those
dude,
expensive microphones.
Oh.
Yep.
No,
you made us proud, though, for sure.
What I give Planner Walk credit for, and I shouldn't be, but I do have to give him credit. He kept it on to his observation. So if you guys notice that, he kept most of the debate onto his observation after he slipped out of the laser test. So I think for future debates, we need to kind of really nail them down on these laser tests, man. We can't let them slip out of it.
You think Planner Walk is listening to us right now and thinking, well, at least
he's taking notes.
Taking notes, make it right.
Hey, were those
Well, I
two
hope you can hear
pictures
this.
his?
It's like what Omega said about he's only accounting for half of the problem.
Dude.
He don't even got the geometry right, and that's only half the problem. The path of the light to the camera is the other half of the problem, and he has no clue what that is. He doesn't know the temperature. He doesn't know the weather. He doesn't know anything. Nothing at all. He doesn't even. It's a cropped image. Is the camera tilted up? Is it pointed down? Is it pointed up? Is it pointed right? Like you can't draw conclusions from any of those images.
I think they don't want to. They don't want to allow that because it would put them in a totally different place. It's just they're not quite right for that. They don't like that. It means that you have to take responsibility for something because it's probably if the Earth is not a ball, then you're basically saying that you have to take responsibility for yourself.
So here's another thing.
And
I've been
I'll
thinking
show
of.
up now.
No, it's not a ball, man. Get over it.
Yeah. Shit.
Here's another thing. Like people like Ruhif and Bob the Science Guy, they analyze people's photos, like Jay Tolan Media, and say, "Oh, this is proof of a globe." Why haven't they analyzed Soundry's image and see how that works out? Right? Do measurements, measure all the angles, do their little scale thing that they fuck up on all the time. Why haven't they done analysis of those images?
Yeah, they're so happy just believing that it's a ball. And, I'll show up.
I'm a glober. Globe traveler.
They know if they analyze them, they're going to be like, hold on, something's not right here. The scale gets all messed up at this distance or at this elevation. It's all skewed.
You know what? It's definitely not what they're telling us, man. It's definitely not. Definitely not. I mean, I've bet my life on it.
I mean, are you sure? Are you sure you want to do that? What if you get
Yeah,
proven wrong in
well-
the future?
Well, okay.
Hey, I didn't hear the part, the Epi Core part. How did he get off of that? Anybody know? Anybody here?
He was just dithering.
Yeah, primarily it was, we were hitting with it. Jose hit him with it and over again, and it wasn't going anywhere. So we let him give us a couple of pictures, which is where we stuck for 2 hours. But that's where we started. And I did say that I wanted to bring him back round to it, but the conversation just went the way that it did. So round 3, we'll hold into it then, too, as we always try to. But yeah, that's how it got off.
Yeah, my thing with that is you kind of pin them in and be like, well, we got this observation, this test, and it doesn't match the predictions of the model. So, you know what they say, man, if it doesn't match experiment, then the theory's wrong. So what do you have to say about that?
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, Indio.
What's up?
About the pixel thing that you wrote, the 540 megapixels, what did that turn out into Ks? You know, like 4K, 8K, like what?
Holy.
540 K is like 540 megapixels. It would, well, put it this way, it would have about, let me think for a second. Instead of there being 1 pixel of 4K, there'd probably be like, just guessing off the top of my head, 60 extra pixels for every pixel of 4K.
4K is like 8 million. 4K is 33 million pixels. So
yeah, so this is 540K.
Yeah, my brain can't calculate all that.
Yeah, cameras are nothing like the eye, dude. Nothing like them.
Yeah. Hey, everybody. Yeah.
How long does a drunk man stay awake for? I really don't know. I'm asking.
As long as he keeps drinking, as long
You
as
might
he
have
wants.
to. You might have to.
How long do you think?
I have no idea. That's why I'm asking.
Well, how long do you think a globe Earth revolves around a spinning ball?
What? The?
Pretty hard to believe. Almost impossible.
Till the beer is gone.
Exactly. That's
a good point.
Or when my
That is true.
or when my mushrooms wear off. When I'm done coming off a mushroom trip. Yeah.
Yeah. I was about to say something similar.
You go
Like,
mushrooms?
depends on how much liquor you got, you know.
Or when your liver gives out, you know, like.
No, but you're right, man. Because like, if you have like 1 beer or like 2 beers, you know, you'll just pass out. But if you start drinking like a few beers, maybe a few shots, you know, then it's like you can go all night.
Yeah.
But yeah, like 1 or 2
You guys
beers.
want to hear an
Hey,
angry
guys.
baby?
Hello? What the?
Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Calm down.
We have a 13 and over policy.
Yep.
That's my baby. She's mad.
I'm just messing with you.
I know how to sober up PMAC here.
God bless her. Well, PMAC disappeared.
No, I'm still here.
Oh, all right.
But are you really here?
Are any of us really here?
That depends. It's a globe Earth or a ball Earth.
I knew it.
Hey, you guys, should we have like next time we do a debate like that, have like 2 on 2 or something like that? You know, have a couple more globers. We just destroy them one at a time.
If I could give you one piece of advice, wear sunscreen. Don't do that again. That was utter rubbish. That was just like
I give him credit for coming in on his own, man. He just,
Don't do that
I mean,
again.
yeah, props to him, but I mean, just like we bounce off each other. I mean, it's only fair to let him have somebody bounce off to.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I thought I could bounce off him, but fuck me.
Yeah, the poor guy got destroyed.
That was so boring. I nearly fell asleep.
He was outgunned. He was outgunned and outmanned.
Yeah, I fell asleep almost 5 times.
Oh, I mean,
yeah, well,
I mean, I would say he was.
was.
Jeez, it's all right, Freya. It's I would.
I hear Planner Walker crying in the background.
Yeah, I heard him too, but he was like, it would take me about 5 minutes. 5 seconds to blow his mind. I'm not quite sure what he was trying to get at. I couldn't.
Yeah, he didn't have a clear and concise game plan there. He just was. He knows his stuff, but he doesn't know how to articulate it.
Trigonometry, and I do the math thing.
He knows his stuff, but he doesn't know how to address the questions. That's the problem.
I've seen his videos. You can tell he hasn't been in a lot of debates. I've seen him on Nathan Oakley's a couple times, and he doesn't.
Because you were asking valid questions.
He's not practiced on debates, but I've seen several of his videos, and he's like, about flat Earth, but he never really gets into the deep conversations with flat earthers.
No, don't do that again. That was not a clever guy.
He's a content creator. He makes good content.
Oh, he's a content creator.
Really, he wasn't.
He's not a debater.
He wasn't.
That was one of my 2 takeaways. One, he was not somebody who clearly has any experience debating on a platform, which I'm not holding against him. But 2, for somebody who didn't have that experience, he managed to do what you guys said, which was it was just the 2 of them debating the points. They didn't try to get up each other's assholes over anything. They didn't call anybody names. They didn't do any of that. He managed to do that pretty well for somebody who clearly hasn't done like a big debate.
He managed to have a discussion rather than a debate.
He was backpedaling the entire time because he didn't have a clear grasp of the concepts that he espoused to actually know about, and that got him into trouble. Like when he got into and he mentioned the Rayleigh criterion several times, and he used it completely out of context, and that got him into trouble. He talked about other things that really got him out backwards. So you guys did. He just got walked over, and it was kind of sad to see.
You know what it is he seems like a smart guy.
Oh yeah,
who's been listening. Who's been listening to dumb people like that. The Rayleigh criterion. The Rayleigh criterion comes straight from Jim Panda's server. It comes straight from there, and they're just misusing it. They're using hammers as screwdrivers over there. They're all retards.
I mean, you're talking about. I'll tell you. I actually sent him a note. I sent him a note. I said, you know what? You're a smart guy. You know this stuff, but man, you just do not. The basics, you have to have a complete firm.
Do you know, I nearly sent him a note and said,
"Hey, Matt, can you stop interrupting people, please?" Zanik was talking. He just keep interrupting people, mate.
Thank you. I sent him a note and said, "Man, you got it just destroyed. You got to get your stuff together, man. You can't go into these things and get thrown to the wolves and not be able to fight back with some of this basic knowledge. You got to understand your shit, and you got to know it down pat so that you can actually have a conversation with these guys, because otherwise they'll eat you up." And they did. You guys destroyed them.
Yep.
It's all right. I mean, he got his teeth, man. He got his got his baby teeth tonight on.
Was that his
debate.
Was that his first debate?
Like I said, he's been on Nathan Oakley's a couple times, and Nathan's pretty freaking hard too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Cut him down.
You guys are pretty. You guys rivaled Nathan too. I got to give you guys credit. You guys have good questions. They're well thought out, and it's like, okay, fine. Show me the evidence. Show me the proof. Show me whatever. I mean, you ask the questions. You challenge everything, and that's what Nathan does. But he's more rude. You guys are a little more. Even though you guys get a little crazy on the mute button.
Oh, you should. I ask anybody. I can be nasty.
Don't
you? You guys can still be nasty. You guys like the sport of the debate. You guys tell you're into it. You want to talk about.
Don't you people know there are things you should not know?
You people
take the blue pill.
You people.
I will mind control you back into the globe.
I don't like it when people use you people. Like that seems so wrong.
I say
offend you
you,
people all the
Earl?
time.
Does that offend you?
Dude, I think you
Now,
had your
listen,
limit tonight.
I have to stop. I have to shut up.
Did you have a
So,
similar debate?
Zanuck, how does it feel getting toe tagged? What does that feel like? By Nathan Oakley.
I've never took me toe tag. They just gave up and mute me, and then they toe tag me. Think they win. They're crazy. They're crazy. They say silly things. They don't know what they're talking about, and they toe tag me. Good for them. They read things, they can't comprehend.
I don't know. I think I've heard it. I think I would call it a toe tag.
Yeah.
It's all perspective, right? Like you say all the time, it's perspective.
Planner walk left here in a body bag tonight. I don't know about toe tagging people. Poor Planner walks in a body bag.
Well, on a stretcher at least. We let him out.
Yeah.
Delusion comes to play too.
Because he didn't know his basics. He didn't know he was using terms incorrectly, and that just worked against him.
Well, when you're wrong, it's hard to argue that you're
Well,
right.
no, he doesn't understand. I mean, you guys were getting into that friggin' angular size discussion. I was dying, and just trying to jump in and say, "God, let me straighten shit out over there. This is not going right."
Hey, Zanuck, I'm right here. You're welcome.
Yeah.
I'll
go ahead and I'll get the funeral music ready.
I'm afraid to jump in.
When he put that first picture up, and he said the camera height was above that little tower, and that was the reference line. And he said this mountain is off in the distance, and it's lower. I was like, well, the camera's above your reference line.
Yeah, if you're going to have reference lines that are not in line,
I mean,
That's not even the horizon line. Like that's not even the horizon. Yeah.
Yeah.
There are people in the YouTube chat going, well, how come you can't see the bottom of the mountain? I was like, God.
Because there are hills. Christ almighty. People are so stupid. Like you should have to have a permit to be able to breed, I think.
Listen, I am so stupid, and I will always admit that I'm probably the biggest idiot you will ever meet.
Sounds like
Earl, shut up.
Okay, so is this the video, guys?
Just listen to me first. Just listen to me a second. Just listen to me.
No,
I am sure.
Where's the video that was just? You guys have a video of that was actually YouTube? I was trying to ask.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, we
recorded it.
No matter how hard you try.
Drawings. I was like in the chat. Nothing was showing up. I was dying.
Yeah,
see, the Omega's going to get arrested for murder, though.
So tell me where this video. What is it called? What's the thing that you guys just did called?
Helio.
Oh, Helio.
Yeah, it's live right now. I mean, you just have to back it up. I do have enabled DVR where you can go back. You can go back and watch it. I mean, we're combining the after show, but I'm going to put both the first debate and the second debate. I'm going to put it together later this week and put it up as a video.
And Helio, and that's the website Helio.
Oh, no, it's on 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live.
Zanuck, why do you sound like Veach?
I'll get you the link.
Oh, I can find it, but thank you though.
Zanuck, why do you sound like Veach?
If you type 24/7 Flat Earth Discord,
there it is.
He does kind of sound like Veach.
He sounds just like Veach.
If you put 24/7 Flat Earth Discord in YouTube, then you'll see the live.
Zanuck.
Why are you so Veachy?
Zanuck, why do you sound like Veach?
Beach got like a more raspy.
I've been saying he's Veach for days.
I am Beach.
He's got like that. He's got like a raspy voice.
Come on, Veach.
Beach is my father.
Yeah. Yeah, I know Veach is your father. That would be Lazy Veach.
Lazy Veach. I'm Lazy Veach. Ceviche. Call me Ceviche.
Ceviche. Okay.
I don't mind Veach though, man. I like
Veach is
man.
the second.
Okay.
Second level of hell. Right?
If a man wants to have two faces, that's fine with me. I'm not going to bash him for it.
I'm not two-faced.
I don't mean two faces. I don't mean it in a bad way.
I get it.
Right.
So an astronaut is your grandfather?
No.
The world is round. It's round. And it's spinning on the ball.
What? Wait.
No, it's definitely spinning on the ball.
Nah,
I can prove it. I can prove it. Because
I forgot who it was. One of those Jim Pandagoons told me to take a theodolite on a plane. I forget who it was though.
It's a good idea, actually.
How's that? That's no different than what's his name? D Marble taking a 4-inch level on a plane.
That's totally different.
It's not different. It's not
completely
different. No, it's not.
Can
What's
I
your
tell you
frame of
why?
reference? What's your frame of reference for theodolite to level it?
Visual.
It's 4 inches.
Straight
It's 4 inches. The only people who make that argument don't know what a theodolite is for. They're trying to use a sledgehammer as a screwdriver. They
That's
don't know
not
what
true
the
at all.
tool is
No,
for.
you
Yes,
can
it
tell
is.
what is from level from the plumb
How
level.
are you leveling the theodolite on an airplane?
How do you level it? With
Yes.
the bubble level, of course.
With the bubble level. It's the same thing D Marble did. It's 4 inches. How big do you think a theodolite level is? How big? No, they're both retarded. These are both retarded ideas.
You can use the theodolite to extend the bubble. Listen to me.
No, you can't.
Just listen to me for 2 seconds, please. You can use the theodolite to orient yourself, so then you can project that level outward in the horizon.
No, you can't.
That's why.
No, your theodolite is not accurate
That's
outside
literally what
450 feet.
D-Marble
450 foot. Listen. 450 foot maximum accuracy on a theodolite.
And how?
Yeah, that's what I was about to ask.
450 foot
Hold on,
maximum.
everybody
That's
else,
all
hold
you
on.
can extrapolate.
Hold on.
I built
How
hangars.
accurate-
I built
Stop.
hangars and military warehouses. I know what the specs
How
are.
accurate is it at 400 feet? Tell me, how accurate is it at 400 feet?
It's pretty
Okay,
accurate.
Pretty accurate. Great answer.
Yeah, it's accurate.
3 arc seconds. 3 arc seconds. So if you can extrapolate that out and say how accurate is it for 100 miles, you can get a number. You'll get an accuracy number. It's all relative.
No, you won't. That's all speculative. That is speculative 100%.
Perspective, not speculative.
That is speculative.
You can do the same thing with a spirit level.
You are a mongoloid.
A spirit level.
You are a mongoloid. You are a mongoloid. You're saying you can use a 4-inch level to level out miles. You're retarded.
If you can level,
don't ever have sex. Don't even have sex.
Yeah.
Don't have any kids, please. If you've had kids, kill them in their sleep. Drown them in the bathtub, please. Do not let your line go on.
One of them, they've got a better SAT score than you ever had.
I don't care what your SAT.
Not me, my kid.
I don't care.
Xanax,
you're retarded.
They're friggin' studs. What are you talking about?
Xanax, the stuff that you come up with, I'm like, I don't know where the hell he gets it.
Oh
I don't know where he went to school, but
take a theodolite on a plane. Huh? It's clown world. Clown world. You live in a clown world.
You had no idea, and now you're making fun of me?
No, you live in a clown world. I know what practical application is. You'd be fired for trying to do something like
You
that.
can use whatever tools you want to
Why
get the
don't-
job done.
No, you cannot. If they cannot do it, you can never use a hammer as a
You're not using it
screwdriver.
to build a house 100 miles away.
You
We're
were
using it
trying
the
to
horizon.
extrapolate a level on something that has a 4-inch frame of reference.
You don't understand how a level works. You don't understand how a
Yes, I
theodolite
do understand how a level works. I actually have to use them.
Okay, so tell me what the accuracy of that theodolite would be for detecting something 100 miles away.
It wouldn't be.
Go.
It wouldn't be.
Tell me the accuracy. I gave you the number.
No, there is none. There's zero. There's zero accuracy. There is zero accuracy.
3
You
arc
don't.
second is the accuracy.
There is. Oh my
3
god.
arc second. You think the lines change after 400 feet? Think
Hey,
something
Zanuck.
changes?
Zanuck. Goodbye.
Come on.
Hey, I actually think you don't know nothing about nothing.
Yeah, I kind of find it.
Yeah.
Take a theodolite on a plane. Take a theodolite on a plane.
Well, you know what? The
He's
first person I
arguing
talked
the
to.
accuracy of a theodolite when all measurements from a theodolite are considered approximations and not absolute value. So,
Do you know what? I'm sorry. Sorry,
that's
Mike, go
just a non sequitur.
Yeah, the first thing I ever heard, the first person I ever talked to, it was a one-on-one between me and Red Rhetoric, and he said that. He said, just take a theodolite on a plane. Just use the app on your phone, theodolite app, and you'll see the curvature.
I know.
Are you fucking serious?
Thanks, Rance.
Hey
Man,
guys,
this is-
my wife working?
You fucking moron.
Yeah, a little
Yeah,
bit.
lunatic.
It's kind of soft.
Lunatic. This is the point. You can take a 9-inch torpedo level Well, that's a big torpedo level.
Hey,
4-inch torpedo level.
Dude.
And then put a
Yeah.
4-foot level on it, and what's going to happen? You're going to be off.
Yeah, the
Nah,
one I
lunatic,
use
Lou.
is like is either I think it's like a 7/8 or 7/9 something like that. Yeah,
Yeah.
9 on the higher
Yeah, you
end.
can. He thinks because something's 3 arc seconds of accuracy that you can point at 100 miles.
No way.
I mean, it's so dumb. It's so dumb. And you hear him
Is he
crying
pointing
now.
it?
No, well,
He's pointing
yeah.
it at the horizon, right?
He's pointing it at the horizon. Yeah.
Okay, so he's pointing it at an artifact created in his vision.
Yes,
How is that
exactly.
possible?
Because they believe that the horizon is like a place you can go, and like Aslan is there, and you can get to Narnia. They think the horizon is a real place. When they hear Rod Stewart sing about where the ocean meets the sky, they think he's being serious. Because they're stupid.
Well, guys, I'm at Walmart. I gotta buy a new mic because I dropped the last one so hard.
Are we really?
Buy your
Yeah, get you some
$5
new
mic
mics.
buy your $5 mic from Walmart.
Yeah, get yourself a good mic, bro.
Actually, get a mic and drop it like a big microphone that we can all hear. So when you talk, you can drop it and everyone can hear it.
Yeah, proof grab by dropping the mic.
That's not even funny, man. Somebody fucking please me that bitch.
Nah, you're bro.
Is Zanuck Veach? Is anyone else thinking Zanuck is Veach?
I've been saying that for days, bro.
Dude, I had that. When I used to go to the Nathan show, I totally said that dude was tripping. He's just completely out.
Zanuck is totally Veach, isn't he?
Yeah.
Veach told me
He's
he
got the
had
same
another.
mannerisms.
Veach told me he had another account in here. That was totally Veach.
Yeah, I noticed it as soon as I heard him, I knew it was him, but I never called him out.
You think so?
That's definitely Veach.
I know Veach. I've spoken to Veach before on voice, but
Veach kind of has this. I'm Veach.
No,
he's got. I thought he has more like a raspier tone.
Same mannerisms and stutter habits.
It's the timbre of his voice, and if he has his voice settings changed to where it's a little different pitch, but it's the exact same timbre, and you cannot hide a timbre. Kosho tried that all the time, and you just can't change the style of speech, the mannerisms, like James said, and just the timbre of the voice. You just can't change those things.
Yeah, no, Kosho can't hide, man. He's got a very distinct voice. He's got a Jewish Texas accent. You know,
Jewish Texas, man. Welcome to America.
That sounds like an oxymoron right there.
I've never heard of a Texan Jewish accent. I mean,
he is a Jew. He claims to be a Jew, and he is.
No, I have seen his DNA results. I've seen his DNA results. He's got a lot of Nigerian and Ashkenaz Hasidim and a tiny little bit of European in him. So yeah, I mean, there's no such thing as a Jew. So let's just throw that out right now.
Shalom, yeehaw.
So there are Eastern
Europeans. You're saying he's a nigga? I'm sorry. I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say that. I don't know why I'm saying that.
Boy, listen to me. I'm offended by that speech. No, I'm not. I'm sorry.
Damn it, Bobby.
Oh, I was gonna say
You're the voice
Bobby.
who's been a whacking in my camper.
I love it when he would go, damn it, Dale!
But you got to keep in mind is Veach makes TV shows. That's what he does.
Yeah, he does.
He runs a production company. He employs all these people.
He works in Hollywood.
Yeah, he works in Hollywood, and his dad was an astronaut.
Really?
So just keep that in mind about Veach.
Interesting.
Maybe NASA hired him for to do the space station stuff. Who the fuck knows?
No,
you
NASA,
can tell he's an
NASA
actor.
wants
You
to
can
keep
tell
him
he's an
far
actor
away.
just when he talks. I mean, he just depending on who he's talking to, he changes his whole
Let me
thing.
tell you
can tell
something.
he's an actor, man.
He wants to get in NASA's loop. He wants to be in that loop. He's not in their loop because they killed his dad.
What? No way.
Yeah, his dad died of cancer. His dad was an astronaut that died of cancer at a young age. Yeah. And his uncle was Edwin, the one of the Apollo astronauts. Uncle Edwin. And he told me Edwin was a Mason. He knew it. He knows it. So it's like his dad was in the club. He's not in the club, but he has connections to the club. But he wants to be in the club, and this is how he's going to get in the club.
I actually know like 3 or 4 Masons. Pretty ridiculous.
Oh, man, I live in the South. I know a bunch of Masons.
I'm not one. I mean, but could you believe me?
No, I'll tell you this. In the South, it doesn't do you any good to be a Mason.
Yeah.
Or not. I mean,
yeah.
If your work is good, you're going to get a job.
But, Masons are just one group.
Yeah, I mean, 95% of them are just porch Masons anyway.
Yeah.
Man, I love this boys club. It's all sausage party. That's why, like, my favorite movie ever is Master and Commander at the Far Ends of the Earth. It's like, and my wife says, there are no women in that movie. I said, why do you think it's so awesome, sweetheart? It's a bunch of dudes on a ship fighting a bunch of other dudes on another ship.
You know what's really depressing, though? Finding out a lot of your favorite Hollywood stars like actively partake in Satanism, full-blown Satanism.
Who's talking? Because you're really quiet. Super duper quiet.
Can you hear me better now?
Who is it? Is it Brendan?
Yeah.
Here, let me turn you up. Turn your own volume up, too.
Huh.
There you go. I got you at 200. Speak.
Nothing. When you find out a lot of your favorite actors partake in Satanism, all blown. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah. Actors are all just prostitutes and trash anyway, for the most part.
Yep.
Who cares about them?
I could have been an actor. I just said, fuck that.
Oh, I was going to say, but I was too ugly.
I was in it. Yeah, well, that too. But, you know what I'm saying? Like, I could be a character actor. Don't hate.
I don't know. There's a lot of ugly actors, man.
Can you think?
Yeah,
Can you think about being an actor though? You have to fake being a person and doing
Fake
it
being
really
a person. And then there's all the penis that you have to suck to get to where you are. And,
yeah, that's the part that I tapped out on that.
I ain't putting that in my mouth. Because I don't want to work in Hollywood.
Not for me. I don't know where that's been.
All you gotta do is open wide, little kid. Huh? Then you can be famous.
No, but I did an audition once, and I actually got. I wasn't like trying to be an actor, but my friend was directing a film, and he hit me up, and he was like, "Yo, dude, you want to try out? Go ahead." And I actually auditioned.
You got there,
and I got
it was
the part.
like Bareback Stud 7, and you're like, oh, this kind of film.
Well, you know what? It was a really weird film, but not in the way that you're thinking.
Yeah, was it a college, like an art film?
Yeah. It was.
Oh God,
just,
I totally would have been in it and would have done that as bad as I could.
Good night,
Stud 7.
Good night, FBJI.
I was high as fuck when I filmed that movie.
Yeah,
so,
likewise.
just for the record.
Oh yeah.
Random fake porno name drop.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna hire. I'm gonna hire you for my blockbuster movie. You're getting high before we record the movie.
Bro, I'm seasoned, man. I'm a seasoned actor. What's up?
I was thinking that song "Dirty Laundry." You know where it says, "I could have been an actor, but I wound up here."
Exactly, bro. You get it. You get me.
I know, dude. That's why I like you.
Yeah, I'm gonna post the pic. I'm gonna post the film. Actually, I think the whole film is on Vimeo. Hold on. Oh shit, it is. Yo, I'm about to post this shit right now. Fuck that shit. I ain't give a fuck. I had a few beers tonight. You guys want to fight?
Yeah, I'm down. Where you at?
What up, man? I'm in Brooklyn. Come down to Brooklyn.
Oh shit, I'm actually not that far. I'm
Private.
in Queens. Come on, let's go. Fight in New
Oh,
York
you're
City.
Yo, come on, man. Take the Q train down here, bro. Let's do this.
God, New York. I hate New York.
Hey, you don't hate on New York. Hey, we live here.
I had a lot of fun though. I was in a Haitian wedding in New York, and I got
come on.
I got all these black French girls' phone numbers at the time, and man, they were hot too. So anyway, this was early 2000s. There were 300 people there, and I was one of 3 white people, and that was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And they were like around me, like oh, there's a white boy over there, you know, and they had all these cute French accents.
Numbers, bro.
I was like, damn.
Dude, I honestly, I used to work in like a primarily Haitian Haitian, Jamaican, West Indian. I was like the only white guy in the whole school. I was a teacher, and I was
the most
only
popular,
white guy.
weren't you?
Oh, of course, dude.
Were you teaching the globe lie? Were you teaching those kids?
You know what? I was not.
He was teaching them to be kangs.
But you know why? I'll tell you why right now. If you want to bring that up, because children like the age of 3 and 4, they don't have the the abstract thinking skills to even conceptualize a globe, even if it was true. So I refrain from teaching that shit because I know that they can barely conceptualize their own neighborhood, let alone a globular Earth. That's just retarded. And this is before I was a flat earther. I knew what kids would understand and what they wouldn't understand. So I was just a good teacher, but now I'm a flat earther. I'm an even better teacher now.
Well, they're
I'm not a teacher.
they're deciding their own gender now, but that 3 or 4 years age, man, like it's like normal.
Well, I'm a teacher on here.
Right.
So,
Right.
I'm still teaching.
Hear me,
but
Bergen. Do you hear me, Bergen? 3, 4 years of age, like
flat
sure.
Earth knowledge.
Yeah, you can change your gender now, sure, whatever. 3 or 4 years of age, really?
Oh,
You think that's
no.
normal? You think that's normal?
Of course that's not normal. It's actually really bad that like kids dress transgender really young, which is like really disturbing.
Yes, of course it is. Really disturbing. It's child abuse. It's not normal.
Oh, for the record, anyone
I would classify that as abuse.
It's sexual abuse.
I would. That is definitely sexual abuse, right?
It's sexual abuse. I wouldn't call it abuse. It's sexual abuse.
See my problem with people that their kids that kill themselves because 4 years old or whatever because they can't decide their gender, right? Is that I'm wondering what the fuck is wrong with you?
Because
as a parent, you
of course.
Yeah.
You're evil and you're molesting a child. Any parent who's doing that, they are doing that in secret. They're molesting them.
I mean, honestly, like it is pretty questionable if you're letting your kid do that.
Yeah, if you're promoting your child to be another gender, it's extreme. It's about 99% likely that you're banging that kid.
In public,
if we're living on a globe baller,
something like 78% of all homosexuals were molested by another homosexual.
Well, we're
so the way
talking about
these homos
trans right now.
these homos are breeding through molestation.
So
I mean, that's a pretty broad statement.
Yeah, no.
That's
numbers don't lie.
Okay.
Why we were so opposed?
Hold on.
What?
Let's stay on topic. We're talking about the transgender agenda. Let's keep it on that subject.
Yeah, that's true. Earl.
Yeah, that's well.
Let's just stay there, Earl.
I thought we said in the meeting we weren't going to go there, but now I guess everyone Go freaking there.
Yeah, no, Earl's right. Yeah, we don't need to go into that whole thing right now.
Well, where do you think the world what do you think the world direction is going?
Cyberpunk future dystopia. Probably.
Yeah, so cyberpunk
Pure degeneracy.
That's pretty much, well, you're pretty close.
Well, degeneracy, yeah, I agree, but that doesn't necessarily apply.
Hedonism. I'm with me.
Well, see,
that's what it's always. That's American culture and like kind of how it's always.
It's not the American culture, Bo.
All through history, there've always been the fringes. There's always been the abnormal behavior that was generally not attacked. It was never generally sought out to be destroyed or squashed or anything. It's just it had its place, kind of in like these private places, but it was never the culture. Now they're trying to make the abnormal the top of the culture rather than somewhere at the bottom of the culture.
What you're saying, which
Listen
is
to this,
like, I'm like,
Yeah.
So,
listen to this. I live in Michigan. We got this place called Hell, Michigan, right? Well, some LGBT guy with a bunch of money bought the copyrights to the name of Hell, Michigan for 3 days, and he changed the name for 3 days to Gay Hell, Michigan.
That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny, actually.
Hey, you know the funniest thing is 90% of the tourism is
It's not
bikers.
actually funny. It's actually serious, bro.
Are you saying something about bikers, Mike?
No, I'm not saying the bikers are gay. I'm saying they're going to have a hard time with a bunch of bikers that come to Hell, Michigan to get their blessing of their bikes, and it's called Gay Hell. They're gonna raise hell.
Man, there's so many puns and so many jokes that can come from that. It's like an episode of South Park.
They've turned the whole world upside down, man.
It's like, what the hell?
What if I was
They're
thinking about
turning
buying
the
a
whole
motorcycle? Let you be bike curious.
Is this
bicycle?
Still one of the best episodes. The motorcycles.
Clown World.
Yeah, but it's still
The clown world.
He didn't change the name during the biker rally. They have a biker rally there. It brings thousands of bikers, dude. They would.
It's comparable to like Daytona.
Yeah.
Like Bike Week down there.
Yeah.
But now it's transgender Daytona.
These Michigan boys don't play, man. They would have tore the town apart. They go there because it's Hell, Michigan.
Why'd they name it Hell?
I ain't scared.
Yeah.
You scared? You scared of? You scared of gay hell, bro?
Well, do you not see the scary thing that's happening here? Do you not see that? Now they're trying to tell us, right, that the transgender kids of 4, 5, 6 years of age have no idea what their sex is. Their parents are telling them what it is.
That's sex abuse.
No, I didn't say I was agreeing. I didn't say.
No, yeah.
Shut up. Listen.
Okay, I'm gone.
Do you know what Prince Harry and Prince whatever something that fucking cunt that loves he thinks he rules? They're going to raise their kid transgender. They're going to transgender. Do you even understand what the word transgender means?
Yes.
Isn't it the new gift to the world that when you have a child, they don't have a gender yet, even though they have a penis or a vagina. You have to wait till they can decide for themselves.
Yes.
Hold on.
Or both.
Wait. They have to.
Sorry, Michael.
They get to choose later in life whether or not they want to be female or male, even though it's already established when they're born.
All right. So your kid's born into the world, right? It thinks, look at me. I've got a penis, and it goes, and the kids, the parents are telling us, listen, you have a penis, but you could change that if you want to.
No. You can even act like
because the world
act like you don't have one, even though you still have it.
Right now, you can just do what you want. You can change.
It is really weird. You don't have to cut it off. You can just act like you don't have one when you do.
Hey,
Wait, well, doesn't that seem a bit strange to some people?
No, that's not strange at all. It's not strange at all.
Oh, yeah, sorry. It's
Well,
natural. It's natural. Sorry.
The reason the Royals are doing it.
Gender is in voice text.
He said he's doing work. He can't.
Yeah, we got a little gender liberal in there trying to tell us what gender identity is.
Wait a minute. In voice text?
Yeah,
voice text for everyone.
Somebody's trying to say what gender is? Who is?
Yeah, and I guess they
Native American groups had 3 genders.
Why don't they explain this to us? I mean, because we're very confused. I mean, I guess we're kind of old fashioned. Why don't you explain this to us?
Oh,
how about I explain John Money, who created gender science?
Oh, actually. Huh.
John Money destroyed a boy's penis and made these 2 boys molest each other and simulate sex on each other so he could study gender, and he took a bunch of pictures of it. This is where your gender science comes from. Suck my dick. You are pro-child molester if you talk about gender. Do you understand, Eve Bever Buffer,
His
or
last
whatever your name
name's
is?
Money?
You are pro-child molester.
Wait, the last guy's name's actually Money?
John Money, yes.
Yeah.
If you want to take that as an anglicization of something else, like shekel, I don't know.
Oy vey.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's them every time, but it's like it's every
Yeah.
time.
Yeah,
Well,
but
you remember I remember
he
when I was
literally raped these boys and filmed himself getting them to do sex acts on each other. They've ended up killing themselves. And that's where your gender science comes from.
Yes, but hey, take a moment.
If you promote that, you're trash and you don't belong here.
Hey, let's take a moment.
I don't think
it wasn't
most
as
people know
big a deal.
that anyway.
Well, you know what? It's their fault that they don't know. I don't care.
Yeah.
If you believe something, you should know it back and forth.
It's true.
It's like I remember when I was a child. It was like I'd heard about hermaphrodites, which were people that had, male parts, and then they also had breasts or whatever, that kind of thing. It was just kind of like a rare thing.
But you know Helio, hermaphrodites are actually either male or female, even though they're born with both. They do express as either of the other. So sometimes the parents, like when the hermaphrodite is born, they'll panic and they'll have the penis cut off, and that was the wrong choice.
Yeah, well, they're not true hermaphrodites anyway.
Yeah, they're not true hermaphrodites. That's the thing. Yeah.
One of the organs is vestigial.
Yes.
Hermaphrodites do occur in nature. It's pretty weird.
Yeah, but they don't. They
very,
are
very
hermaphroditic
rare. But this is where this idea of this like gender identification thing is just like, you just pick one and you can be whatever you want to be. It's like, no. I mean, if you have a penis, you're a male, and if you have a vagina, you're a female. What the hell's so hard to figure out?
Do you guys know the 3 biological imperatives?
I know the 2 F's.
Well, the 3 biological imperatives are eat, protect yourself, and procreate.
Yeah, that's right.
So if you deny your child food, are you abusing them?
I
Yes.
would say so.
If you beat your child, which means you supervent, and I mean beat like you're literally beating the crap out of them, not spanking.
Abuse.
If you abuse them physically, right, you're depriving them of their biological imperative because you're superseding their defense. So why would people think that sterilizing a child is not abuse? It makes literally no sense.
Yeah, I would say it is definitely. You know what? I think it's even worse. I feel like it's like pedophilic grooming or something. It's pretty.
That goes beyond. That goes into another level of mental abuse when you're get into the sexuality when they're very young.
Yeah, but don't forget, like, you got people like Alexandria Cortez saying that it's immoral.
Does a kid, a 6-year-old, know his own sex?
Think by 6 years old that should have figured it out.
If they have a penis, they're a boy, and if they have I got a meme for that. Hold on, I got a meme for that.
Kids from 1 hour.
Shut up, meme. God.
Yeah, kids that are 1 hour old express sexual characteristics.
Yeah.
Well, even if boys like dolls, they don't grow up, gay. A lot of times.
No, they usually grow up perverts.
People go through stages. Well, I mean, sometimes. I mean, it just depends. I mean, shit. I like dolls. I mean, I had He-Man, Skeletor.
You know why little boys like
G.I.
dolls?
Joe.
Because they like undressing them.
Well, I like action. I like action, man.
Depends on what kind of doll. I mean, what's the difference between a doll and an action figure?
No, I like action, man.
A doll is
I know what
erotic.
you mean. I'm just fucking with you, bro.
I remember when I was a kid, I tried making a doll and the male doll kiss, and I got scolded for it.
It's like you're born into a world that this is what's happening, right? And this is what people don't understand. Is you're born into a world where gender no longer has a place, right? So
For
people
90% of people, it does. It's a very small, loud, retarded minority that believes it doesn't exist.
Yeah,
who
but this-
happens to be in the
this-
media.
This
And
is
you
the
have
whole purpose. This
Stupid
is the whole
children
purpose.
like Ever Beaver Boofer, whoever it is, who's in detention now.
All right. Okay. This is the whole purpose of their, so that you don't even have a clue what you're born into, whether you're born with a penis or a vagina. It doesn't matter, because you can change that from time to time, whatever you think, whatever you want. Is it?
No, it does matter. It does matter.
No, it does matter. Of course, it matters, but this is the whole reason why they're trying to make it like it doesn't matter. Because this is I'm not going to say it, but
well, we've already kind of said a lot. So go ahead, P-Mac, say it.
Somebody's purpose to unnaturalize the what you were born into, right? Like, it was pretty clear, like 20 years ago, was you born to a penis or? No,
people take
now it's no longer clear. Now,
they take their pregnant wife to the hospital now and say, does the birth certificate have? We'll wait till they decide. It's one of the check boxes.
Yeah, and that's child abuse.
And that's when I think there should be
parent abuse as well. I mean, what
child should be taken away from those
what
parents.
a fucking sex is, right? Hang on. The kid doesn't even know what sex is. It has a clue.
Exactly.
See, that's kind of like my
Now
problem.
you're telling it to try and choose what its sex is before it's even. It has no idea what it is.
It hasn't even formed a cognitive thought.
That's not an excuse to take. That's not an excuse to take a child away from a parent. I saw a good example to take away a child from a parent, and that's when a parent
isn't. You think sexual abuse isn't a reason to take children away?
I was going to make a joke.
Oh.
Based on something that I actually saw. I saw parents, because I work at hospitals, I work in labs, and I did encounter a group of people that were strongly considering naming their newborn boy Yummy. Y-U-M-M-Y, Yummy.
Oh, crap.
And I feel that a doctor should be able to call a social worker and inform the social worker that these people are attempting to name their kid Yummy.
I really can't argue with that.
See, that's the thing. They're obscuring the whole fucking. Jesus, how do I get this through to you? They're trying to undermine nature.
Imagine
They're
that,
trying,
that you've developed in
like,
the womb.
I
And you
can't
see the light.
Yeah,
and you
20
come
years
out,
ago.
and there's
I
this
don't
retarded.
understand the thought process that got
Yeah,
to that point.
I don't get it.
And there's this
I don't get
goony
it.
beard man who names you Jedi.
Like, does that sound like a good idea for anybody? Like, all right, let's let the kid like.
Well, now that he says it,
Have you ever seen a kid
Jedi,
dress themselves?
Jedi might be good.
This is super.
Welcome to the world,
strange.
Jedi. Smack.
This is the most deliberate thing ever. This is super.
Yeah, it is.
Guys, you need to read the
in your
letters.
face,
Read the
it's
letter.
Changing things.
Read the letters from Albert Pike. to
Undermining
Mazzini.
nature. It's okay.
Read the letters from Albert Pike to Mazzini. He said, "This is not how the world ends. It's how they start the new one. They turn everyone against this in order to consolidate all the power. This is all. This is not. This is not going to be normalized. This is going to be to make everyone band together to destroy these people, and all these people who think that they're safe. like these kids who like are falling for it, they're going to be the ones on the end of ropes because they're stupid and young.
You know what? Thank fuck, I'm not gonna be here, man. Seriously.
I mean, come on, like whoever's like.
Seriously, it's going that far. Like, there's people
It's
sitting
like that-
here
it's like
today.
that meme,
They
and
don't
then-
even know their own gender, right? They have a cock
who knows the meme?
swinging
Who knows-
between their legs,
PMAC,
and they're
PMAC,
still
hold on,
thinking they're
hold
one.
on. PMAC, hold on. Who knows the meme? Who knows the meme? And then one day, for no reason at all, they voted Hitler into power.
Well, listen, dude. Hitler wasn't brought into power by words, right?
No, it's just a meme. It's like, but Hitler was voted into power because they saw next door these Bolsheviks had killed 9 million people. And then all these communists were taking over everything in the cities. There was social unrest. People think Hitler just appeared out of a vacuum. Dumb kids like this Everbuffel or whoever their name is. These naive idiots.
Oh, and you know what I don't like about like a lot of people with a lot of liberal viewpoints? They say you're a Nazi for speaking rational sense sometimes.
It's because they're stupid and they've been
It's
dumbed
just
down
name
to the
calling.
point.
It's the equivalent of calling someone like a poop face or something. They
It
do the
is.
same thing with anti-Semite. Like, oh, you're an anti-Semite.
I
Well,
know.
you're a doo-doo head too. Like,
I could care less. I could care less if somebody
Yeah.
called me an anti-Semite.
When I hear them call us Nazis, I just figure they know we're going to exterminate them all in the end, and they accept it.
Oh my God, Everbiffer. Okay, first of all, I'm changing your name to something that I can look at that is aesthetically pleasing. Okay, first of all, so let's change nickname. I'll just change it to child molester. How's that? Child molester.
This person
There.
really thinks that?
Now, child molester.
That a
Let me
penis
ask
doesn't
you-
make a man?
I need to ask you a question.
You?
Fuck
That's crazy.
Do you know what face blindness is? Yeah. You know what face blind? When you look at David Bowie, when you look at David Bowie, can you not tell that's a man? Because I look at David Bowie and I can tell that's a man because I'm not retarded like you. If you can't tell that David Bowie is a man, maybe an effeminate-looking man, maybe a graceful-looking man, but a man nonetheless.
Beautiful man.
Jesus. Yes, if you have a
they're
penis,
just trying to
you're
get
a
banned. Man,
male.
look at these.
No.
Look at crippling
Helio,
depression is trying to
Helio,
get banned.
I'm on Twitter. These
What
people
the
exist.
fuck? I know, man. This is look at crippling depression.
Who named him that?
No, nobody named him that. He came in with that name the other night. I remember crippling.
No, I named him child molester.
Oh,
okay. I'm talking about crippling depression.
Oh, crippling depression. Oh, that's a nice name. That's good. I appreciate that.
Genius. Man.
Hey,
strict definition for man. Here it is.
Hold on, Adam.
If you produce a spermatozoa, you're a man. Done. If you have the chromosomes, you're a man.
You're
Done.
a cock.
That's it.
It's always about the cock.
Yeah, there's still guys with no testes are guys. They're guys who have no testes. They have the chromosomes. That's it. You're trying to say, hey, this like 0.0000001% of the population. We should refer to everyone as that. Like, how retarded are you?
Yeah. Also, you know what's pretty crazy? The fact that like human clones most
That's
likely
true.
exist.
That's true. I agree with that. 100%. And like really, like, could I just listen to that again? Just it sounds pretty good.
And they turn everything upside down.
Upside
Instead
down.
of like glorifying the greats, right? The minority greats, we celebrate like the minority like of degenerates. I mean, and that goes with everything. We cater and spend all our resources on a bunch of fucking degenerates, instead of like having
20
the
years
best
ago,
performers,
20 years
the
ago.
brightest minds, and celebrating those. Like, we got to be like these guys. Let's celebrate the fucking high IQ month parade. You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
Instead of the
degeneracy.
queer parade, it's just
Degeneracy. I've changed your name to degeneracy, by the way.
Yeah. So
are you an atheist?
So
Are you an atheist, degeneracy?
What does that have to do with everything?
It always does.
Oh, I
No,
can
it
say.
doesn't.
I
No,
can
it
say.
doesn't. No, it doesn't. I think it's pretty.
Not always, but often.
I don't. I don't think. I don't think that's a worthy question.
Degeneracy? Are you an
I
atheist?
used to look up atheist people that atheist pro-life. There's a lot of pro-lifers that are atheists. Man.
Well, do you know what I seen? And this is my honest opinion. Do you? Is that what I've been born into is a life where butt sex and butt sex is legal.
I love a boat.
Killing newborns is acceptable. Well, now, if I were to tell to you that Satan likes that kind of thing, he likes butt sex, he likes killing
South
kids.
Park.
Would you think that was?
Nobody believes.
I don't
I mean, I'm kind of don't believe in an imaginary Satan to blame your problems on.
We're born
All
into
right, degeneracy.
butt sex.
There you go. There you go.
Is natural.
Is it kind of not like in the human tendency to do wrong things occasionally? Like everybody's perfect? I doubt it.
Well, Medic, can I ask you, do you like butt sex?
He's hitting on you, man.
Do you like butt sex?
Oh,
Would you like somebody to butt sex?
I like butt sex with your mom.
He's Irish too, man. It's killing me.
Do you like
Are you
butt sex?
man? Are you, mate?
Do you like butt sex, man?
Do you like butt sex?
Hold on. P-Mac, I'm doing something for you for the night, okay?
That pissed myself off. But this is the world we're born into, where butt sex is natural, and killing newborns is also natural. So this is the world we're born into. So is that a satanic thing, or is that a good thing? Is that a godly thing, or?
I mean, that is a very curious question, but
Yeah, do you think God would intervene somewhere in between it and say, no, listen, buddy, butt sex is not natural, and you shouldn't be killing human beings.
well,
It's just,
people have
it's
been
just
killing each other
it's a
since the
question.
beginning of time, so it's really hard to.
Are you sure they have? Were you at
What
the
was the
beginning?
first biggest war?
Were you there at the beginning of time to be able to confirm that assertion?
Well, if you're following the biblical fucking version, yeah.
If you're following the Bible, then they weren't.
It doesn't take very long.
If you follow the Bible,
do you have the
hold on. If you're
biblical
following the biblical version, no, they weren't killing each other at first.
Cain and Abel, though,
Nope, they're not the first people, are they?
they're like pretty close to the
Well,
first people.
After what? But that's after what?
Do you think that somebody told you that Cain and Abel was the first person? You believe that? You think that actually
Not the
happened?
first person. I've actually read it, but I'm like, they're not that far into human timeline.
Well,
Yes,
for
but
killing
it
the starter.
happens after what?
So, if they told you that the world is a spinning around ball, would you believe that too?
I don't know. Would you believe it if Noah got 40,000 different types of spiders and they all got
That's not
onto
what
the ark?
happened, dude.
Exactly not what
If you're gonna straw man it, I'm gonna wreck you. I'm sorry.
I'm
Yeah.
just
Fucking strong man, the fuck.
Yeah.
What do you think?
If every single culture that exists told you the same exact story, would you say it's probably true?
I mean, Jack,
Where do you think we are now? Right
calling
now?
us gay bashing. Man. They're starting to say we're gay bashing. Meme.
Who is?
Jack Atlas Harbinger.
No, we aren't.
Would you like somebody?
we aren't.
Would you like somebody to roll
we're-
you right up the asshole?
We're not gay bashing.
Who's done any
Is that
gay
what you
bashing
like?
in here?
Nobody has done any gay bashing right now. No.
Who's done any gay bashing? Jack Atlas Harbinger, you have 30
Well, dude,
seconds
this is
to recall
to
it.
the point where conversations have devolved into. You can't even say the word like homosexual if you aren't one. You
Oh,
can't
I'm
even
just
say
gonna
the
ban
word
him for asking
Jew.
the
We didn't
question.
address
You
that. We
can't
were
even
talking
say
about.
Jew without being called an anti-Semite. I mean, it's just the name
Well,
calling's just
you
fucking
can't even
off.
wait. It's degenerated to a point where we can't even say men have a penis.
Anti-Semite.
You can't even say
Yeah, you
boys have
can't
a
even
penis
say
and girls have
a
a
man
vagina.
has a
Where did you
penis
get that?
or you're fucking banned, bro.
Hey man,
My
this is
cock
flat.
is so
This
big.
is flat Earth Discord. Politically correct is off the
Yeah,
table.
you don't come in our house and tell us how to talk.
Yeah,
I'll just ban you.
good luck. Good luck if you can't even say penis. Men have a penis. Trying to do
Penis.
flat Earth.
Penis.
Men have a penis. Are you guys bashing liberals? Stop
Well,
it.
would you like me to put my penis up your butthole?
Hey,
now? Is that-
come on,
does that-
come
does that-
on, P-Mac, that's not what.
does that seem natural to you? I'm just
Hold on, bro. Hold on. Hey,
Okay, enough,
that would
P-Mac.
get that. Now we're talking that goes kind of into it, but yeah, I mean, it's not
But-
gay
Yeah,
bashing to say men have a penis and girls have a vagina. It's not not that.
But
That's
you
not
said
gay bashing.
butt.
It's just a natural
Butt.
fact.
Would you like me to put my dick up your butt?
What?
God.
I'm just
P-Mac,
kidding.
would
I'm
you
just-
stop
I'm
it,
just-
bro? Please,
I'm just
please,
mad.
bro.
I'm just messing with you, bro. Sorry.
I know, but
But is it a butt or is it a penis in a butt?
no, we're on a
That's
live
gonna
stream
be
and you're
that's gonna
talking
be a
pretty
yikes from
explicit.
me, pal.
Dude, we're
Yeah.
talking. You're talking pretty explicit on a live stream on YouTube. So
Yeah.
please, would you stop it, please? For me, it's
Yeah.
my fucking channel.
No more discussing sex acts. It's
Let's stop graphically describing sodomy.
How long
All
does
right.
a guy stay drunk for, by the way?
As long as there's alcohol. As long as he's Irish.
Let's stop.
Right.
Let's stop describing. You're right.
Well, you're the only one really.
Damn it.
Let's.
Dark and
No, I'm just asking. I'm just asking. I know.
Helio,
I'm
I want
asking
to
you just
Helio, I
to
want to hear
stop
the
that.
dulcet tones of Helio describe everything he's saying.
I'm usually the drunk one, man. I mean, but every time I come and P-Mac's drunk, I mean, he's always drunker than me.
P-Mac is Irish drunk, man.
P-Mac's
You'll never outdo
totally
him.
got you beat right now.
I don't know, man. I got some Irish blood in me too, man. I can get pretty drunk.
Have you heard
Everybody
me
sees
drunk
that.
on stream?
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
a couple
What
times.
happened?
Couple times.
I think I'm a pretty nice guy, though.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. It's funny. It's funny.
Is he telling the truth? All right.
Yeah, I'm telling the truth. I've been drunk twice on stream.
He's been drunk a couple times.
But
It's hilarious.
I think personally, I'm cognizant of myself when I'm drunk, and I know how I am. So I think I'm more of a fun person.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
it's fun as hell. Yeah, you're like a comedian the whole time, man. It's funny.
Yeah, everyone loves a drunk comedian, right?
Hell yeah.
No. Boo.
Hey,
Get on the stage.
no, have you ever heard of Patrice O'Neill?
Yeah.
Big black dude. He said he got drunk a couple times. He got drunk one time before a comedy act, and he said he freaking blew it up, man. He was the funniest he's ever been. And then he said that's why he stopped because
Yeah.
because he wouldn't be able to stop because he would do it before every show. And so he stopped drinking at that point. You know, when he got drunk before a show one night, and
Do you think second butthole people's buttholes are?
God damn it!
Acceptable?
You went
Would
back
you
at
stop
it
it?
again,
All right, Bud Sex, I'm muting you for the night. All right, buddy.
bro.
I love you, P-Mac, but not tonight, bro.
What the hell, man?
Does that make you laugh? Does that make you laugh?
Back.
Does that make you laugh?
Come on, man.
Who unmuted him?
Why are you laughing?
Put him back on mute. Who is? I will go into the audit log and find out who muted him.
Who did that?
Who unmuted him?
Expose him right now. Yeah.
I'm gonna check the audit log
It
right
wasn't me, it was-
now.
I'm thinking it was probably Michael.
People are like, oh no. can check the audit log. And whoever unmuted it, I'm gonna ban. I'm just kidding. Audit log.
Oh my goodness.
Confess before he says the name.
Oh, well, the audit log is all frozen up. I can't even access it right now. I guess we have too much stuff going on. It won't load. Yeah, you're saved. You're saved.
Yeah, let's try to get it back to flat Earth if we possibly can. Okay.
So about that
Is there any new
curvature.
people? Are there any new people that want to talk about the shape of the Earth or something like that?
I think they've all been banned.
No, we didn't ban them all.
Yo, just to trigger PMAC. I wonder how far behind the curve is he right now, being all drunk.
Oh my gosh, my dog is driving me nuts. Man. I could let him inside for a minute and then he wants to come right back out. He's an asshole.
Degeneracy, you don't question common sense. You apply common sense. Don't jump off that building. I'm going to question that. Common sense isn't good for science or philosophy or whatever.
Who cares
This
what they
kid
do
is in
behind closed
college.
doors?
This kid is in. You're in college, aren't you, Degeneracy? How do you drive to work? How do you have a job? How do you function every single day? How do you brush your teeth? How do you do anything in life and survive moment to moment without using your senses? Don't be retarded. Yeah, you're in college. I told you you were. For everyday life, common sense is great. He's saying that like he's quoting someone. Who's he quoting? You're quoting yourself? Oh, Jesus Christ.
Common sense is
You're right, it's great for everyday life.
Yeah.
It's
You know what happens at college?
Don't use that phrase.
So,
Degeneracy.
Degeneracy, what's happened is you've been brainwashed by a bunch of retards at college. You know what? I have girls, my wife has girls that went to college working for her. That's what
I have a
happens
BA.
to you college
I have a
kids.
BA, and college is a fucking joke.
Yeah, it is a joke. They teach
I
you
was
how not to
lucky.
use your
I
common
got
sense.
out. It's really is just a brainwashing scam. But I got out before the tuition went up by like fucking fourfold or whatever it did. So I don't have any. I don't have any student loans.
Degeneracy, of course I ignored what you said. You're a college kid.
Hey, Google prefers to hire non-college educated. Because college educated people are unteachable because they think they know it all.
All right, guys, I gotta go to bed. I will see
Later.
I'll see y'all Thursday.
Yeah, good night.
Alright, man. Have a good one. Not all college people are unteachable. Some people go to college for a lifetime. Every time they want to learn a new thing, they just go back to college.
Just don't use your common sense.
Use your common sense. I use mine.
Yeah, but you got to understand that Google's primarily referring to people just coming out of college, which is mostly millennials and 20-year-olds, which are pretty much broken in the modern society.
Today's our trip.
You know, they care more about your portfolio than your credentials.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
So how does this mic sound to everyone?
Not bad.
Pretty good though.
All
Some
right.
people drop out of college and go on to be, you know, fairly successful or very successful in a lot of cases. I mean, you don't have to have college to be successful in life. Not not a not a prerequisite to being successful.
Yeah, I only went because it was a prerequisite to be licensed for the field I wanted to be in.
I only went
So, you know.
because I thought it would boost my music career, which it didn't, because I wanted to be a rock star and I didn't go to rock star college. So
Right.
I had a full tuition scholarship for choir, but I wasn't. They didn't teach me how to be a rock star at college. They were trying to teach me how to be an opera singer or some shit. I was like, nah, or Broadway or whatever they were trying to lead me into. Or ultimately, I could have been a teacher. It's like, fuck that, man. I want to be a performer. So then I dropped out. After then I formed a rock band, and I had a lot of fun. Wrote a lot of music, but wasn't I guess I'm from Arkansas, so I mean it's like not very many bands from Arkansas that make it. There's been a couple. Freaking what's the name of that band? Something.
Is there a band called Kansas?
There's a band called Kansas. I think they're from Kansas.
I thought
Yeah,
so.
they're pretty good.
No, what's that band? Shit, now I can't think of the name of it. They're from Little Rock. The drummer of this band I went to high school with, they're one of the biggest bands in the world, like in the early 2000s. Shit, I can't remember the name of it. Had a chick singer. God, I can't.
What's one of their songs?
I'm trying to think, man. Hold on. I'll think of it.
Evanescence.
Anyway, Evanescence. Yeah. I went to high school with the drummer, the original drummer for that band.
Nice.
Yeah, he was 1 year behind me in high school. Yeah,
Man.
Rocky Gray, and he does music for horror films now and shit. Man, he's like a music producer for horror films and shit.
Hey, have you seen any of those memes or videos about how music is demonstrably stupider nowadays?
Yep.
Well, isn't it? I don't have to see any memes about it. It's obvious. You just have to listen to it. I mean, it's like even in the 80s, it was
everything's
really kind
super
of cheesy.
propaganda.
Even in the 80s, it was really kind of cheesy, but you had to be really talented to play it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it's
like
worse
music
than that.
nowadays is just like all electronic, and I mean, it's still
Yeah,
creative, but it's just like there's still good music out there, but like back in the 80s and 90s, the pop music was good. But it's just horrible now, man. Like the pop music is just
Yeah.
All the studios are ran by.
Everybody break up or?
It's it's not very good.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I don't like everything, but I mean, I appreciate the older music, man. I mean, it took more talent really to. I mean, you had to put yourself out there, man.
Yeah. Well, some of these videos now that are breaking it down, like I think Paul Joseph Watson did one. He's like he used to be with Alex Jones, but now he's got his own
Yeah, I
like
know
conservative
who he is.
commentary. Yeah, he did one, and he talked about the science of it, like like there's the melody, the hook, all these terms. And he's like, there's none of that in modern music. It's just a
Well,
repetitious
I
beat.
think that was
Nonsense.
developed by the Tavistock Institute. That melody, the hook, that was in the beginning of rock and roll. Back with the Beatles and what happened through the '60s and shit. That kind of thing was developed by the Tavistock Institute.
Yeah, and it's getting like everything's getting shorter and shorter. Like there's not as much content to the songs as there used to be.
Well,
Like it's just designed to keep you in like a trance state of just constantly wanting a new hit.
Any of you guys ever listen to like real classical music?
Oh, definitely. I love Sarah Brightman. Love it.
I mean, like classical, like Mozart, Beethoven.
Oh yeah, Mozart's good.
Bach, Beethoven, Mozart, Chopin.
I like a lot of it when it's done in an orchestra, like with a lot of strings and a lot of other instruments as well.
It's like if you ever have a chance and you're just like working and you're just like, I can't find anything to listen to, while I'm working. Listen to some while you're just like doing your mundane job. Just listen to some classical music. It helps you think better. It just like has a way of just like it just gives energy to your brain. Good stuff.
Yeah, and like that's part of the thing that they were doing in that one video I watched was like they were, demonstrating the mathematical steps within older music versus now.
Yeah,
And
I
there's
told
just
you
like
my
much
damn
more
dog wants to
broad,
go back outside right now.
like there's much broader processes in old music than nowadays music. Like it keeps your brain in a much lower state.
Or is it a higher state?
No, I mean the old music keeps you in a higher state. The new music keeps you in a, you're like your brain is operating on a much lower cognition. But it's like an addiction, it's like you're high and you're constantly being the drug taken away, so you want that next hit from the music. Like you can no longer
Well,
wait, a minute for the
if you
music to get
notice
where it's
that,
going.
for the most part, everything in modern music is in 4/4. So it just goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and sometimes it has like, but it's all still 1, 2, 3, 4. That's
Yep.
not art. That's just fitting music inside a structure of 4/4 ultimately, and then you just put little notes inside of it. So it's not. I mean, essentially. I mean, I can't. I can't lie. I mean, pop music back in the '80s was like that too. I mean, every form of pop music is really usually one. Is 4/4. So you kind of have to. I mean, as a musician, in my limited studies when I went to college, I don't hear music the same way most people do. You know what I mean? Because I'm a musician, but yeah, I've been in bands where we didn't play we had a lot of 4/4 stuff, but we'd also do some chains ups and stuff where it was just like weird riffs and there was different time signatures. So I don't.
What's up, my racial slurs for African Americans?
What?
Who was that?
Yeah. You can't cram your whole first part of your sentence into less than 1 second. It doesn't quite register.
You might want to. He said something about racial slurs, African Americans. Is that what he said?
I don't know.
Sounded
He
like
was
it.
trying to talk. He was trying to say way too much in way short of a time.
Did he jump in and jump out? Sounded like a little bit of a troll there, but whatever. I think at this point, our after show from the debate is done. I have to do some work on on the live stream stuff. Excuse me.
Well, are you going to include all of the homo talk in the actual after show?
Oh, this video's staying on there. I mean, we're gonna have the debate, the after show, and all the homo talk as a video.
Hey, got to be
But
real.
then-
Got to keep it real.
Dude, I mean, this is a lot. I mean, I created this channel just to keep all the shit we talk about live. So, but what I'm gonna do is take the debate and the other debate that we have with them on his channel, combine those two videos and make a part 1 and part 2 combined. Put that up, and I have some changes to make. Working with Republicus to do this and do that right now before we go ahead and start the stream again. So it may be about an hour before we go back live again. I have to work tomorrow, but I do want to get this done because today, I'm sure some of you guys noticed that the whole freaking day it was just like audio was all it was shitty. So I have some work to do on that. So you guys can continue talking, but I think I'm going to end the live stream and then go work on that for a little while. And be back live, hopefully within the hour. Within about an hour, by midnight, Central Time. That's where I am. We'll be back live.
Alright, man, I'm gonna hit the bed too, just for a few hours. 6:41 a.m. Catch you guys
All right,
later.
MJ, hey, we're gonna see you for breakfast. Wait,
Yeah.
wait a minute. Breakfast for you is like fucking. You're like my. Like
I just ate eggs like an hour ago, and that was it.
Yeah, you're already at breakfast, and so I'm thinking you're about what 7 hours ahead of me.
I guess it's 6:42 a.m. now. Yeah. What is it over there?
It's 9:42 p.m. So.
Jeez. Yeah. No wonders I never
You're
catch
10
you
hours
guys.
ahead of me. Yeah, you're 10
Yeah.
hours ahead of me.
No wonder I
No,
never
no.
catch you guys on.
6, you're 9 hours ahead of me. Yeah. No, but I hear you a lot of times when I'm in the morning, man. You're in the afternoon, so
Yeah.
so that's why you jump in here and you get to have a lot of fun.
Do you always listen to the live stream, by the way?
What? I'm running the live stream. You think I'm not going to listen to it?
I always thought that you just let the PC run or something.
Well, I do sometimes, but I listen to other stuff during the day sometimes. But I always check on it, and make sure it's going good. I mean, I'm the live stream doctor, man. I got to make sure it's going. But yeah, I love you guys, man. I love your conversations, everything. But MJ, you're the flat Earth comedian, bro, man. You keep it rolling. You keep everything light, man. You always laughing, man. I love your spirit, man. I appreciate what you do for us, man. Good stuff.
I try. Thanks. Oh man, I'll catch you guys later. Man, I want to try and catch India and everyone on most of the time just to hear you guys talk and make some serious talk there. That's what I always want to get to, but usually it doesn't happen.
Hey, you can always watch the repeats.
Yeah, football doesn't let me do that much, but yeah.
Football doesn't let me do.
But hey, I can't help it. I'm taking it.
You're an addict.
Seriously
Well,
again.
dude, I mean, a lot of
Yeah,
times
still
when I'm not on here, I'm watching fucking TV. But it's not football. I'm watching like series and stuff. I watch a lot. I'm an addict, man, for all the fiction series and shit. I ain't gonna lie, man. I just got to get a break from this sometimes. So I just like veg out on watching TV series and shit. So whatever.
Well, God gave us 2 ears and 2 eyes and a left and right audio channel, so you could easily listen to football and the flat Earth and watch
I
it at
do.
the same time.
I know that's what I do. I do both, man. I'll listen. I like check on the live stream. I'll see what are these guys talking about during the commercials and shit. I'll be like, what are they talking about now? It's just like people just like people think I don't know what's going on. I mean, and then I'll check while I'm watching TV. I'll be checking live YouTube channels, and I'll pause the TV while I'll say, oh, somebody's live right now. Let's see what they're talking about. I don't miss much, even though I'm still doing that shit. But MJ, did you listen to that debate tonight?
Yeah, the whole thing.
Oh, okay, cool. Well, you got
Yeah.
that then.
Oh man, I was feeling like shit listening to Theo Megaworthy. Yeah. But yeah, glad to know you got a degree in art. So no wonder you were talking like that.
Yeah.
Amazing
Had it
stuff
going
though.
on.
GG.
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah.
Well, and
Amazing.
it's just like, it's like the last debate, when he came in, or when those guys went over there and Fight the Flat Earth said, well, they ultimately got him down. They pinned him down and he said, if the Earth was flat, there would be no horizon. And when he said that, I was like, it's over, man. That's the most ignorant, stupid statement you could ever make. If the Earth was flat, there would be no horizon. That's what he said, and that's why when I, right at the end of the debate, I had to jump in. I was like, "Hey, man, do you agree with Fight the Flat Earth that if the Earth was flat, there would be no horizon?" And guess what? You heard him say it. He said,
"Yep,
yeah, I agree with him. Yeah, there would be no horizon." Oh my God!
Yeah, but then how he explained how there would be no horizon was just laughable. He basically
the whole time he was, Omega was trying to explain to him, perspective, and he just didn't. It was obvious he didn't get it, and so it was just like you can tell why they think what they think. They think that the curvature of the Earth is the horizon, and they're too big. They're too small to see the curve. That's why there's a horizon, no matter how high you go and all this stuff. And they're just like They call us delusional, but dude, if you think you were on a flat plane and you wouldn't see a horizon, you're the one that's delusional. That's just ridiculous.
See, this is where I got confused when MC Toon was going on with Meme War. Meme was trying to get to a point where, okay, if you're going to talk about equinox, then how is the sun setting and rising? And he would never go to that point. He wanted to come back and stick to what he was talking about, but he would never want to go and prove how the sun rises or sets. So that's what confused me. I was like, why is this guy avoiding what Meme is trying to talk about? Because I'm not a debater, so I didn't realize why the Globe guy is trying to avoid this completely. But yeah,
That's exactly why, because they don't want to admit that the horizon could still exist on a flat plane. Because they cannot admit that. And that's when Planar Walk was talking about, okay, so we have a distance now. What about the math? And then Omega kept coming back at him with the math, showing pictures and shit. And he's like, he just couldn't handle it, man. And that's why I wanted to Fight the Flat Earth to come in here with them again tonight. We would have destroyed both of them, man.
you'll have to be sneaky with that Fight the Flat Earth. He's a sneaky little yeah.
He thinks he is. He thinks he is. He's just a clown.
He's either gonna get to the point where he'll try to get himself banned and say, "Hey, see, there you go. That's the type of person he is, guaranteed."
Yeah. And then they'll go whine on his channel. Oh yes, I tried to debate it and they banned me.
Yep.
Because well, whatever. But if we have a formal debate, I mean, there is, that's why I'm saying, like with it, if Planar Walk comes back, I mean, he's bring a friend, but yeah, nobody banned those guys because There's no
Oh,
reason
he's gonna
to because
trigger.
we're gonna destroy them. You know, it doesn't.
He
But don't
had me.
bring like we can't have 5-on-5. That'd just be a total shit show.
Yeah. He
Oh,
had
yeah,
me
and
triggered for days. The
but
bullshit that
we
he was
did
pulling
kind of
on.
have 5-on. We did kind of have 5-on-1 tonight. You know, but it was
Yeah, but
he was a good sport about it. But
yeah,
I
he was good.
yeah, so I don't necessarily want, don't want that, and I appreciate everyone's, being cordial with, because
Yeah.
sometimes it gets pretty shitty in here, with us, I ain't gonna lie, but I do appreciate it, the it was really just a conversation, with Planner Walk, and I think he got where we were coming from, and nobody was really shitty to him, and he wasn't shitty to us, so that was good, man. It was good talk with Planner Walk. So,
Man,
but
we're
yeah, I mean,
missing
I
some
wouldn't mind
drama.
some formal debates, just to kind of, but it doesn't, doesn't necessarily need to turn into a complete shit
We're
show
missing some
or,
comical drama right now between meme and degeneracy, by the way.
dude.
Well, it's going in the chat.
Yeah, they've been going on for a while. I'm just
I'm
saving
not
it,
missing that.
saving it
We
over.
already had that going on for 30 minutes before Meme decided he was going to go to bed.
Yeah, he's not going to bed. He's gonna ban this kid. Ah. Oh yeah, I thought I might start bringing this up every once in a while. As we don't have to have a lot of voice channels. We do have a lot of voice channels already. But when it comes to debating, we got our premier debate. What we could do is we could have other debate channels where once we get used to these channels, we will know that certain amount of people are there. So if you're in that channel, you don't do 1, 2, 3. If we go to the second debating channel, the rules are different, so you don't do 5, 4, 6. So certain
Well,
rules.
we
Once we
do.
get used to it.
Well, look, we have one-on-one. We have
Yeah, we got
3
one-on-ones.
one-on-one
Yeah.
channels.
Mm.
So you can jump in a one-on-one with someone anytime.
Yeah,
Anybody can jump
but
in there.
the one-on-one, I believe we are able to jump in. It can turn into a 5. It's just numbers at the moment.
No, look. If you
Uh,
look at the one-on-one channels, it says
I know it says 2.
0 of 2.
Yeah, I believe
Well, I mean,
channel
I'm
3.
pretty sure moderators probably can jump in
Yeah,
there, but
golden. Yeah, that's a thing.
Oh, okay.
It's not completely stricted right now.
But that'd be cool though, man. If a gold or a moderator just wanted to hear a one-on-one with someone else and just kind of moderate a little bit. All right, good. I'm not
Yeah.
sort of real, into something else, but yeah, there's just some one-on-one rooms and I've noticed that not too many people are jumping the Cogdis VC anymore. All the Cogdis people. I've never jumped in there. I think I might one night just to have a little fun.
I've seen a few people go in there, but never hopped in though. Yeah. Golden Monkey usually does. Him, CJ.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about that. I mean, we have a monthly meeting about the different voice channels, how we should. I mean, you've already noticed some differences now, with rearranging. We have the VC Chill Lounge where, where anybody can jump in there and just talk about whatever, just a place to hang out. You don't have to talk about flat Earth. Just speak your mind. We have a text room for that. We're trying to work out how to rearrange where the text rooms would be right next to the voice channel that you're in. So you don't have to scroll above all the people in the live stream or whatever. Still working on that, but yeah, we're gonna be making some more changes pretty soon. Oh, good.
I tell you what, though, Dem Exposed was happy. He definitely slept a good sleep.
Yeah, it was a good talk with Planner Walk, and not always going to happen that way, but he was really peaceful,
Yeah.
But yeah, I I kind of like to listen to the. I can only stand it for so long, but like debates with people like Flight to Flat Earth and stuff. He actually, one of the mods was talking to him about coming in here too, and we'll probably have him over here eventually. We'll have another debate with him, and I'd rather have 2-on-2, honestly, than
See, I
just
think what
1-on-5.
See, I think what
Hey,
fight the what's his name? Fight the flat Earth. Yeah, fight the
Yeah,
flat Earth.
Fight
What
the
he
Flat
did
Earth.
is he skipped today so that the next time when we are supposed to go to them, that's when he'll show up.
Yeah, I'm sure he's going to listen to what we did today. That's all right.
He's gonna
So
show up for the next debate.
that's well, it came in and says, so you agree with Fight the Flat Earth that if the Earth was flat, there would be no horizon? And he said yes.
Could one of you explain why?
How the fuck dumb can you be? I mean, so that means you can't see forever. And then after I asked that question, I let Omega take over again. And then I walked outside, smoked, and was drinking all my beer and shit. And then I came back in, and they were still talking about it. And I was like, so now you see why. But he eventually had to admit that, yeah, there could be a horizon on a flat Earth, And then I was like, hey, the reason, even if there was no waves, no atmosphere, you wouldn't be able to see the Eiffel Tower from New York because it's too far. He's like, yeah. I was like, well, there you go, bro. There's a horizon. You can't see that far.
What I'm curious about
Not that
is
hard to figure out, bro.
why is it they ignore angular resolution and perspective? That's what I would like to know. If someone
Because they think the horizon is the curvature of the Earth. That's why.
Right. And it's because they've never been taught it as well. And when they first hear about it, it's almost always in the context of a flat Earth argument. So they lump it in with flat Earth. For example, I always get this, oh, you only heard about that big word from some stupid flat earther and now you're repeating it.
Uh-huh.
And I'm like, no, not even close, buddy. It's not created by flat earthers. I mean, this is literally the stuff they use to, calculate cameras when they develop new lenses and new apertures or telescopes. Technology has been employing this for decades. Artists have been, using it in the form of perspective for millennia.
Yeah, they should be embarrassed for not understanding. I mean, I think I understood this when I was 5 years old. I can't see that far. That looks really small in the distance, but when I get close, it looks bigger. Oh my goodness!
Right? Yeah. You don't need to know the technical terms or the technical causes to know that it occurs.
Well, that's like there was a guy I was arguing with the chat, while you guys were talking, and it was about that picture that he brought up with the little tower and the mountain. And I was like, hey, man, stand next to a tree, look at the top of it. You're looking straight up at it. Now walk 1,000 yards away from it, look at the top. And he's like, well, you're still having to look up. And I was like, well, just walk away until you're looking straight ahead at the top of it. Then you'll know why that mountain eventually could be below where you're looking straight ahead.
It'll never
It's not that freaking hard to figure out, man.
It'll never be at the same level as your eye.
Well, it'll never. Well, at a point, it becomes below your eye level.
What?
Because
Who said it'll never be at the
angular
same
resolution,
level?
it gets too small
No,
to
it
see.
never goes below
I mean,
your
it's
eye.
just stupid, man. I mean, why do you have to teach people that?
It will
once
the entire height of the tree is enveloped in your angular resolution limit in the far leg of the triangle, it will be rendered at the center of your vision. So it will reach the center of your eye.
Right, and then they'll say, "Well, why does it disappear bottom first?" It's like, well, the, if it was dark outside, you wouldn't be able to see it at all. But if it's light, and if there's light in the background behind the tree, you'll see the top of it before you see the bottom of it because of the angular resolution. Because
Hey,
there's light behind it.
yeah, the last guy, McToon, that was the last guy that was debated, right? Or was it
Yeah.
2 debates ago?
Well, no, the last guy was Planet Rock, and then it was MC2. Yeah, McToon before that.
Yeah, but towards the end, McToon was trying to describe how on a flat Earth, you would be seeing a star like 9,000 miles away through 9,000 miles of atmosphere. And so he's like, well, I could see the star, but it's going through 9,000 miles of atmosphere, so why can I see it? So I was thinking, again, this is just clearly demonstrably false. Like, if you just look out across a few mountains, you see how the mountains get blue and gray. We know each mile makes more atmosphere. So, like, the mountains near where I live, I can't see this one that's about 14 to 20 miles. It's somewhere between 14 to 20 miles, roughly, depending on where I travel. So let's just say 20 miles away, I can't see that mountain on a hazy day because it's entirely covered with atmosphere. Yet he wants to tell me he can see something through 9,000 miles of atmosphere.
You mean looking across the horizon or directly up? Yeah, I mean,
Well, he's assuming, he's making the error that if stars were on a flat Earth, that they would be physically changing their location instead of dropping through perspective. So it'd be on the horizon physically and going horizontally through 9,000 miles of atmosphere to get to your eye. And then he would say, well, I can still see it.
I often get confused, and it's like, I understand why they think what they think, but and they want to come argue with us without understanding, our perspective on things. It's just like, dude, I was a Globie, man. I used to think those stars in the sky were trillions of miles away. I mean, it's not like, I mean, I took the time to look at it. Why don't you take the time to look at my point of view now? But the reason that they don't do that is it's cognitive dissonance. They don't really. It's like, look at both sides, analyze it, say, hey, I've chosen this side because I think this is more plausible because the scientists must be right, or whatever reason they want to give.
Right. Well, I find that the majority of them can't look at the other side because they're stuck in mixing the two sides. Like, they pull an example from one model, an example from another model, and try to mix them together.
Well,
for example, McToon saying that the star would be through 9,000 miles of atmosphere.
Yeah, but
he's
nobody's
thinking of the star.
Yeah, he's just making shit up.
Well, he was thinking of the star as it goes away, physically lowering in altitude versus
he's talking about Polaris
altitude. Yeah, he couldn't understand why it's not actually physically dropping on the model of the flat Earth plane versus the solar model where it's physically changing its location compared to you. So he's mixing a physical and a visual, and then trying to assert that it'd be going through 9,000 miles of atmosphere.
Well, see, that's where the difference is. That's where the difference is between us. Is I can conceptualize what they are saying and compare it to what I observe, and they say, "Well, our model matches reality," and we're like, "No, it doesn't." But their model. They haven't considered our model. They think we're just weirdos that just like, dude, if Polaris drops on the horizon 1 degree every 69 miles, because you move away from it, and I always, when they bring that argument up, I always say, well, where is it? Where is Polaris? And then they'll Google it and say, well, it's 4.4 trillion miles, or 400 and something light year. I can't remember the fucking number now. It's like 400 and something light years, directly above the North Pole, approximately, and all that kind of stuff. It's like, well, no matter. They say the only way that it would move that way is if you're moving away from it on a globe. That's not true. If it was a lot closer, it's like if if I'm looking at a street light and I walk down the street, if I'm standing directly under the street light and I look straight up at it, I'm looking straight up at it. And if I walk 200 yards away from it, I'm not looking straight up at it anymore. Then if I walk another 1,000 yards away from it, I'm not looking straight at it anymore. I'm looking directly at it, and I'm still looking up. But then I keep walking. Eventually, it's just going to keep moving down toward the horizon, and then then I won't be able to see it anymore. Eventually, so I just keep moving away from it. It's God, it's a frustrating point, but this is the it's the cognitive, I know what it is, but it's just like you have to be patient with them and explain it that way. That's why I would say, where is Polaris? Which nobody's ever stood on the North Pole that I know of and looked directly up at Polaris. So it's really kind of a fallacious argument anyway.
Well, definitely nobody claiming to do so, Like they're always claiming somebody else did it. Like, that's another one of their tactics. They'll be like, somebody else watched it, somebody else did it, somebody else measured it, somebody else calculated it.
Well, and that goes with the Southern Pole Stars. I've been in the arguments, and it's like, well, we have Polaris, and then we have the Southern Crux, and I'm like, all right, so show me the evidence that we have the same phenomena in the Northern Hemisphere and the Southern Hemisphere, from all three southern continents, southernmost parts of the continents at the same time. Dude, I've been in an argument with like a room full of ballers, man, and I was like, give me the evidence, man, please, because I want it. I want to go back to the ball if that's true, whatever, And they got me shit. They didn't give me nothing. I was like, you know what? You ain't got nothing. That's just it's a concept based on your ball model. You don't really have any evidence for it. So good luck. Yeah, when it comes to these southern star trails and shit, they don't really have any evidence for it from South America, South Africa, and Australia. They're gonna try to hook you with that shit, but they don't have any evidence for it. Dude, I promise I've looked for it. I can't find it either. They'll give you a couple of pictures where if I looked up northern star trails, hundreds and hundreds of time-lapse videos and pictures. Look for southern star trails from all three southern continents around a central point. You're going to find about 2 or 3. Yeah. And you're not going to find someone in southern Chile, in South Africa, and like New Zealand or South Africa. I mean South Australia. With the same type of, all three of them with the same, concentrating on the same point like Polaris. You're not going to find them. I've already looked. Not there. It's just a wild claim. I mean, they sent me some pictures and videos, and it's not what they claimed it was. It's like everybody knows it, and then they sent me some bullshit, and I was like, yeah, sure they do. Same with the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. They don't have any evidence of that either. So.
The UL went off the bed. Meme's stuck here. He's not gonna sleep anytime soon.
He's still messing with degeneracy. Oh no, he's on a roll, I guess.
Well, at least I got a lot to read now when I'm in bed. I'm gonna just scroll through it, read it. Once it gets boring, I'll probably end up closing my eyes. We'll see.
You know what's funny is like it started like I can't even remember what the original name was. Send messages, and I was like, just open your mic and
He had
talk
a
to
weird
us,
name.
and yeah, and it didn't even freaking open his mic, and he just started typing shit in the chat, and then meme just kind of anyway, don't matter. I was like, just open your mic. He was like, why can't I talk? Well, the message was like, I'm trying to talk or whatever, and he's like, oh yeah. It was like I
Yeah, he
realized
didn't
I
want to
can
be on
talk, but then he didn't talk.
Yeah.
Probably listened to what we were saying. It's like, yeah, I'd rather just type bullshit in the chat.
I don't blame him. I don't want to take it to that topic anymore. But well, nowadays guys do seem feminine, and then girls look more masculine. So I understand that he finds it just strange, really.
Yeah, but there's only so far I want to go with that argument because I mean,
Yeah,
dude,
it's always gonna go. Yeah.
when you go to the hospital with your wife, or even before then, it's like,
Yeah.
are you do the ultrasound? Do you want to know the sex of the baby? Well,
Mm.
no, not really. Maybe we want to be surprised.
Mm.
Or so nowadays, are they going? Or are they going to go? Well, we're going to let them decide when they're old enough. It's like, dude, if it has a penis, it's a boy. What the fuck? How has it turned into this? It's nuts.
I mean, so not wanting to go religious, but many of the books did predict this long time ago that
No,
there will be a
I do.
time.
I know, but
Yeah.
I'm just trying
Yeah.
to bring out logic. I mean, for
Yeah.
some reason, logic has fell off of humanity today, where they like just because you have a penis doesn't mean you're a male. What the fuck what do you mean?
Dio just logged into that.
The fuck is that? I mean, tell that to a tiger. Just because you're a male, just because you're a tiger that has a penis doesn't mean you're a male tiger. The fuck? It doesn't make any sense at all. So anyway, logic and common sense is lost on this recent generation. We got to bring it back, man.
They were talking about it 30 minutes ago. Now they seem to be on a different topic. So that's what I'm going to go in bed and just try to catch up with.
All right, well, that's cool, man. Yeah, I was trying to bring it back to flat Earth, but it's just like, I mean, it just goes back to like when you and your wife or your girlfriend or whatever, she gets pregnant and she's like, "Is it going to be a boy or a girl?" It's like, ooh, I can't wait to find out. Or do male and females, procreate now and say, if it has a penis or a vagina, we're going to let them decide when they get old enough.
Mm.
That's freaking outside of logic and common sense, in my opinion. Call me old fashioned, call me an asshole. I don't mind.
Just find a lady that has common sense, really.
Well, I mean, dude, most people do, but I mean, as far as this goes, that's really just kind of in the media. I mean, it's like with these recent rainbow parades everywhere, and it's not. I mean, I'm not against homosexuality because I know a lot of homosexuals, and they're not, they don't like this shit either. It's like, dude, I like guys. Get the fuck out of my face, you know. But I decided that when I was an adult, you know. I mean, it's like don't let me decide when I was a kid, you know. Get the fuck out of here, man. But they're just gay, you know. If they're gay, they're gay. I mean, you know, they're just gay. But this doesn't mean you like choosing gender is a different thing than being gay. Because I've known gays my whole life, you know. I mean, people that are gay, they're just gay. They're just gay. But as far as like, it just don't make any sense, man. I mean, to me, being gay doesn't make any sense because I can't comprehend that. But if you're gay, you're gay. You know, and I know a lot of people that are gay, and they just,
Yeah, he's
they
fucking
just like
gay.
they like the same gender. They're gay, but they don't mind being gay. You know, and then it's like, it's okay to be gay. You know, I guess. You know, as far as that
I was
goes,
gonna
but I mean,
say
as far as
something.
like this gender thing, it's like
Mm.
if you have a penis, you're a male, and if you have a vagina, you're a female. I mean, that's pretty much established as far as that throughout world history. You know, through many different species and everything. I mean, every animal. I mean, it's just like humans can't pick their gender after they're born. That's kind of dumb. That don't make any sense. That's all I'm getting at. I mean, I don't have anything against someone attracted to male, same sex. I don't really have a problem with that. But just freaking trying to say you're another gender when you have a penis, that's weird.
Oh man, I'll head off for
Anyway,
now.
that's my opinion. That's my
Uh,
opinion. But
it's
whatever.
also many opinion as well. Old mind always go with that as well.
I made myself cracked up. I said,
Oh,
yes, queen.
you talk. Holy
Yes.
smokes, you talk. Okay.
I said, yes, queen, yes.
Uh,
When you were talking about
Who's that
that.
talking?
pigeon.
Oh, pigeon.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, bro?
Right. I'll head off. You guys have a good night when you hit the bed.
You too. I'm going to be cooking, so. Really.
Alright. Sleep well.
Good
Meme's not
talk to
gonna
you,
be
MJ.
gone. Yeah, same. Meme's not gonna be off for at least another 30 minutes for sure. Right, I'm off.
All right, bro. Good to see you later.
Just gonna
See you later.
later.
Funny, his meme's gone, but he's still arguing with Eberwolf, whatever, in the chat. Oh yeah, I was gonna stop the stream and fix some stuff. I'm gonna work on some audio issues. Anyway, thanks everyone for participating in the debate tonight in the after show. It's been a great time. We'll be back here shortly on the live stream. Everyone here is welcome to stick around and talk as much shit as you possibly can, because that's what we're here about. Live stream. But yeah, I've got some audio issues to work out on the live stream, and everyone. Why am I getting feedback? Is that me? Oh yeah. So thank you guys for showing up tonight. I already said that. Peace in the Middle East. We're about to go to war with Iran for no reason again with another country. So everybody, if you're a praying person, pray that the United States grabs some common sense and gets their ass out of there instead of sending thousands of troops over there. Pray that Trump is not the biggest asshole in the world like he appears to be. And let's roll. Let's roll with peace.